the surgical fruit in American comics. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 426, Death of Three Generations, Part 1. 3 servings of special chashu ramen, with an extra portion of chashu. Shen Fei glanced at the menu hanging in front of him and immediately ordered 3 of the most expensive ramen. After saying this, Shen Fei surveyed Ichiriko ramen. The restaurant wasn't very large these days, with the main seating area being the counter, which could only accommodate about 6 or 7 people at a time. As he surveyed Ichiriko ramen, Shen Fei naturally noticed Jiraiya observing them. After offering Jiraiya a genial smile, Shen Fei focused his attention on the ramen being served. It's indeed delicious. The broth is incredibly fresh, and the meat is incredibly tender, worthy of the Akimichi clan's meat. The Akimichi clan was the primary supplier of meat to Konoha, and they owned a large ranch there. After Pain arrived in Konoha, he faced a severe shortage of supplies, and it was thanks to the Akimichi clan's ranch that he was able to survive the most difficult times. Shen Fei was able to learn this thanks to the several barbecue restaurants he encountered along the way, many of which were owned by the Akimichi clan. Ninja families aren't all ninjas, many are ordinary people, too, like the Uchiha clan. While theoretically anyone can refine chakra, that's only theoretical. Individual talent can have a significant impact. Without luck, Might Guy and Rock Lee wouldn't have been able to enter the academy. Guy was nearly rejected by the Ninja Academy back then. Naruto, you're finally back. Kakashi-sensei is looking for you. If you don't come back, you won't make it to the Chunin exams. Shen Fei was enjoying his ramen when someone opened the door curtain and walked in. 2 people, both of whom Shen Fei recognized, Sakura from Team 7 and S.H.I.E.L.D, a black-haired boy from a noodle stall. Despite the significant age and appearance difference, Shen Fei recognized them immediately. Sakura, I'm back, aren't I? Hearing Sakura's complaint, Naruto immediately put down his bowl and chopsticks and greeted Sakura with a smile. As for S.H.I.E.L.D, who was standing behind Sakura, he paid no attention. Let's go, Kakashi-sensei is waiting. He promised that if we passed the Chunin exam, he would let us go find Sasuke. Ahem. Jiraiya suddenly coughed forcefully as Sakura mentioned Sasuke. Okay, Naruto, let's stop training. You go see Kakashi first. I have something to do and need to leave for a while. You're not going to snoop again, are you? Hearing Jiraiya's words, Naruto looked incredulous. Naruto had initially respected Jiraiya greatly. After all, he was the teacher of his father, the 4th Hokage. However, after spending some time together, and discovering Jiraiya's true nature, his respect for him vanished without a trace. Don't talk nonsense. Master Jiraiya is one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha. Naruto had barely finished his words when he was immediately punched in the head. It wasn't from Jiraiya, but from Sakura. Sakura held the 3 ninjas in high esteem, at this stage. I understand. Let's go. This time, I'm going to impress Kakashi-sensei, pass the Chunin exams, and bring Sasuke back, using Jiraiya to deal with Naruto. The 3rd Hokage is quite impressive. After Jiraiya and the others left, more people arrived to eat at Ichiriko ramen. Though the restaurant wasn't big, it was doing quite well. Let's go. Shen Fei and the others quickly left. Although it does taste good, Naruto has always loved the Ichiriko ramen. It's probably more of a nostalgia thing. After all, ramen is still ramen. Even if it's perfectly cooked, it still pales in comparison to the real deal. Naruto loved the Ichiriko ramen. Partly because he had mostly grown up eating instant noodles, expired food, and drinking expired milk, Ichiriko ramen was his first taste of delicious food. Partly because the owner of Ichiriko ramen was the first ordinary person to treat him with genuine kindness, someone who didn't dislike him. Every time Naruto went there, he'd get him a larger portion at the regular price. Of course, a lot of it was also about money. Before graduating and becoming a Jonin, Ichiriko ramen was the most delicious food Naruto could afford. He couldn't even afford the Akimichi clan's barbecue, for example. Even an elite Jounin like Asuma would be eaten there, leaving him practically without enough money to buy a movie ticket with Kurenai. After becoming a Jonin, Naruto had money, but by then he'd already grown accustomed to Ichiriko ramen. They want to take you back. You're touched, aren't you? Shen Fei said to Sasuke with a smile after returning to his residence. Idiot, Sasuke said with a cold expression. Seeing Naruto and Sakura again, it was impossible for Sasuke to say that he had no feelings at all. After all, they had been together for quite a while in Team 7, and Sasuke had changed a lot in Team 7. However, now the two sides had become opposites, and he would not be as naive as Naruto and Sakura. Sasuke returned to his room and began to practice. Because this was Konoha, some practices could not be done, but refining chakra and practicing hand seals could still be done. The hand seals of a ninja are very important. On the battlefield, a split second faster in your hand seals could mean the difference between life and death. If you want to increase the speed of your hand seals, there is only one way: hard practice. When he was in Sound Village, Shen Fei also practiced hard for a while. Although Kamar-Taj's magic also had hand seals, they were not as complicated as the hand seals of ninjutsu. It's so heavily guarded. Being able to paint freely on Hokage Rock is a privilege for the second generation. After all, that night, while Sasuke and Karin were resting, Shen Fei quietly avoided the surveillance of the Anbu after using a shadow clone to remain in the room. He then made his way to Hokage Rock, avoiding the eyes and ears of the Anbu. Hokage Rock, where Naruto could paint freely, was secretly guarded by numerous Anbu and surrounded by a shadow barrier. Shen Fei felt a little regretful that he couldn't stand openly on Hokage Rock and overlook Konoha. Being sneaky and being open and above board are two completely different things. Your unconventional behavior will cause you a lot of trouble. After leaving Hokage Rock, Shen Fei met up with Kabuto Yakushi, who had arrived in Konoha before him. Although Kabuto Yakushi had been in a Togakure for most of his life, he had a double in Konoha, who had taken his place and participated in the Chunin exam 6 times, failing each time and remaining a Jonin. Konoha's Jonin are numerous. Over 80 of them participated in the Chunin exams this time, and only about 30 came from the Sand Village. You didn't come to me just to talk about this, did you? Shen Fei wasn't born into the ninja world, after all. Even if he knew a lot, his thoughts and personality were still very different from the way people in the ninja world behaved. For example, strolling around openly with Sasuke and Karin would undoubtedly be very conspicuous for a ninja. What else do you know about that? You're not thinking of using this opportunity to kill Danzo, are you? I remember he was an important partner of Orochimaru's. Doing so would be against Orochimaru's interests, just as Sasuke wanted to kill Danzo after knowing the truth. The same was true for Kabuto. You are now Lord Orochimaru's most important partner, and Danzo is no longer important. How realistic. I've told you almost everything I know about Nono. Wait a minute, let me think about it. By the way, I remember that some of the people who are in the same orphanage with you are now ninjas, and they are still looking forward to your return to reunite with them. What's wrong? After Shen Fei finished speaking, he didn't hear Kabuto's voice for a long time, so he immediately asked in a low voice. Nothing. Kabuto's voice sounded a little strange. I have no objection to you wanting to kill Danzo. Sasuke also wants to kill him, but he is not that easy to kill. As Orochimaru's assistant, you should be aware of Danzo's abilities. Don't think that Danzo is weak just because he seemed to have an IQ problem when fighting Sasuke, and he lost his so many eyes energy. Don't forget that his opponent was Sasuke, and there was someone who looked like Uchiha Madara on the other side. You don't have to worry about that. We're investigating the whereabouts of the sealed book. We'll tell you when we find it. Kabuto had a lot of things to do when he sneaked into Konoha in advance, and finding out the whereabouts of the sealed book was one of them. This is intimate paradise. Jiraiya's writing is amazing. No wonder Kakashi couldn't put it down. The next day, Shen Fei took Sasuke and the other two for a stroll, and they also had a delicious barbecue. At the same time, Shen Fei bought Jiraiya's best-selling book, Intimate Paradise, in Konoha. Jiraiya was very famous in this circle with this book, and he also made a lot of money. Jiraiya's bank book was filled with a series of zeros. On this day, the Chunin exam was finally about to begin. Shen Fei and the other two came to the venue separately from Tus and the other two. The illusions in the preliminary test were simply not enough to stop the three of them. Here we go again. Inside the meeting room, Shen Fei and the other two watched coldly as Kabuto Yakushi, Toss, and the other two put on a show, approaching Konoha's 12. However, aside from Naruto and Sakura, who seemed to trust Kabuto, the others, especially Shikamaru, regarded Kabuto with caution. These questions are quite difficult. A normal ninja wouldn't be able to solve them. As the first Chunin exam began, the papers were handed out. Shen Fei shook his head secretly as he looked at the contents. With a 6-year ninja school system, it was clear that anyone but a top student like Sakura couldn't solve these questions, not even Sasuke, the second-place student. Sasuke had always been top of the class overall, but he had never surpassed Sakura in academic subjects. Sakura, despite being from an ordinary family, was a true academic genius. These questions certainly didn't stump Shen Fei, but he had no interest in doing them. He had come to the Chunin exam merely to satisfy his curiosity, not to actually take it. It wasn't just him, Sasuke and Karin felt the same way. Shen Fei, disinclined to do the exams, instead curiously observed the surrounding genin, each displaying their own cheating skills. The ninja participating in Konoha's joint Chunin exams were all young, mostly teenagers. After all, this was a showcase for the village's strength. Even the Rain and Kusagakure villages didn't care about the Chunin exams and didn't send their older genin. Becoming a Chunin isn't easy. Many people in the ninja world became Chunin at a very young age, like Kakashi at 6. But that's because he was Kakashi. Mitai had been a genin his entire life, and even after crippling the 7 mist ninjas, he was still a genin. Gaara, Kankuro, that's some pretty good cheating. The invigilators were all Konoha's elite Chunin. With the addition of Marino Ibuki, a Jonin, it was easy to tell who was cheating and who wasn't. This exam was built on cheating. Those who stood out too much were immediately eliminated, while those who weren't would pass, just like Gaara's Eye of Sand, which no one paid any attention to. In the exam room, the only person scratching their heads the most was Naruto. After seeing the test paper, his eyes sparkled and he fidgeted, wanting to cheat but afraid to. The top 3 were undoubtedly Shen Fei, Sasuke, and Karin. From the outset, Shen Fei had telepathically informed them that it was okay even if they didn't answer the questions. Sasuke could have answered a few questions, but after hearing Shen Fei's telepathic message, he immediately gave up. Karin, on the other hand, couldn't answer a single one. She was a native of Kusagakure, but she'd learned to read because they needed her to do something. Shen Fei didn't care about the final outcome of this exam. He had no desire to take part in a second Chunin exam. Spending 3 days in the forest, fighting for a scroll, what was the point? I know Shikacho is amazing. If anyone was to name the most skilled cheater, it would undoubtedly be Ino Shikacho. Ino's heart-scrambling technique allowed her to easily obtain the answers and then help the other 2 with their exams. Shikamaru didn't even use his shadow binding technique, which replicates the Sharingan's movements, forcing the other person to perform the same actions. Sure enough, here comes the 10th question. As expected of an Anbu interrogator, this is a complete psychological attack. Under Ibuki's pressure, many withdrew from the exam, most notably the genin from Konoha and Tsunagakure. For these ordinary genin, the prospect of never becoming a Chunin was too harsh. The results of the joint Chunin exam were recorded in their records, their ninja cards. If they were told they couldn't advance, they couldn't, even if a rival village participated. For ordinary genin, the main attraction of Chunin advancement was undoubtedly the increased income. The idea of doing it for the village wasn't good, but not every ninja had such lofty ideals. The last few who remained, buoyed by Naruto's outburst, were able to strengthen their resolve and successfully pass the test, leaving Ibuki shaking his head helplessly. Had Naruto intervened, many would have withdrawn. We're withdrawing. At the second Chunin exam, at Training Ground 44, Shen Fei immediately raised his hand to withdraw, much to the confusion of the examiner, Hong Dao. However, she didn't pursue the matter further and agreed to the 3's withdrawal. Chapter 427, Death of 3 Generations, Part 2. Still eating meatballs? Do you know what you'll become of yourself later? Watching Hong Dao eating 3 colored meatballs while explaining the rules of the second Chunin exam, Shen Fei suddenly thought of Hong Dao, who would later teach at the ninja school. The 2 were completely different. Thinking of this, Shen Fei took Sasuke and Karin and left the number 44 training ground. Since they had already given up, they certainly couldn't stay here. The second Chunin exam was a 3-day battle for the Scroll of Heaven and Earth. It tested the comprehensive qualities of the ninja, their strength in survival, concealment, intelligence, and other aspects. It was also the exam with the highest casualty rate. It's really desolate. Hasn't Konoha thought about developing this area? Late at night, Shen Fei and Sasuke appeared in the area where the Uchiha clan lived. At this time, there was still a quarantine line, prohibiting other Konoha personnel from entering or leaving. It's been 6 or 7 years since the Uchiha clan was exterminated. Even the Konoha Anbu no longer cares about this place, as no one bothers to clean it up. The once prosperous Uchiha clan's residence is now reduced to rubble, and all valuables have been swept away. The only relatively intact and clean place is the mansion where Uchiha Sasuke lives. Meow meow meow. Upon arriving, Shen Fei's first sight was the numerous cats of various colors and types lying around the mansion. This should all be Sasuke's inheritance, but it's been confiscated. What a shame. The Uchiha clan's residence was quite large, occupying an entire street. Although it now appears far from the center of Konoha, Konoha is not as large as it was when Naruto became Hokage. Even in its current remote location, it would have been at least around the third ring road when Naruto became Hokage. Even with all that wealth, Sakura still owes a mortgage. Even without it, with Sakura and Sasuke's abilities, they shouldn't have been in debt. Is it because their house has been destroyed so many times, or is it because housing prices in central Konoha were severely inflated at the time? Given Sasuke and Sakura's status, they would surely live in the heart of Konoha, not the suburbs. Shen Fei pondered this as he and Sasuke walked into the courtyard. It's so empty. While Sasuke went to retrieve something, Shen Fei took a look around. The house was still relatively intact, but most of the decorations were gone, and the library had very few books, just basic ninjutsu. I thought you were here for something, but it's money. Sure enough, the third Hokage can't clear this blame. As orphans, Sasuke at least had enough to eat and wear, but Naruto often had to catch and grill his own fish. Not to mention how much money the third Hokage would give Naruto. Just where the fourth Hokage and his wife's inheritance went was a major problem. Not only would Naruto be living a life of luxury, he wouldn't even be able to afford a basic living. This was excessive. If you were an ordinary orphan, such a life would be understandable, but Naruto is the fourth Hokage's child. In other words, Naruto is the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra. Any other Jinchuriki would likely turn evil. Looking at all the Jinchuriki, the only one who has truly remained untouched is Naruto. Killer Bee had the fourth Raikage by his side from the very beginning. Naruto, on his side, had no one to accompany him. Even Iruka initially disliked Naruto. Let's go, Sasuke said, following him. They quickly ran south of Konoha, quickly leaving the area and arriving in a valley. Led by a cat, they entered a cave and met the owner, the old lady, the cat. Sasuke's place remained so pristine thanks to the old lady. Granny Cat was the Uchiha clan's source of intelligence and supplier of ninja tools. Due to Konoha's rejection, the Uchiha clan had always had difficulty restocking their ninja tools. I heard you betrayed Konoha. Hey, you two brothers, Granny Cat sighed deeply upon seeing Sasuke. Itachi and Sasuke had practically been Granny Cat's children, and now that the two brothers had reached this stage, Granny Cat could only sigh helplessly. Excuse me, Granny, Sasuke said calmly, holding out 2 stacks of money. I understand. Be careful, Granny Cat, unaware of the true situation, naturally sided with Sasuke. Even though Granny Cat's agency was a place for information trafficking, some information was beyond her reach. Granny Cat's access to vast amounts of intelligence came from stray cats. Ninja cats were highly skilled at surveillance and locating people. Even Shen Fei wouldn't pay much attention to a stray cat he met on the street. Grandma, Xiao Huan. As they spoke, a lovely girl with long hair walked in. Upon seeing Sasuke, she froze for a moment. Let's go. Sasuke nodded at the cute girl and turned to walk out. That's her, the one that looks like a perfect match. Actually, she and Sasuke are childhood sweethearts. It seemed that this girl would be the future love interest of Kiba Inuzuka. Shen Fei and Sasuke quickly returned to Konoha village, without alerting anyone. While Konoha had a barrier that made it difficult for outsiders to invade, it depended on the people involved. Those unfamiliar with Konoha, like when Pain attacked, would be immediately spotted. However, Orochimaru was very familiar with Konoha, and with Kabuto as an undercover agent, there were ways to avoid triggering the barrier. The same was true for Itachi. What a great view. No wonder the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara like to sit here. What a pity. Standing on Konoha's Hokage Rock, Shen Fei surveyed the prosperity of Konoha and shook his head softly. Of the 5 great ninja villages, Shen Fei had the highest favorability for Konoha. While Konoha certainly had its share of darkness, none of the 5 great ninja villages lacked it. Not only was Naruto and the others in Konoha, Shen Fei preferred the environment, but the village's extreme xenophobia made integration difficult for outsiders. Hokage Rock had always been guarded by Anbu, making it difficult for outsiders to remain undetected. Shen Fei could now stand undetected on Hawkeye Rock, not because he had defeated the enemy guarding it, but because he was in the mirror dimension. During his time in the Sound Village, he had already mastered the art of communicating with this space. I'm sure Kiba will remember the scene vividly. The Inuzuka clan will likely be prepared for this kind of eventuality. In the second individual match of the Chunin exam, Naruto's opponent was once again Inuzuka Kiba. Once again, Naruto relied on his farts, giving Kiba, with his keen sense of smell, a complete upset. The spectators on both sides were stunned by this scene, even the third Hokage's mouth twitched involuntarily. Tenten's lucky this time, in this individual competition, aside from Naruto and Hinata's opponents remaining unchanged from the original story. Everyone else's opponents likely experienced changes due to Sasuke's absence. With Temari and Gaara as her opponents, Tenten decisively secured victory with her massive ninja tool attacks. The ninjutsu of Tenten and Temari, combined with the battlefield's favorable conditions, left the opponent with limited evasion options. S.H.I.E.L.D didn't participate at all, simply forfeiting. As a S.H.I.E.L.D of a certain background, displaying his ninjutsu was a taboo. Lee, having avoided Gaara, also triumphed magnificently. The list for the third official Chunin exam was quickly confirmed, and afterward, each participant was given a month to prepare. Each exam in the Chunin exam holds special significance. The written exam tests intelligence gathering, while collecting the Scroll of Heaven and Earth tests comprehensive abilities. The individual competition then tests the ability to fight against unfamiliar foes. The official exam, given a month's preparation period, primarily tests a ninja's intelligence and tactics. Becoming a Chunin isn't easy. Both strength and wisdom are required, as Chunin can serve as captains and lead Junin teams on missions. Within the 5 major ninja villages, Chunin often lead the main mission teams. Naruto and the other 12 ninjas are all Jonin, a special distinction given their unique abilities. Konoha had 87 participants in this Chunin exam excluding the 12 ninjas. There were still over 70 Junin, and the captains of these Junin were generally Chunin. In the ninja world, only those who demonstrate exceptional talent receive better resources. If a Junin excels, their leader isn't replaced, they're simply transferred to a stronger team. A month, neither long nor short, is a perfect opportunity for the official exams, and none of the ninjas left Konoha. This month is a perfect opportunity to intensively improve their skills. Wasting time traveling is a foolish move. This choice alone clearly indicates that one is not a qualified Chunin. Junin's strength is not like that of Jonin, and it is difficult to improve through intensive training. For a Junin, a month of intensive training can lead to rapid progress. Sasuke mastered Chidori in a month, and Naruto learned summoning. During the time when those participating in the official competition were undergoing intensive training, more people began to come to Konoha. This time, they were all heavyweights, the daimyo of the Land of Fire, envoys from the other 4 lands, and envoys from the Iwagakure and Kumagakure. These people would come to watch the competition before the official competition began. The relationship between the 5 major lands and the 5 major ninja villages is very complicated. People from the Land of Fire do not have to hire ninjas from Konoha village. It is entirely a matter of personal preference whether they want to hire ninjas from that village. The reason why Araza of the Sands village attacked Konoha was because Konoha had taken too much business from the Land of Wind, causing the daimyo of the Wind to start cutting down on the expenses of the Sands village. Because Konoha is the most renowned of the 5 great ninja villages, many in the 5 great ninja nations are willing to hire Konoha's ninjas. For example, the wife of the former daimyo of the Land of Lightning once hired Konoha's Uchiha clan to fight against a Blood Dragon Eye clan of the Kumo village. This led to the annihilation of the renowned Blood Dragon Eye clan of the Kumo village. Itachi was not the first or only person to kill members of his own clan in the ninja world, others had done so before. Itachi was a brother Khan, while the other was a daughter Khan. Rasengan, near the training caves in the southern part of Konoha village, Naruto, aided by his shadow clones, formed a Rasengan with his right hand, leaving a remarkably smooth hole in the trunk of a large tree. This battle is going to be interesting. In this Chunin tournament, Naruto's first opponent was once again Neji. Shen Fei found it intriguing that Naruto, now having mastered the Rasengan, would face his brother-in-law, Hyuga Neji. This Jiraiya, was this also the way he taught the 4th Hokage? Jiraiya's method of teaching Naruto was very simple. He would teach you a technique and let you practice it slowly, while he would go to the side to peek. It was the hot July, and there were many pleasing scenery at the waterfall. Jiraiya was lying in the grass, staring at the scenery and enjoying himself. Naruto only practiced two techniques, one was the Rasengan, and the other was the summoning technique. Are we going to start? Let's go. As the time was getting closer to the time for the official competition, after Kabuto came to the door that day, Shen Fei left Konoha quietly with Kabuto after leaving a shadow clone. Are you here? The two hurried along the way, and soon saw Orochimaru and Kimimaro beside him in front of a small wooden house. I just came to see just how powerful a cage-level warrior truly is. Shen Fei immediately made his position clear upon meeting Orochimaru. Orochimaru's purpose for appearing here was simple, to assassinate the fourth Kazekage, Raza, and then impersonate him to participate in the joint Chunin exams. You'll see, he declared, and the group headed towards the river country. Assassinating a cage-level warrior was no easy task. Orochimaru likely had this planned and prepared for it before the alliance even began. Just like the fourth Kazekage, Raza's route was unknown to the average person. With countless possible routes from the Sand Village to Konoha, assassination would be impossible without prior knowledge of his route. Raza, after all, was the Kazekage, and he wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal his whereabouts to Orochimaru, even if they were currently working together. The river country is truly a perfect place to ambush Raza. The river country, also known as the river country, is a small nation nestled between the fire country and the wind country. Its terrain resembles a long, narrow river, hence its name. The river country is extremely weak, lacking any ninja villages. Its continued existence stems primarily from its role as a buffer between the fire country and the wind country. That's why those who came to Konoha to observe the official Chunin exams were known as the river country. As its name suggests, the country is rife with rivers of varying sizes, each with a swift current. While this is a natural advantage for water-based ninjas, it's also the most unsuitable terrain for the fourth Kazekage, Raza's magnetic escape technique. This demonstrates that Gaara, the Calabash brother, possesses remarkable foresight. Don't worry, I won't disturb you. Upon reaching the ambush site in the river country, Shen Fei immediately leaped into the distance, away from Orochimaru and the others, and immediately entered the mirror dimension. About an hour later, three figures from the west came rushing towards this side. The leader was none other than the fourth Kazekage, Raza, who was wearing a Kazekage hat and robe. Yet, of the three people on their way, Raza was the first to stop, his eyes scanning around. After seeing the Kazekage's movements, the two Anbu beside him immediately stepped forward, protecting Raza behind them, and being cautiously alert. Come out. After taking a look at the surrounding environment, Raza suddenly shouted. You're here now, I've been waiting for a long time. Orochimaru slowly walked out from behind a reef. Orochimaru, why are you here? Guess, Hidden Shadow Multi-Handed Snake. Chapter 428, Death of Three Generations, Part 2. Orochimaru hadn't even finished his words when he struck. Over 20 massive black snakes instantly erupted from his right arm, their maws gaping as they lunged towards Raza and the other two. Although Raza had been wary of Orochimaru's appearance, he hadn't anticipated his swiftness. Caught off guard, he lost the initiative. Seeing the multitude of black snakes charging towards him, wrapped in a whirlwind of blood, Raza could only retreat. Retreat, Raza said, his foot tapping the water as he immediately leaped backward. The two Anbu behind him, alerted by Raza's words, also leaped backward. Raza had come to Konoha to execute the plan to destroy Konoha, and his two guards were naturally experts from the Sand Village. 10 finger-piercing bullets. As the three leaped into the air, Kimimaro, from behind Raza and to his left, launched his 10 fingertips-like bullets, shooting towards Raza and the other two. 3 waves of fire followed, completely blocking Raza and the others from all directions. Bang! In mid-air, Raza produced a sealing scroll. As it unfolded, a golden cube, roughly 2 meters long, appeared before him. Instantly, the cube seemed to dissolve, transforming into a golden curtain that blocked all 3 of them, blocking Kimimaro's 10-finger bullets. Sure enough, no one who becomes a cage is a simple person. In the mirrored space, Shen Fei nodded with a sense of emotion as he gazed at the golden curtain. The golden cube was indeed gold dust. As the wind cage, he couldn't carry a guard like the Calabash brothers, and magnetic escape techniques were very restrictive. He simply placed the gold dust inside the sealing scroll. While magnetic escape techniques were powerful, they were also very limited. Like water escape techniques and earth escape techniques, even without the corresponding environment, chakra could be created. Chakra was incredibly powerful, capable of transforming into a variety of substances. Besides the 5 elemental ninjutsu, it could also transform into oil, something Jiraiya excelled at. It can also be transformed into poison. Tsunade's Shizune can do this, but it seems chakra can't directly create sand. The 3rd Kazekage, the 4th Kazekage, and Gaara, the 5th Kazekage, all possess the same Keki Genkai, but their specialties are different. Furthermore, magnetic release isn't unique to the Sand Village. The Kumo Village also has ninjas who can use it, but that ninja's magnetic release is significantly different from the Sand Village's. The Kumo Village's magnetic release primarily targets weapons. Come to think of it, Kid's ability might be the Parahuman Magnet Fruit, Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu. Raza had just blocked Kamimaro's Corpse Vein attack when Orochimaru launched his next attack, using Water Release, the jutsu most effective against magnetic release. Whether it's iron sand, gold sand, or even sand, water release is significantly less effective against it. Even the sand fruit is countered by water. While Orochimaru primarily relies on the Shadow Snake Hand and its derivatives in combat, this doesn't mean he doesn't possess other jutsu. In fact, he possesses proficiency in all 5. He rarely uses other jutsu because his Shadow Snake Hand is his most adept fighting style. If the Shadow Snake Hand isn't enough to defeat an enemy, neither will the other jutsu. However, learning multiple jutsu does have its advantages, allowing for targeted attacks on enemy weaknesses, as is the case now. The Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu is rarely used in the ninja world, but those who can muster it are experts. Because this jutsu requires a significant number of hand seals, a full 44, those with less skill are simply unable to use it. However, the Water Dragon Bullet currently used by Orochimaru doesn't require 44 hand seals, having been modified by the 2nd Hokage to require only 4. The hand seals used in ninjutsu vary significantly depending on a person's talent, strength, and proficiency. For example, Itachi can perform the Great Fireball Jutsu with a single hand seal. The Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu is a technique mastered by the 3rd Hokage, Orochimaru, and the 4th Hokage, but each one has its own unique seal. Bang! A water dragon, over 10 meters long, slammed directly into Raza's curtain of gold dust. Although Orochimaru's attack was blocked, his expression darkened. Because the gold dust becomes heavier due to the presence of water, it requires more chakra to control. Orochimaru, what do you mean by this? Raza, levitating the gold dust around him, fixed his gaze on Orochimaru as he approached. He was completely puzzled as to why Orochimaru would attack him. The two sides' collaboration on the Konoha collapse plan wasn't a recent one, they'd been in contact for a long time. This plan benefited both sides, so if a falling out ensued after the plan was implemented, Raza wouldn't be surprised. However, for Orochimaru to attack him before the action was even launched was truly bizarre. Or are you a Konoha spy? Raza immediately offered his guess. The 5 great ninja villages were extremely xenophobic, and for good reason. Who knows if an outsider might be a spy sent by another village. Such spies are plentiful in the ninja world, like Itachi, who is himself a spy. In fact, this kind of thing can be found in the history of Qin's Moon. Yadoli, one of the 4 famous assassins, used a self-torture tactic to assassinate his target. To get closer to his target, he sacrificed his wife, children, and even his arm, a truly tragic assassination. It's no wonder Raza suspected this. Otherwise, Orochimaru wouldn't have had any reason to attack him now. With him, a cage-level powerhouse capable of controlling the gold sand, he could undoubtedly bring even greater casualties and destruction to Konoha. Orochimaru's plan to destroy Konoha is purely about killing his own teacher. Hearing Raza's speculation, Shen Fei would probably have made the same assumption if he didn't know Orochimaru well. Eliminating one's own cage-level experts before executing the plan made no sense. Given Orochimaru and Raza's partnership, if Orochimaru wanted to impersonate the 4th Kazekage, Raza would have immediately agreed. He'd have been eager to hand the 3rd Hokage over to Orochimaru, freeing him up to wreak even greater havoc on Konoha. In reality, aside from the death of the 3rd Hokage, Konoha suffered relatively little damage from the Konoha plan. Instead, it was the Sand Village that was betrayed by Orochimaru, losing a number of its elite members. Konoha even used the Konoha plan to inflict a bloody defeat, which later led to the emergence of the 12 ninjas. It can be said that the Konoha plan played a significant role in this. However, in reality, Orochimaru just wanted to give his teacher a surprise. In order to be able to fight the 3rd Hokage one-on-one. He used the 4 purple flame formation. However, the truth of the matter was something that others could only guess at. Only Orochimaru knew the truth. Well, a dead man doesn't need to know so much. The 10,000 snake formation, Orochimaru said as he clasped his hands together and quickly formed a few seals. Then, an endless swarm of snakes spewed out of Orochimaru's mouth. This technique is really something. Even though there was a mirror space between them, Shen Fei felt a little numb when he saw this scene. This technique was really creepy. 10 fingers piercing bullets. At the same time, Kimimaro also launched an attack. The attacks of the two made Raza's face look very ugly. After looking at the water surface, he immediately unfolded the gold sand, which turned into a golden sphere, surrounding himself and the two Anbu. Bang bang bang. Kimimaro's attack arrived first, but was once again blocked by the gold dust. Seizing this opportunity, the endless swarm of snakes surrounding it completely submerged the gold dust. In a moment, the golden sphere disappeared, leaving only a vast snake ball. The swarm was simply too numerous. Boom boom boom. The snake ball suddenly erupted with an incredibly powerful explosion, its force sending waves several meters high across the water. The surrounding reefs also shook violently from the detonation. As expected of the Kazakage, Orochimaru licked his lips unconsciously as he watched the blood mist dissipate and the golden sphere emerge once more. Now, surrounding the golden sphere, dozens of black snakes emanated the cold, sharp light of the Kusanagi sword from their mouths. Then, dozens of black snakes, holding the Kusanagi swords in their mouths, rushed toward the golden sphere ahead. The Kusanagi swords pierced the golden sphere with a metallic clang. Most of the black snakes shattered along with their Kusanagi swords upon impact, but a few managed to penetrate the golden sphere with their Kusanagi swords. For Orochimaru, the Kusanagi swords belong to a family of weapons, not just one. Different Kusanagi swords possess distinct properties. The one Orochimaru possesses has an elongating effect, a true 40-meter-long sword, while the one in Sasuke's possession is most effective in enhancing chakra. This Raza has truly been tricked. Previously, Raza's only way to evade Orochimaru and Kimimaro's attacks was to dive underwater. Unfortunately, due to his magnetic escape technique, he couldn't easily do so. Lord Kazakage, let's go! As the golden sphere shattered, 3 figures burst out, charging in 3 different directions. All 3 bore the appearance of Raza. Kimimaro immediately stepped forward to intercept the Raza charging toward him. Orochimaru, with his main form, intercepted one, leaving the remaining snake to block the other. Bang, bang, bang. All 3 Raza were stopped, but the next moment, another figure burst out from the golden sphere. This one was also Raza. A puppet. Looking at the 3 Raza from before, they were all puppets. Bang. Raza, the last to emerge, had just escaped Orochimaru and Kimimaro's encirclement when another figure suddenly appeared before him, slashing at him with a knife. Raza could only use his right hand to block the attack. The collision caused a muffled groan, and both of them staggered, involuntarily retreating backward. The person who came was none other than Kabuto Yakushi, who had been hiding nearby. Kabuto Yakushi, who had retreated several steps, raised his trembling right palm, smiled at Raza across from him, and said, "You're truly worthy of being the 4th Kazakage. Under such an attack, you were able to take my blow unscathed." Kabuto Yakushi's appearance made Raza's expression even more solemn. While he appeared to have taken Kabuto Yakushi's blow unscathed, the spot where he had collided with Kabuto was slowly cracking, sending strands of golden dust falling to the surface. Gaara knew the sand armor, but as the 4th Kazakage, Raza ignored it. In fact, his golden dust armor was much stronger. Gaara's sand was countered by Raza's golden dust, though its natural weight meant it was countered. Similarly, Shukaku, the one tail, was also countered by him. Raza's strength was undoubtedly greater than that of Kabuto Yakushi, but he had previously expended a great deal of chakra to resist Orochimaru's golden Manzara formation, and was now running low on chakra. In ninja battles, aside from Naruto, Sasuke in his later years, and exceptional figures like Uchiha Madara, the first Hokage, and the Otsutsuki clan, all other ninjas had to consider chakra consumption. The second Hokage, formidable as he was, possessed a flying thunder god jutsu, yet ultimately, it was his chakra that sapped him, as he was slain by Kinkaku and Jinkaku, along with the 6 paths ninja world. "I never expected that," he sighed softly. Raza's gold dust armor immediately peeled off, transforming into 3 gold dust spears, which he launched towards Kabuto Yakushi, Kimimaro, and Orochimaru. Having previously abandoned the gold dust there in order to escape, Raza now had to rely on his own gold dust armor to fight. You want to escape? That's not so easy. Hidden Shadow Snake Hand, Orochimaru, having deflected the gold dust spears, immediately used Hidden Shadow Snake Hand again, watching Raza attempt to escape midair. Simultaneously, Kimimaro and Kabuto Yakushi launched their attacks on Raza in midair. Kimimaro continued his 10-finger piercing bullets, while Kabuto Yakushi unleashed a barrage of kunai, shurikens, and even explosive tags. Magnetic escape allowed him to manipulate the gold dust, allowing him to fly. However, with his chakra depleted, Raza's flight was extremely slow, making him unable to evade the combined might of the three and forcing him to leap from the sky. Being restrained is truly tragic. Shen Fei couldn't help but shake his head slightly as he watched Raza, completely powerless under the three's attack. This was the true nature of ninja combat, albeit with logistics. Against overwhelming sheer power, this kind of battle was impossible. Raza was, after all, the fourth Kazekage. Despite being outnumbered, and having previously lost the initiative, Orochimaru and his three companions still struggled to defeat him in a short period of time. Realizing that escaping in midair was impossible, he exploited an injury to allow himself to be flung to a nearby instructor's location. He then transformed the reef into gold dust and resumed the fight. If this were land, Raza could have used his chakra to create gold dust on the ground. If it were a desert, even if he was outnumbered, he wouldn't be outmatched in a short period of time. He could have easily fought back against Orochimaru's previous Manzara formation with a large amount of gold dust, but unfortunately, the environment restricted him from using many of his ninjutsu. After fighting and escaping, Raza finally escaped from the water and reached land, but unfortunately, by then, he was already exhausted. After all, he's the father of Temari and Gaara. Chapter 429 Plan Launch. Trying to kill his own child? I really don't know what to say about this Raza. His death is actually a good thing for Gaara. Compared to Adachi's genocide, he could justify it as a desire for peace in Konoha, but Raza's intention to kill Gaara was purely a figment of his imagination, a way to test him. Jinchuriki are inherently disliked by the village and deeply lonely. All non-blackened Jinchuriki share a bond. Without this bond, with the possible exception of Naruto, the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra, other Jinchuriki, once they reach power, rarely return to the village unless absolutely necessary. Even Killer Bee, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, rarely appears before the villagers. This is likely due to Killer Bee's close relationship with the fourth Raikage, otherwise he would likely follow the example of the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, the two Yukatas, using missions to minimize his visits to the village. This is also related to the fact that the Akatsuki was able to capture the Jinchuriki so easily. If the Jinchuriki had all stayed in the village, capturing them alive would have been much more difficult. Just look at the commotion Pain went through to capture Naruto. Gaara was captured in the Sand Village not because of the village's lack of strength, but because many diehards there obstructed many elite ninjas, preventing them from taking action. Otherwise, as the cage of one of the 5 great ninja villages, Gaara would have been so easily captured. The 5 great ninja villages remained silent about the rejection and abuse of their Jinchuriki, and the same is true for Naruto in Konoha. However, compared to the cage of the other 4 villages, Raza pulled a more daring tactic. He sent assassins to test Gaara's will, testing his rage. This wasn't just the first or second time, and he even sent someone close to Gaara. This was a truly remarkable move. Gaara's transformation began when he accidentally killed Yoshimaru. If Raza hadn't done this outrageous move and had always let Yoshimaru accompany Gaara, it would have been like Naruto having Iruka and Killer Bee having AI, and so many things would never have happened later. The geographical location of the Sand Village itself is not good, and with such a Kazekage who likes to play outrageous moves, it really makes people wonder what to say. Take the Konoha collapse plan for example. Even if Orochimaru sincerely cooperated with Raza, it would be difficult for the Sand Village to gain any substantial benefits in the end. If Konoha's strength is really weakened, the Kumo Village and the Iwa Village will benefit the most. These 2 ninja villages have always been ambitious. There is no way. Who made the Sand Village too weak among the 5 major ninja villages? First of all, it is geographically weak. Unless it is necessary, ordinary people will not want to go to the Sand Village. If there is a choice, the person issuing the task will not even think of going to the Sand Village. This is their biggest weakness. The second point is their weakness. Most of the Sand Village's ninjutsu have significant limitations, as evidenced by Raza's current situation. If it were a desert location, even in a 1-on-3 situation, Raza wouldn't be so timid. There, as it is now, among Orochimaru, Kimimaro, and Kabuto Yakushi, only Kimimaro suffered serious injuries, while Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi only suffered minor injuries. Raza is, after all, a cage-level expert. Even if the environment restrained him, it would be impossible for Orochimaru and the other two to defeat him unscathed. Shen Fei would be about the same. The Sand Village can defend itself, but expansion is impossible. Strictly speaking, if Konoha's strength were significantly weakened, the Fourth Shinobi World War would likely erupt. Peace has long reigned since the Third Shinobi World War, and the major ninja villages have recovered from their losses. The ambitious Iwagakure and Kumagakure are already poised for action. However, the Konoha collapse plan ended so quickly, and Konoha subsequently signed another peace pact with the Sand Village, preventing the two villages from finding an opportunity. As for a joint attack on Konoha by the two villages, that was simply impossible. The alliances between the 5 major ninja villages were unreliable. Just look at the Sand Village's pact with Konoha, it could be broken at any moment. The Mist Village and the Iwagakure had originally planned to form an alliance to attack Konoha, but due to disputes over the ownership of the spoils, the second Tsuchikage and the second Mizukage clashed, resulting in both sides being annihilated. Not to mention the third Raikage's death at the hands of the Iwagakure. This alone made it impossible for the fourth Raikage to cooperate with Konoha. In the final analysis, the Sand Village is still too weak, but Gaara, thanks to his friendship with Naruto, has helped the Sand Village prosper. Just as Shen Fei was lamenting the Sand Village in Gaara's impressive maneuvers, the battle finally drew to a close. Kimimaro, leveraging the power of his animal devil fruit, along with his corpse veins and curse seal's secondary transformation, withstood Raza's final burst of aura reflexes. Using the magnet-style gold dust world technique, he created an opening for Orochimaru to pierce Raza's body with his sword. This attack, the combined power of the three forces, pierced Kimimaro's body, leaving him gravely wounded. He truly risked his life for Orochimaru. Seeing the battle over, Shen Fei immediately conjured a mystic gate in the distance, then quickly reappeared beside Orochimaru and the others. By this time, Raza was completely dead. It seems he won't be able to participate in the rest of the battle. Kimimaro's outburst had intensified his bloodline disease, and combined with the side effects of the curse seal, he was completely unable to fight for a while. This was what Kabuto Yakushi remarked after checking on Kimimaro. If Kimimaro's animal devil fruit awakens, with its rapid recovery capabilities, I wonder if it could slow down his bloodline disease. Shen Fei pondered this, observing Kimimaro lying on the ground. At this time, Orochimaru was examining Raza's body, firstly to confirm his death and secondly to remove some of his body substances for future research and impure world reincarnation. Raza only had his own body substances on him, as all the other items he had carried with him had been consumed in the previous battle. During his battle with the third Hokage, Orochimaru himself likely knew the coffin that had caused the failed impure world reincarnation. Removing his body substances was just a precaution. It was thanks to this battle that Kabuto Yakushi later resurrected the fourth Kazekage. Orochimaru then found the fourth Kazekage's body, along with the two Anbu corpses, and dumped them into a remote valley. It wasn't that Orochimaru didn't want to take the bodies with him, but that doing so would cause great trouble. The body of a village cage, possessing a Kekkei Genkei, is extremely important. However, precisely because of this importance, even Orochimaru wouldn't simply pack up and take the body away. This is no ordinary ninja. If the Sand Village doesn't find the fourth Kazekage's body later, they'll definitely come after Orochimaru. Raza isn't Gaara. After his disappearance, few truly attempted to rescue him. This is similar to the disappearance of the third Kazekage. Sand Villages, after all, one of the 5 great ninja villages. If a serious attack were to take place, Orochimaru would be in serious trouble. When the third Raikage died in battle, the Iwagakure sent his body back to the Kumo village. A cage dies in battle, and another is chosen. But if the body falls into someone else's hands, the situation becomes completely different. I hope the teacher enjoys this surprise. As the group neared Konoha, Shen Fei and Kabuto Yakushi immediately separated from Orochimaru. The two quietly returned to Konoha, while Orochimaru, using his identity as the fourth Kazekage, made a grand entrance at the gates. Orochimaru had chosen this time in advance. The actual Chunin exams were tomorrow, and impersonating the fourth Kazakage was merely a temporary fix. Many in the Sands village were familiar with the fourth Kazakage, and arriving too early and spending too much time with him might arouse suspicion. The Fire Country daimyo has a lot of free time. He's probably surrounded by this generation's 12 ninja guardians. While the daimyo in the ninja world may not have a strong presence, that doesn't mean their entourage is weak. With the strength of their ninja, how could the daimyo not strengthen their own defenses? After all, the daimyo of the 5 great powers couldn't easily see the strength of their ninja. With the 12 ninja guardians surrounding the Fire Country daimyo, even if Konoha wanted to assassinate him, it would require a significant force. The Fire Country, beside the daimyo, was a figure dressed as a monk, presumably one of the 12 ninjas from the Fire Country. Besides the Fire Country daimyo and several smaller daimyos who came in person, the other 4 great powers had sent numerous ministers. Please, as the third Hokage and fourth Kazakage, clad in divine robes, walked to the front dais and took their seats, the competition officially began. The first match was between Naruto and Neji. This Shanan is quite powerful, capable of creating so many physical clones. But doesn't that weaken his own strength? Naruto's multiple shadow clone technique captured the attention of many ninja spectators. Konoha's shadow clone technique was renowned in the ninja world. Those familiar with the shadow clone technique were astonished by the chakra within Naruto's body, though they were skeptical of his ingenuity. I didn't expect to see this jutsu, Orochimaru said to the third Hokage, seated on the other side, with a hint of surprise, after Naruto unleashed the Rasengan. The Rasengan was equally renowned in the ninja world thanks to the fourth Hokage. While the younger generation might not be familiar with the fourth Hokage, the older generation knew the terrifying power of that fleeting yellow light on the battlefield, a nightmare for every hostile ninja village. The ninja world is mission-driven, and abandoning a mission is a must. Konoha's White Fang was driven to death by rumors because they abandoned a mission. However, during the Third Shinobi World War, rival ninja villages had an order that upon encountering a yellow flash on the battlefield, they could abandon their mission and flee without being held accountable by the village, instantly killing 50 Jonin. If those 50 were standing together, Shen Fei could have taken them all out with a single move, but if they were scattered, he wouldn't be able to do so. What kind of ninjutsu is that, Shikamaru? I know. And other ninjas of Naruto's generation stared in amazement at the Rasengan in Naruto's hands in the stands. This was the first time they had seen this unmarked ninjutsu. Ninja is in danger. Hinata Hayashi shook his head slightly after seeing the Rasengan. Naruto's status as the son of the fourth Hokage was not widely publicized in Konoha. After Neji reported this to the Hyuga clan's leadership, he was immediately gagged. In reality, most of Konoha's top brass knew of Naruto's identity. The Rasengan defied all odds. Naruto's strength is considerably stronger than it was at this point in the original story. Shen Fei was slightly surprised as he watched Naruto's Rasengan collide head-on with Neji's Kaiten, sending out sparks and shockwaves. In the original story, Naruto ultimately defeated Neji by a surprise attack from underground. By the way, did Naruto finally resolve the split of the Hyuga clan? I only saw Hinata's head no longer bear the caged bird mark. Shen Fei wasn't sure about the outcome of Naruto's promise to Neji, but judging by the lack of the caged bird mark on Hinata's forehead, it seemed he'd fulfilled it. After all, the 5 great ninja villages were allied at the time, and no one coveted the Byakugan, at least not openly. They finally met. Temari encountered Shikamaru, as usual. This time, due to the vastness of the field, Temari's wind-style advantage was significantly reduced. Ultimately, just like in the original story, Shikamaru surrendered after controlling Temari with a shadow binding technique. Shikamaru, given his personality, would have simply surrendered, but this battle was meant to showcase Konoha's strength, so he had to give it his all. His surrender wasn't a sign of letting up, but rather a genuine sense of impending defeat. The previous battle had drained Shikamaru's stamina and chakra. Shadow binding couldn't hold Temari for long, and using it directly to injure the opponent wasn't enough. The tournament was a round-robin format, with a winner moving on to the next round. Aside from the time-consuming battle between Temari and Shikamaru, the other matches were brief. With some players forfeiting, the final winner could be decided in about half a day. With the semifinals approaching, Lee faced Gaara, but unexpectedly, Lee still faced Gaara. Suddenly, a shower of white feathers descended from the sky above the arena. This was the result of Kabuto Yakashi's illusion, the Nirvana Shrine no Jutsu. The plume of white feathers instantly put most of the spectators in the stands to sleep, including the Jinan Hinata and others. Remove it. Sakura reacted immediately and immediately formed a seal to dispel the illusion. Then, she immediately woke Ino beside her. What's going on? Ino, who had woken up, was surprised to see that most of the people around her were asleep. Someone used an illusion. Sakura, you're still awake. Good. Wake up the others immediately and help save them. Kakashi appeared beside Sakura and gave a direct order. Kakashi-sensei, what happened? Sakura immediately asked back. I'm not sure, but it's definitely not good. Now is not the time to ask so many questions. Just follow your orders. As Kakashi watched the people wearing the Otogakure forward protectors stand up after most of the others fell asleep, his eyes were fixed on the platform. There, the fourth Kazekage held the third Hokage hostage. Chapter 430, Baptism of War, Part 1. Lord Kazekage, what do you mean by this? On the podium, despite a kunai held at his neck, the third Hokage remained remarkably calm. Didn't you see that? Standing behind him, the fourth Kazekage surveyed the surrounding chaos with a sneer. With that, the fourth Kazekage leaped from the podium to the rooftop with the third Hokage. The view from there was much better than from the podium itself, overlooking not only the entire arena but also the rest of Konoha. Hokage-sama, seeing the Hokage being held hostage, the Anbu guarding nearby immediately rushed forward. However, at that moment, 4 ninjas dressed as Anbu rushed out from the 4 corners of the podium. However, their goal wasn't to rescue the Hokage, but rather the 6 Anbu who were also trying to save him. Ninjutsu, spider nest open, one of the Anbu quickly formed hand seals with both hands, then unleashed a massive spider web that blocked all directions in front of him, leaving the Konoha Anbu with no room for escape and forcing them to face the attack head-on. The leading Anbu immediately swung the kunai in their right hand, shimmering with strands of chakra. With a few flashes of cold light, the massive spider web was shattered. Although the Konoha Anbu reacted quickly, the brief delay was enough for the 4 Anbu to reveal their disguises, the Sound 4. Because the Konoha Anbu wore masks, their true identities were unknown, save for a few like the Hokage. Therefore, while some disguised themselves as ordinary people, the rest of the Sound 4 were disguised as Anbu. Each of the Sound 4 occupied one corner of the roof, quickly forming hand seals and instantly deploying a rectangular barrier covering the entire roof, the 4 purple flame formation. The purple barrier was shrouded in a strange purple flame. An Anbu, desperate to save the third Hokage, felt a surge of purple flames upon contacting the barrier. His struggle ceased after a brief moment. It's a barrier, stay away, the leading Anbu said, launching his kunai at the barrier of the 4 purple flame formation. Instantly, the kunai erupted in purple flames and dissolved. Go get the barrier squad immediately. The previous Anbu's death, and the dissolving kunai, had immediately taught the Anbu leader the difficulty of destroying the barrier from the outside. He immediately ordered the Anbu on his side to bring Konoha's barrier squad. Anbu who could serve as the Hokage's personal guard were naturally no ordinary ninja. While not as powerful as elite ninja like Kakashi and Asuma, they were still significantly stronger than the average Jonin. Konoha's Anbu's reputation in the ninja world wasn't just hype, it was earned through hard work. Isn't this place spectacular? On the rooftop, the 4th Kazekage's kunai, still poised at the 3rd Hokage's neck, gestured for him to observe the chaos unfolding in the arena. Kabuto Yakashi's Nirvana Shrine technique was only effective against ordinary people and Jinan-level figures. The leaders and wealthy individuals from various countries did not fall into deep sleep. Instead, they fled swiftly, led by their guards. The fastest was the daimyo of the Land of Fire, who, led by the 6 Guardian 12 ninja, disappeared immediately. To these people, this sudden unrest was clearly aimed at Konoha. They had no reason to fight for Konoha and were even eager to watch the fun from the sidelines. Perhaps even the daimyo of the Land of Fire felt the same way. The Otonin in the arena did nothing to stop their escape. Orochimaru's target was Konoha, or more precisely, the 3rd Hokage. These enemy forces were undoubtedly a distraction. Lord Kazekage, are you seeking to start a war? There's still time to stop it. We can discuss anything. Looking at the numerous flares rising in the distance, the 3rd Hokage's expression suddenly grew serious. Those flares signaled a massive enemy invasion. Konoha had indeed received intelligence about potential complications during the Chunin exams, but after some discussion, the Konoha leadership concluded that the situation was, At most, a surprise attack by a small group of elite enemies intent on disrupting Konoha's 5-yearly joint Chunin exams. They hadn't considered the possibility of war. However, those signal flares indicated one thing: war had begun. At this point, you're still trying to persuade them to stop. Sensei, you haven't changed at all. The fourth Kazukage's voice suddenly became familiar yet unfamiliar, causing the third Hokage's pupils to shrink. Although he hadn't heard the voice in over a decade, it was still incredibly familiar. The next moment, the third Hokage vanished from Orochimaru's presence. When he reappeared, he was standing 3 meters away, his eyes fixed on him. "Who are you?" Despite the familiarity of the voice, the third Hokage still wanted to confirm. "After all this time, Sensei, have you forgotten me?" the fourth Kazekage said, throwing aside his Kazekage hat, revealing his true identity, Orochimaru. "Long time no see, Sarutobi-sensei," Orochimaru said with a tone of unusual nostalgia. How could it be him? Anbu outside the barrier gasped in surprise upon seeing Orochimaru. As the Hokage's direct subordinate, he naturally knew who Orochimaru was. Not only was the Anbu leader exclaiming in surprise, but so was Maki, a sand ninja Jonin, who was with a sound ninja in the arena. The sudden transformation of the fourth Kazekage into Orochimaru, coupled with his continued absence, gave Maki a foreboding feeling. Maki's position in the Sand Village was similar to that of Nara Shikoku in Konoha. While not quite as high as Nara Shikoku, he was still considered a prominent figure in the village, and he made a quick decision. The fourth Kazekage's absence, and his lack of notification of the change in plans, was highly unusual, so Maki immediately abandoned his plan to destroy Konoha. He quietly approached Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro, ordering them to return to the Sand Village immediately. Gaara, though somewhat reluctant, ultimately left with Temari and Maki under Maki's strict orders. The original plan for Konoha's collapse called for the Sound Village to be inside, and the Sand Village to be outside, with both sides collaborating internally and externally. Furthermore, Gaara would fully unleash Shukaku, the one-tailed beast, to unleash its power on Konoha. As a tailed beast, its greatest strength lies in widespread destruction. Furthermore, Raza could utilize Shukaku's sand to manipulate Konoha's terrain to his advantage. It was a brilliant plan, but unfortunately, it was aborted. "Kakashi, was that him?" Guy asked Kakashi, who was standing back to back with him in the stands, after kicking a sound ninja away. "That's right. I didn't expect the Sand Village and the Sound Village to join forces. Fortunately, something seems to have changed between them." Kakashi had been well aware of the situation in the stands. The fourth Kazekage's transformation into Orochimaru, along with the disappearance of Maki, Gaara, and the others, immediately gave him a clue. "It's been ages since we've fought side by side like this. Be careful, your wounds haven't fully healed yet. Don't worry, youth won't be affected by this little injury, Kakashi. This time, it's all about who kills the most enemies," Guy said excitedly, rushing towards the Otonin on one side. He kicked one away, then punched another. Boom boom boom. As the battle in the arena began, so too did the fighting around Konoha. Dozens of gigantic three-headed snakes began to assault Konoha's walls. Despite Konoha's desperate resistance, they were faced with the Sand Village's preparedness, forcing them to retreat. Years of peace had inevitably bolstered Konoha's defenses. Station collapsed jutsu, but then the situation in the east eased. With a roar from the sky, a massive figure descended from the sky, instantly crushing the three-headed snakes, which had been wreaking havoc on the ground, unscathed by Konoha's kunai, shurikens, and even detonating tags. The arrival was naturally one of Konoha's 3 ninjas, the lecherous sage, the toad sage Jiraiya. Today was his usual gathering time, and he happened to be in the east, so he arrived immediately. "Gaimachu, please, fire style, great flame bullet jutsu." After dispatching a 3-headed snake, Jiraiya and the toad beneath him immediately separated and charged in 2 directions. Jiraiya, leaping from the toad's back, immediately formed hand seals and unleashed a powerful fire-style jutsu. A massive ball of blazing fire instantly transformed the next 3-headed snake in front of him into roasted meat, though the flames were clearly too intense, causing some of it to burn. Big Ball Rasengan. After roasting the 3-headed snake, Jiraiya landed and leaped again. A massive Rasengan appeared in his right hand, appearing above the third 3-headed snake. With one strike, he sent its head plummeting deep into the ground. As the Rasengan vanished, a bloody mess opened in the cracked ground. At this moment, Kamar-Taj used the two massive swords he carried on his back to dispatch the last of the three-headed snakes. Jiraiya's appearance and the instantaneous dispatch of the four rampaging three-headed snakes boosted Konoha's morale, while the Sand Ninja's morale plummeted. Orochimaru, old man, after dispatching the three snakes, Jiraiya didn't attack again. Instead, he leaped onto Kamar-Taj's body and gazed at the purple barrier rising above the arena in the distance. As one of the Sannin, he naturally recognized its nature, but unfortunately, he had no way to escape. When will true peace come? Although he deeply disliked bloodshed, facing the Sand Ninja attacking Konoha, Jiraiya had no choice but to respond. This is war. How does it feel? Across the arena, Shen Fei and Sasuke watched the battle unfold in the arena to their left, the exodus of Konoha's residents to their right, and the numerous three-headed snakes wreaking havoc in the distance. He softly asked Sasuke, who was standing by his side. After Orochimaru launched his attack, Sasuke summoned a shadow clone and took Karin away, while he himself, accompanied by Sasuke, watched the aftermath of the war unfold. He watched Sasuke silently as the terrified residents of Konoha fled in all directions, then continued, actually, Itachi's choice wasn't unreasonable. Once a war breaks out, no matter who wins, it's the civilians who suffer, so he slaughtered his entire clan, including his parents. Sasuke's voice was cold. Although the war had touched him deeply, the thought of his clan's annihilation, especially the death of his parents, immediately brought back his anger. The civilians of Konoha are certainly pitiful now, but you know, during the three great ninja wars, the most pitiful were actually the civilians of Megacure. Due to its geographical location, Megacure was heavily affected by all three wars, becoming the primary site of the third. Itachi's so-called peace only focused on Konoha. The leaders of the 5 major ninja villages only see their own villages. They have no idea what true peace is, Shen Fei said with a soft sigh. There's a saying that goes, it's better to be a dog in peacetime than a man in troubled times. This illustrates the terrifying nature of chaotic times. However, even with Shen Fei's power, he could only change the fate of a few people. Changing the entire world wasn't impossible, but it was far too complex. Shen Fei didn't teach Sasuke the same brainwashing he'd used with Orochimaru. Instead, he taught him a lot. This war was a testament to the 12 of Konoha, and to Sasuke as well, which was the primary reason he brought Sasuke to Konoha. Learning about war through books and materials without first-hand experience is completely different from actually being in the thick of it. Konoha's reaction mechanism is quite good, they've regained their composure so quickly. Konoha's status as the leader of the 5 great ninja villages wasn't undeserved. Despite the initial panic caused by the sudden attack, Konoha quickly began to organize its evacuation and counterattack. The Anbu and ninja from the major ninja clans began to assemble. Let's go and see the third Hokage. Regardless of the third Hokage's true situation, he undoubtedly played a significant role in the Uchiha clan's annihilation, and Sasuke naturally wanted to witness his demise in person. Sasuke, Shen Fei and Sasuke had just arrived at the arena when they encountered Kakashi, Guy, and the others, who had already dispatched the Otonin. Where'd that Kabuto Yakashi gone? He'd just left this place alone. Shen Fei looked around and couldn't find any trace of Kabuto Yakashi, leaving him speechless. Kakashi and Guy were able to dispatch the Otonin so quickly because Kabuto Yakashi, who was supposed to be in command, hadn't appeared and had taken away several true Jonin-level ninjas from the Otonin village. Hey, Kakashi, long time no see. Sasuke faced Kakashi with a calm expression, but his expression changed immediately upon catching sight of the third Hokage in the 4 purple flame formation. What are you doing here? You were involved in the attack on Konoha? Kakashi looked at Sasuke with a very conflicted expression. He had never expected to see Sasuke here. What are you doing here? Someone must be held accountable for the Uchiha clan's blood debt. Blood debt must be repaid with blood. Today is just the beginning, don't act rashly. As he said this, the Anbu on the side was about to attack Shen Fei and Sasuke, but was immediately stopped by Kakashi. Sasuke's strength was nothing, but Kakashi had personally experienced Shen Fei's strength. Even if he and Kai were here, as well as several close-quarters Anbu of the third Hokage, they might not be Shen Fei's match. Alright. Why waste time talking to them? Shen Fei glanced at Kakashi and the others, then grabbed Sasuke's shoulders. The expressions of the two instantly disappeared in front of Kakashi and the others. In the place, a broken tile from the barrier appeared, and the two appeared inside the barrier. This is a space-time ninjutsu. Chapter 431 The Baptism of War, Part 2. Watching Shen Fei and Sasuke appear within the four purple flame formation, Kakashi's expression instantly darkened. Kakashi had witnessed Shen Fei's strength firsthand. Kai's seventh Gate Day Tiger was no match for him. While such strength was formidable, Konoha could still handle it if they were willing to sacrifice. However, if space-time ninjutsu were added, the situation would be completely different. The fourth Hokage was so renowned during the Third Shinobi World War that the other four ninja villages failed to encircle and kill him. It was precisely because of the Flying Thunder God Jutsu's ability to move freely, making it impossible to encircle and kill him. This was unlike the Iwagakure encirclement and siege of the Third Raikage, who had no way to leave. However, the Flying Thunder God Jutsu allowed him to move freely. To date, the ninja world has no method for sealing space-time ninjutsu, and even barriers cannot seal space-time. If it weren't for saving the village, the fourth Hokage, who mastered the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, would have been extremely difficult to kill. The same was true for the second Hokage. Uchiha Obito was able to rise from the bottom of the class to become a match for the fourth Hokage during the Nine Tails Rebellion. This wouldn't have been possible without his Kamui. Now that Shen Fei has mastered space-time ninjutsu, he's on par with another Yellow Flash. More importantly, the space-time ninjutsu Shen Fei just displayed seems even more difficult to deal with than the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Although it was his first time seeing this kind of space-time ninjutsu, Kaka immediately analyzed the advantages and disadvantages between Shen Fei's special displacement and the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. The Flying Thunder God Jutsu needs to be marked in advance. Knowing this, it's completely possible to avoid it in advance, just like when the fourth Raikage and Killer Bee encountered Minato Namikaze, the fourth Raikage wanted to use his speed to deal with the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. However, Shen Fei's special displacement didn't have this weakness. A small tile could displace two people. This meant that when fighting, one needed to not only pay attention to the opponent, but also to everything around them. If one could displace another person, or even another object, the situation would be even more terrifying. As Kakashi thought about this, his left hand unconsciously pressed against his left eye, which was shielded by his forward protector. This was Kakashi's seriousness, similar to Shikamaru's thinking. What a terrifying ability. I wonder how wide its range is. Having analyzed Shen Fei's special displacement to this point in a flash, Kakashi couldn't help but sigh deeply. Unlike most people in the pirate world who prefer not to think, in the world of ninja, intelligence is paramount. Not only Kakashi witnessed the terrifying power of Shen Fei's special displacement, Orochimaru and the third Hokage also saw it. This was the four purple flame formation. Why did you bring him here? Orochimaru gave Shen Fei a deep look before turning his gaze to Sasuke. He wants to see the third Hokage for the last time and has something to say. According to Shen Fei's idea, it would be enough to watch the battle between Orochimaru and the third Hokage outside the barrier. However, Sasuke wanted to talk to the third Hokage, so he had to bring him in. Third Hokage, you didn't expect me to stand here. When Orochimaru was talking to Shen Fei, Sasuke suddenly took 2 steps forward, staring at the third Hokage opposite him. Sasuke, do you know what you are doing? After staring at Shen Fei for a long time, the third Hokage finally looked at Sasuke and said in a deep voice, "Of course I know. The hatred of destroying Konoha and the Uchiha clan must be repaid with blood." Sasuke suddenly shouted loudly. This guy has become a little arrogant again. Sasuke's words made Shen Fei complain helplessly in his heart. Things are not as you think. Don't be fooled. Cheated? If I have to say I was cheated, it was by the people of Konoha. Konoha was originally established jointly by the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. On what basis can you, the Senju clan, always hold a position of Hokage, while the Uchiha clan is suppressed in Konoha until it is exterminated? The whole Konoha only knows the name of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, but no one knows the name of Uchiha Madara, who is also the founder of Konoha, and he has even become a traitor. When the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara joined forces to establish Konoha, the Senju clan had an agreement with the Uchiha clan that the second Hokage would be a member of the Uchiha clan. But it was Senju Tobirama who became the second Hokage, and the Uchiha clan, instead, took on the annoying position of Konoha guard. Sasuke, do you know what you are saying? Sasuke's words made the eyes of the third Hokage gradually turn cold. Of course I know what I'm talking about. You, the third Hokage, seem amiable in Konoha, but in fact you're just an old guy who's greedy for the power of Hokage. There's no difference between you and that guy Danzo. The fourth Hokage has been dead for so many years, Konoha should have elected the fifth Hokage long ago. Why doesn't Konoha have a fifth Hokage now? Instead, it's you, the third Hokage, who should have retired long ago, who holds the power in Konoha. Sasuke, what are you talking about? Third Hokage Grandpa, you're not that kind of person. Outside the four purple flame formation, Naruto and Sakura rushed over immediately because they discovered Sasuke. If Kakashi hadn't stopped them quickly, the two would probably have touched the flames on the barrier at the first moment. You're still saying this now, Naruto. You haven't forgotten what kind of life you led as a child. The son of the fourth Hokage, you ate expired food and drank expired milk every day. Even these were not enough to fill you up, so you had to go to the river to catch fish and grill them to eat. Naruto, you are the son of the fourth Hokage, and this is how the third Hokage treated the son of the fourth Hokage, who sacrificed himself to protect Konoha. This is Konoha. Such a will of fire is really funny. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. As soon as Sasuke finished speaking, the third Hokage made a move. The three shurikens flying in the air, under his hand seals, instantly turned into a black mass of shurikens in his sight. He's angry and embarrassed, and he doesn't dare to let Sasuke finish his words. The move of the third Hokage made Shen Fei sneer. After seeing that Orochimaru beside him didn't move, Shen Fei immediately appeared beside Sasuke, and quickly made hand seals with his hands. Water style, water array wall. A water wall about 3 meters long and high enough to touch the barrier appeared in front of him, blocking all the shurikens that were coming at him. The other shurikens immediately disappeared on the floor tiles and the barrier behind him. Why are you so angry and humiliated that you want to kill and silence Sasuke, daring him to tell the truth? Unfortunately, no matter how hard you try, you can't hide what you've done. Naruto, do you know why your parents died in the Nine Tails Rebellion? Minato Namikaze, the Yellow Flash, was a figure feared throughout the ninja world. Yet, he didn't die in the Third Shinobi World War, but died at the Konoha village headquarters. Do you know why? Because during the Nine Tails Rebellion, when he was fighting the Nine Tails, someone deliberately withheld reinforcements, leading to their deaths in that civil strife. Do you know why you're a Jinchuriki? Because they wanted to protect you. You were just born then, and after their deaths, you had no power to defend yourself. It would have been easy for anyone to kill you. But if you were a Jinchuriki, it would be different. A Jinchuriki is a valuable asset to the village. There are people who would allow the fourth Hokage's son to perish, but wouldn't allow a perfect Jinchuriki vessel to die. Who these people are, I don't need to explain. Fire style, Great Flame Jutsu. Shen Fei was speaking when the third Hokage launched another attack. A sea of fire, accompanied by intense heat, nearly covered half of the barrier. As a ninjutsu master, the third Hokage was proficient in all branches of ninjutsu, each capable of unleashing immense power. The fire style, Great Flame Jutsu, is equally renowned in the ninja world. Like the Great Fireball Jutsu in the Uchiha clan, the fire style, Great Flame Jutsu is a fire style the Sarutobi clan excelled at. You're truly annoying, Shen Fei said, his right fist blasting a path through the sea of fire. He appeared before the third Hokage and, as he watched in astonishment, struck him in the chest with his left, sending him flying into the air. A body substitution jutsu, Shen Fei retreated to Sasuke's side, watching the Hokage's divine robe and bamboo hat fluttering from the air, and the third Hokage, clad in a tight-fitting outfit, appear nearby. I'm saying, aren't you going too far? Shen Fei retreated, immediately met with Orochimaru's complaints. Orochimaru had made extensive preparations for this master-disciple duel, and he didn't want Shen Fei to kill the third Hokage. I just didn't want him to interrupt me. I have great respect for the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. His death was truly unjust. If the fourth Hokage were in power now, he would most likely side with Konoha. His timing was the only problem. Whether the third Hokage was the man he claimed to be was irrelevant. He was simply here to strike at Konoha. From the moment Sasuke was taken away, and with his subsequent plans, Konoha was already an enemy. Why would he care about the methods used to strike an enemy? That's impossible. Grandpa Third Hokage wouldn't do such a thing. Shen Fei's words finally caused Naruto to look away from Sasuke. Sakura, who had been staring intently at Sasuke, now looked visibly panicked. Naruto is the child of the fourth Hokage. How is that possible? Those who didn't know Naruto's true identity looked at him in surprise after learning his identity. At this time, the war on the Konoha side was almost coming to an end. Firstly, Konoha had already launched a counterattack, and masters from the major ninja families of Konoha had taken action. Secondly, after Maki repeatedly contacted the 4th Kazekage without any results, he was sure that the 4th Kazekage was in trouble and decisively issued the order to retreat. The sand ninja who came to attack Konoha this time were all elite in the sand village. If they were all destroyed in Konoha, it would be enough to severely damage the sand village. In order to ensure the vitality of the sand village, Maki could only abandon some of the sand ninja to cover the retreat and let the other sand ninja retreat safely from Konoha. Because this time, the number of ninjas appearing on the other side of the barrier increased. Brother Naruto is the son of the 4th Hokage. The most shocked people around were Konohamaru and Ebisu, especially Ebisu. He had previously looked down on Naruto's status, but now he was the son of the 4th Hokage, the man he respected the most. This realization filled Ebisu with shame. Orochimaru, let those two come out. Although one is missing, today is a rare opportunity for everyone to gather together, Shen Fei said to Orochimaru as many eyes turned to Naruto outside the barrier. Then come, Orochimaru said, forming hand seals. The next moment, 2 coffins slowly rose from the ground. As the lids opened, 2 figures, shocking everyone around, stepped out. After they left, the coffins disappeared. First Hokage-sama, second Hokage-sama, Orochimaru, you dare to toy with the souls of the dead. The 3rd Hokage looked at the familiar 1st and 2nd Hokage and roared angrily at Orochimaru. For Shen Fei, the most fascinating aspect of the Naruto world is the thin boundary between the living and the dead, making it all too easy to summon the spirits of the deceased. In the ninja world, summoning the spirits of the deceased isn't limited to impure world reincarnation, other ninjutsu also offer this capability. Earth escape techniques involve a type of reincarnation technique that uses oil and the corpse of the deceased as a medium, temporarily resurrecting a person as a puppet of the caster. One of the 12 guardian ninjas once attempted to use this technique to summon the deceased guardian ninjas to destroy Konoha. This reincarnation technique is an advanced form of earth escape techniques. There's also a lesser form of resurrection within earth escape techniques, which involves resurrecting corpses into zombie-like forms. This technique is completely useless, and aside from a few rare circumstances, it's completely useless. It's monkey. You're old, the 1st and 2nd Hokage, appearing in the living world, scanned their surroundings, and the 2nd Hokage immediately recognized the 3rd Hokage. He's just a monkey. It seems like quite a few years have passed. Tobirama, I've been telling you not to study ninjutsu recklessly. Now you see the results. The 2nd Hokage's words brought the 1st Hokage to his senses. The 1st Hokage died so young, while the 3rd Hokage was still very young. Who is this young man? Is he so impressive? The 1st Hokage then looked at Orochimaru with some emotion. Impure world reincarnation isn't easy to learn. If we categorize ninjutsu by level, impure world reincarnation, like the flying thunder god jutsu, is considered a profound art. Even with a scroll of practice, an average ninja wouldn't be able to master it. Orochimaru, after all these years of acquiring the impure world reincarnation technique, has only just begun to achieve some results. This is only possible with Shen Fei's help. Otherwise, Orochimaru would have needed to insert talismans into the bodies of the 2 Hokages to control the impure world reincarnation technique in battle. Shen Fei had obtained impure world reincarnation, such a renowned ninjutsu, from Orochimaru after they fulfilled their alliance. In terms of spiritual power, Orochimaru was far inferior to Shen Fei. Thank you for the compliment, 1st Hokage. Orochimaru seemed in high spirits to receive praise from the 1st Hokage. After all, he was the god of ninja. In the original story, when the 1st Hokage was resurrected by the impure world reincarnation, Suigetsu was practically pissed, and even Orochimaru nervously controlled them. Of course, the current 1st and 2nd Hokage lacked that kind of power. The strength of the impure world reincarnation depended primarily on the strength of the sacrifice, and the sacrifices currently used to summon the 2 Hokage were merely ordinary genan. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 432, Death of 3 Generations, End. The impure world reincarnation technique was originally developed by the 2nd Hokage to complement his multiplying exploding talisman jutsu, not a technique for summoning the dead. This explains why the body of the reborn appears as scraps of paper. In a sense, the reborn being is itself a container for exploding talismans. However, Orochimaru was unable to master the multiplying exploding talisman jutsu, which led to the refinement of the technique, transforming it into a technique for summoning the spirits of the dead. Exploding talismans aren't particularly powerful in ninja combat, but that's only with a single one. With a large number of them, like Konan's 600 billion, the situation becomes entirely different. A quantitative change leads to a qualitative change. The multiplying exploding talisman jutsu is developed specifically to maximize the power of exploding talismans. Its power is so great that it could even injure the Ten Tails. If Obito hadn't had the truth-seeking jewel to protect him, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the second Hokage's attack unscathed. The second Hokage developed the impure world reincarnation technique precisely because of its immense power, potentially even harming the individual when used. Technically, those resurrected through the impure world reincarnation technique are merely tools for multiplying detonating tags. If Konan knew this technique, 600 billion detonating tags could potentially destroy even the sacred tree. Unfortunately, Konan never had the opportunity to master it. You two, please don't move. Just as the first and second Hokage prepared to cast hand seals to disarm the impure world reincarnation technique, Orochimaru reacted and stopped them. As the creator of the impure world reincarnation technique, the second Hokage naturally knew how to disarm it, and Orochimaru had been on guard. In the original story, Orochimaru summoned the first and second Hokage, obliterating their personalities and forcing them to fight, a situation he had no choice but to pursue. While this limited their abilities, it also prevented them from losing control. You bastard, the second Hokage, completely immobilized by Orochimaru's control, glared coldly at him. Unlike the second Hokage who later resurrected through the first White Zetsu's body, even then, even with Orochimaru's control, he still had to be extremely cautious. This time, due to the strength of the sacrifice and Orochimaru's own intentions, the reincarnated first and second Hokage were extremely weak. The best sacrifice for the impure world reincarnation was undoubtedly White Zetsu. Born from the infinite Tsukuyomi, White Zetsu already possessed the characteristics of the sacred tree, plants. The second Hokage was furious, while the first Hokage appeared remarkably calm. You are the second Hokage, Sasuke suddenly stepped forward, standing in front of him and glaring coldly. You are from the Uchiha clan. Although unable to move, the second Hokage's head and eyes were still able to move slightly. Upon seeing the two Magatama Sharingan in Sasuke's pupils, he immediately recognized his identity. Yes, I am an Uchiha, and the last survivor. Thanks to your policies back then, the Uchiha clan has now been exterminated by Konoha. Facing the man who was arguably the final culprit behind the Uchiha clan's genocide, Sasuke's expression seemed a bit agitated. The Uchiha clan has been exterminated. Tobirama, what exactly did you do? Upon hearing that the Uchiha clan had been exterminated, the first Hokage's expression immediately changed. What he did was simple. He isolated the Uchiha clan in Konoha, forcing them to rebel, and then exterminated them. It was Uchiha Sasuke, not the second Hokage, who answered the first Hokage. Has it finally come to this? Upon hearing that the Uchiha clan had been exterminated, the second Hokage did not rejoice, but rather looked somewhat disappointed. Tobirama, have you forgotten what I told you before, brother? I'm also doing this for the peace of the village. For Konoha, any sacrifice is worth it. You know the Uchiha clan best. I haven't considered annihilating them. I just want them to give up their ambitions. Before the first Hokage could finish his words, the second Hokage interrupted him. The second Hokage's words drew a deep sigh from the first Hokage, a look of profound loss. Of course, the first Hokage knew the Uchiha clan well, so when the second Hokage of Konoha was being chosen, he didn't say much when Senju Tobirama was chosen. The Uchiha clan was too emotional, and such a person was unfit to be Hokage and manage the village. That's a wonderful point. They'd sacrifice everything for Konoha. So the fourth Hokage, the Hokage who wanted to improve the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha clan, was plotted against and died in Konoha village. It was all for Konoha. I guess it was for power. Applause rang out from the side. At the glances of the first and second Hokages, as well as those outside the barrier, Shen Fei suddenly laughed and said, Fourth Hokage, monkey, what's going on? Hearing that the fourth Hokage had been plotted against and killed in Konoha, the first and second Hokages immediately focused their attention on the third Hokage, who was dressed in a tight-fitting outfit across from them. My two Hokages, that was just an accident. He was an enemy, accident? The suicide of Hatake Tsukumo, the White Fang of Konoha, was also an accident. A figure so feared by the enemies during the Ninja World War, was forced to death in his own village. That was an accident. And then there was Hisashi Hyuga of the Hyuga clan. Konoha, the dignified village, the victors of the Ninja World War, faced with enemies who coveted Konoha's Byakugan, had to sacrifice a hero of the Ninja World War to quell the wrath. That was also an accident. The father of the dignified fourth Hokage died in Konoha protecting the village, leaving his orphan living a life of starvation, eating expired food every day. By the way, your grandson seems to be enjoying luxurious treatment in Konoha, with a special Jonin as a tutor. That was also an accident. Konoha really has so many accidents. These were all accidents, but you're afraid they'll snatch the position of Hokage from your Senju line. Third Hokage, won't you explain? Silence. Shen Fei's words immediately silenced everyone around him. Hatake Kakashi gripped his forehead protector with his left hand, unconsciously tensing up. Hyuga Hayashi's hands, which were behind his back, also unconsciously clenched. Hyuga Niji, standing beside him, looked at everyone in the barrier, including Hyuga Hayashi, with an expression of disbelief. Orochimaru, do you know why you lost the election for the position of Hokage to the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze? Although the human experiments you did were part of the reason. The more important reason was that your prestige at the time was much stronger than Minato Namikaze's. Once you came to power, Tsunade and Jiraiya would definitely support you, and there would also be many people in the major families of Konoha who supported you. In this way, you would not need to rely on any advisors to gain control of Konoha. Minato Namikaze was different. His foundation was relatively shallow, and even if he came to power, it would be difficult for him to shake the power of certain people, and he would have to rely on their power to control Konoha. After Minato Namikaze wanted to improve the situation of the Uchiha clan, some people were deeply afraid that he would gain the support of the Uchiha clan and snatch power from certain people. This is why the Nine-Tails Rebellion happened. Nonsense, don't even think about provoking civil strife in Konoha, the third Hokage shouted. Nonsense, haha. Then, Mr. Third Hokage, tell me why, years after the fourth Hokage took the helm, the Anbu and the Gen couldn't be mobilized. I remember Konoha's Anbu were directly under the Hokage, or was there even a Grand Hokage back then? I didn't expect him to be so forthcoming. Shen Fei felt a sudden surge of satisfaction as he watched the third Hokage's expression shift. His previous words weren't his own thoughts, but rather his own analysis, which he'd read on a forum and copied. Whether he was overthinking things wasn't a big deal. As always, Konoha was the enemy. Shen Fei wasn't some third Hokage hater or fan. He was a fan of the fourth Hokage. He'd long been displeased with the third Hokage for the way his son was being treated. Shen Fei didn't believe his words would cause division in Konoha. As Konoha possessed the so-called will of fire, his words would at most make them uncomfortable, but wouldn't affect their fight for Konoha. There are many smart people among ninjas. Some things are not unnoticed, but no one will mention them. Take Kakashi for example. His Sharingan turned into the main Gekkai of Sharingan the moment Rin died. As a result, in all these years, Kamui has never been revealed. He even has the Reikiri, which can only be used 4 times a day. Every time he uses the Sharingan in battle, he has to lie down for a week without using Kamui. However, after the death of the third Hokage, there is no limit to Reikiri. Even when using Kamui, he has never been seen lying down for a week. He probably learned the lesson of his father, Hisashi Hyuga, and hides his incompetence. The real intention of Shen Fei's words was to disgust the third Hokage and make himself feel refreshed. By the way, there's Kato Dan. Doesn't anyone find his death particularly strange? He possessed the spirit transformation technique, yet he was ambushed and killed in a rear base. The enemy's intelligence was truly impressive. Kato Dan, Tsunade's lover, though he appeared only a few times, was a genius on par with the Sannin of Konoha, Konoha White Fang, and Namikaze Minato. His spirit transformation technique was a deadly killer. Monkey, what are you waiting for? We can't let them escape alive. At this moment, the second Hokage suddenly shouted. Don't worry, second Hokage. Even if it costs me my life today, I will protect Konoha. The information Shen Fei had leaked was so crucial that the third Hokage abandoned his fear of him and prepared to strike. If you want to kill me, you must first get past your disciple. Shen Fei had no doubt of the third Hokage's resolve. At this moment, He was absolutely the enemy's target. We can finally begin, teacher. It's a long-awaited battle, Orochimaru said as he suddenly clenched his hands. 4 wooden spears appeared in his hands and shot rapidly towards the third Hokage. This is wood release. Orochimaru's attack made the third Hokage's face change immediately. I don't know if he knew it, but the second Hokage beside him did the same. Yes, Sarutobi-sensei, I think you should be very satisfied to die under wood release, Orochimaru said as he spat out the Kusanagi sword from his mouth and then rushed forward with the Kusanagi sword in hand. You seem very confident. Seeing that Orochimaru did not let the resurrected first Hokage and second Hokage attack together, Shen Fei immediately understood that Orochimaru wanted to test the power change brought by wood release. Swallow Demon. Looking at the rushing Orochimaru, the third Hokage immediately used summoning techniques to summon Swallow Demon. The suddenly appearing Swallow Demon blocked Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword with a punch. This clan's summoned beasts are quite impressive, aren't they? They're all incredibly strong. Summoned beasts capable of withstanding the Kusanagi sword are rare in the ninja world. Saruma, please, hold him off first. After having Saruma block Orochimaru, the third Hokage immediately used his shadow clone technique, summoning 3 clones while the central one rapidly continued to form hand seals. Why use shadow clone at this time? The third Hokage summoned 2 clones, leaving many ninja outside the barrier puzzled. His opponent was clearly a cage-level expert. In a duel of this caliber, using shadow clone to divide chakra would simply weaken him. Aside from Naruto, no expert would use the shadow clone technique against a peer. Of course, except for those who had undergone the impure world reincarnation, the third Hokage's most powerful ninjutsu is the 5 Great Links Jutsu, a composite ninjutsu combining 5 elemental ninjutsu. As a ninjutsu master, the third Hokage was particularly adept at composite ninjutsu. Unfortunately, the third Hokage can no longer use this jutsu. After all, he's old, and his chakra capacity isn't as high as it was when he was younger. This is an unchangeable fact. Shikifuujin, watching the giant figure that appeared behind the third Hokage after he completed the hand seal, Shen Fei understood his intention. He wanted to use Shikifuujin to kill him. The fourth Hokage's Shikifuujin, you're really desperate. But unfortunately, I won't fight you to the death. Shikifuujin is a mutually destructive technique. Using the monkey demon to block Orochimaru, the third Hokage's intention is clear. Goodbye, third Hokage, forever. And to the first and second Hokage, we'll meet again someday, Shen Fei said. After seeing the third Hokage rushing towards him, he waved his right hand, and he and Sasuke immediately disappeared from the barrier. After Shen Fei exposed so much of the third Hokage's so-called dark past, even if he had a clear conscience, he could only die to prove his resolve. Death is the greatest virtue. With his death, all the darkness would be gone, revealed. But if he continued to live, the situation would be completely different. Space-time ninjutsu, it seems Konoha has encountered a formidable enemy this time. The first Hokage looked at Shen Fei with some emotion as he emerged from the barrier. Attack! As soon as Shen Fei appeared from outside the barrier, the Konoha ninjas, led by the Anbu, immediately rushed towards him. You should leave first, Shen Fei said, and Sasuke beside him immediately turned into stone, which he specially displaced and tossed a kilometer away. Let's play with you, go. Looking at the many Anbu charging towards him, Shen Fei waved his right hand, and a stream of green leaves immediately appeared in front of him. The next moment, all the green leaves shot towards the rushing Anbu like sharp arrows. Ninja technique, random lion hair jutsu. Just as the leaves were about to strike the Anbu, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of them. With a loud shout, the white hair behind them immediately spread out like vines, forming a wall of white hair in the blink of an eye. Most of the leaves were blocked by this wall of hair, and only a few, scattered too far, managed to strike a few Anbu. It was Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha. Would release. Jiraiya, gathering his hair, looked at Shen Fei with a serious expression. What do you want to do, you old fool? Just as Shen Fei and Jiraiya were about to clash, Orochimaru's cry echoed from within the barrier. The third Hokage's Shikifuujin could not be cancelled once used. With Shen Fei's target gun, he was left with no choice but to use it against Orochimaru. This is going back to the old ways, Shen Fei said, shaking his head in frustration as he watched Orochimaru, the first Hokage, and the second Hokage being captured by the Shikifuujin. Orochimaru is much stronger this time, so he shouldn't be sealed. The first and second Hokage sealed the enemy very smoothly, and the two did not resist at all. Only Orochimaru and the third Hokage were involved, and it was like a tug of war, except the ropes were the arms of the Grim Reaper. Chapter 433 The Fifth Hokage, Part 1. Jiraiya, one of Konoha's 3 ninjas, you're a truly incompetent teacher. Minato Namikaze respects you so much that he even named his child after the protagonist of your book, yet you never seem to care about Naruto's well-being. You're a failing teacher. After glancing at Orochimaru's situation, Shen Fei stopped paying attention. Orochimaru wasn't particularly skilled in other areas, but he was incredibly skilled at protecting his own life. Even if he truly died in Konoha this time, he had plenty of ways to return. Minato, Shen Fei said, causing Jiraiya to hesitate for a moment, but then he regained his composure. As one of Konoha's 3 ninjas, Jiraiya might be unreliable most of the time, but that was always when he had nothing to do. When it came to serious matters, Jiraiya never faltered. Who are you? Jiraiya asked immediately after taking a quick look around. Someone who can't stand Konoha's mistreatment of the descendants of its most influential people. Sensing the movements of the surrounding Konoha ninjas, Shen Fei smiled kindly. The reason Jiraiya continued to speak to him was simple, to allow Konoha's ninja to complete the encirclement. This was Konoha's headquarters. The longer they delayed, the stronger Konoha would become. Jiraiya didn't respond to Shen Fei's question, simply because he didn't know how to respond. Previously, he would have immediately declared that Konoha would never treat its meritorious followers unfairly. But with Naruto's example in mind, Jiraiya couldn't afford to lie. Oh, I forgot to mention that the events I just mentioned weren't solely the work of the third Hokage. Danzo and his subordinates played a significant role. Many of these actions were directly under Danzo's control, Shen Fei said, tapping his head gently. Then, as if remembering something, he said, I almost forgot something else. Jiraiya, your other 3 disciples, Yohiko, Nagato, and Konan, actually died at Danzo's hands. What did you say? Jiraiya, who had seen the Konoha ninja around him complete the encirclement and was about to attack, cried out upon hearing this. The sudden news caused the newly formed Rasengan in Jiraiya's hand to dissipate. Isn't what I said clear enough? Shen Fei was about to continue, but after seeing what was happening with Orochimaru, he immediately lost interest. By then, the tug-of-war between Orochimaru and the third Hokage had concluded. Just like in the original story, Orochimaru's hands were sealed. Originally, with Orochimaru's current strength, fused with the cells of the first Hokage, he was much stronger than in the original story. However, the third Hokage was very decisive this time. Unlike in the original story, where he fought to the bitter end and saw no hope before using the Shiki-Fuijin, the third Hokage decisively used the Shiki-Fuijin while he was still at his peak strength. If Orochimaru had remained at the same strength as in the original story, it's likely that it wasn't his hands that would have been sealed this time. Strictly speaking, Orochimaru had been tricked by Shen Fei this time. He had truly been tricked, not only because the Shiki-Fuijin had sealed his hands, but also because Shen Fei's words, meant for his own convenience, had wasted time, leading to the gathering of many powerful Konoha ninjas. As a result, Orochimaru, relying on the Sound 4, had no way of escaping. Many masters, including the Sarutobi clan, the Ino Shikacho clan, the Aburane clan, and the Inuzuka clan, had appeared. Before they all joined forces, the Sound 4 were no match for them. I'm so sorry, but you can't die like this. Thinking this, Shen Fei waved his left hand, and instantly the Sound 4, and Orochimaru vanished from their original position. When they disappeared again, they gathered and reappeared about 200 meters to the north. The special displacement power of the Opera Fruit was even more powerful than Sasuke Samsarai's Sky Hand. The Sky Hand could only perform one-on-one replacements, while the Opera Fruit could do one-on-many. What are you looking at? Hurry up and leave. The sudden change in the surrounding environment made the 4 sound ninjas a little dizzy for a moment. After being reminded by Shen Fei, they finally reacted and immediately fled out of Konoha with Orochimaru on their backs. They are coming so fast. Looking at the Konoha ninjas rushing towards him, the ones rushing in the front were all familiar figures to him, elite Jonin such as Jiraiya, Kakashi, Gai, Asuma, as well as patriarchs of ninja families such as Nara Shikoku and Akimichi Choza. Mist hiding technique. Shen Fei immediately clasped his hands together and used the ninjutsu commonly used by the ninjas of the Mist Village. The power of a ninjutsu mainly depends on who is using it. With Shen Fei's current strength, His mist hiding technique can cover at least half of Konoha. Hyuga clan, find him. Those who can use wind style should immediately blow away this fog. Just as the mist hiding technique had spread, Narashikaku's voice rang out in the thick fog. Wind style great breakthrough technique, wind style fierce wind palm. As soon as Narashikaku finished speaking, a large amount of wind style was used by the Konoha ninjas, and the thick fog in an area was quickly cleared. Over there, several members of the Hyuga clan who were exploring everywhere quickly found Shen Fei's location. The auxiliary function of the Byakugan is really powerful. The perspective function of the Byakugan is very powerful. It is also because of this that Konoha was rarely ambushed during the Ninja World War. Orochimaru's goal has been achieved. I can also take action. Shen Fei did not care about being discovered by the Byakugan. He quickly rushed to the Hokage building. One of the purposes of coming to Konoha this time was Konoha's sealing scroll. The location of the sealing scroll had been discovered by Kabuto Yakashi a long time ago, but in order not to alert the enemy, Shen Fei had not taken any action. The sealing scroll is arguably the most important item in a ninja village, so it's naturally kept extremely secret, surrounded by powerful barriers. Shen Fei didn't care about those barriers, but if the sealing scroll disappeared, it would set off an alarm, so Shen Fei didn't take action. Who is it? As soon as Shen Fei appeared in a hidden room covered in barriers on the third underground floor of the Hokage building, he was discovered by the Anbu guarding the area. It's incredible that Naruto stole the sealing scroll so easily, and that Mizuki actually believed it. After knocking out the 4 Anbu guarding the sealing scroll, Shen Fei used a special displacement to retrieve the sealing scroll from the room. Sorry, holding the sealing scroll, Shen Fei waved to the 4 Anbu who had fainted on the ground. The 4 were not dead. Leave the sealing scroll behind you. As Shen Fei appeared on the ground carrying the sealing scroll, the surrounding Konoha ninjas immediately began to attack. Shadow binding jutsu. The first to unleash their power were the shadow binding techniques of several Nara clan ninjas, led by Narashikaku. These ninjas were at least Jonin level, far more powerful than the Anbu Shen Fei had previously faced. Shadows, fluorescent flashes. Shen Fei chuckled as he watched the numerous shadows rapidly creeping toward him from the ground. He raised his left hand, raised it overhead, and pointed his index finger. A dazzling light then appeared from its point. The intensity of the light caused the surrounding ninjas to close their eyes. Under this dazzling radiance, the Nara clan's shadow binding techniques naturally vanished without a trace. Spells from Harry Potter were originally used for illumination, but if used effectively, they could also be incredibly effective in combat. With Shen Fei's current prowess, he could cast most Harry Potter spells wandlessly. This spell, with its low offensive power, was the Nara clan's nemesis. While the surrounding ninjas closed their eyes due to the dazzling light, Shen Fei immediately used a flashing body technique and rushed outside. Reikiri. As Shen Fei broke free from the encirclement, a silver light rapidly approached him. Shen Fei glanced around and saw who it was, Kakashi, charging at him with his famous special move. Very fast, but unfortunately not fast enough. As Shen Fei thought this, he leaned slightly to the left and reached out with his right hand. As Kakashi stared at him in surprise, he grabbed the wrist of Kakashi's right hand, which was using Reikiri. Sharingan, do you want to take it now? It's the key to defeating Obito's Kamui. Seeing the Sharingan in Kakashi's left eye so close, Shen Fei hesitated. If it had been anyone else, he would have removed the Sharingan without hesitation, but with Kakashi, things were different. This hesitation cost Shen Fei his chance. Sensing movement overhead, Shen Fei looked up to see Jiraiya charging down, brandishing a massive Rasengan. Aren't you afraid of killing Kakashi? Shen Fei thought as Kakashi suddenly vanished in a puff of smoke. A shadow clone? As expected of Kakashi, Shen Fei thought, a surge of chakra erupted from his left hand, and in an instant, a Rasengan rivaling Jiraiya's appeared. Boom! The two Rasengans collided, unleashing a massive chakra explosion, creating a powerful shockwave that destroyed the surrounding houses and shops. Fortunately, thanks to the Konoha collapse plan, everyone was evacuated, and no casualties were reported. Rasengan, Jiraiya, who was sent flying by Shen Fei's Rasengan, and Kakashi, who was standing in the distance, looked utterly astonished. This was the fourth Hokage's famous ninjutsu, and only Jiraiya and Kakashi knew it in Konoha. Shen Fei had never expected to master it. Bugs. Shen Fei was about to speak when a massive, black swarm of bugs appeared around him. Several members of the Aburim clan attacked together, parasitizing the bugs. We've got the stuff, no more fun. Shen Fei, who had originally wanted to test Konoha's strength, lost interest after seeing so many bugs. With a simple spatial shift, he appeared 100 meters ahead, then quickly fled using the instant body jutsu. Using the spatial shift of the Operation Fruit, Shen Fei could have left Konoha in an instant, but to conceal his abilities, or perhaps mislead others, he limited his spatial shift to a distance of about 100 meters. Chase, even though Shen Fei had already run far, Konoha's experts still gave chase. After all, the scroll was the sealing scroll, something Konoha absolutely could not lose. Stop chasing. After a while, Narashikaku waved the pursuing Konoha ninjas to halt. With the exception of Jiraiya, Kakashi, Guy, and the others, all others stopped. At the moment of the third Hokage's death, Narashikaku, Konoha's chief of staff and leader of the Jonin squad, held the most important orders. Shikaku, what's wrong? With their space-time ninjutsu, it's useless to chase them with so many men. We must be wary of their decoy tactics. Leave him to Jiraiya-sama and Kakashi. We have more important matters to attend to right now. I understand. Narashikaku and Yamanaka Inoue exchanged glances, each seeing the worry in the other's eyes. While the third Hokage's death was a significant blow to Konoha, it was far less devastating than the negative information revealed by Shen Fei. If not handled properly, the united Konoha could face internal strife. The ninja fought on the front lines for Konoha's peace, only to have the village's leaders deliberately send some of them to their deaths. How could the ninja truly devote themselves wholeheartedly to the village? At this point, no matter how the top leaders explain it, saying that it is nonsense from the enemy, rumors, conspiracy theories, people are still in a panic. To put it bluntly, it is like yellow mud falling off the crotch. That is to say, the third Hokage has sacrificed his life, and death is the greatest thing. Let me put it another way, if the third Hokage is alive, it will be a real trouble. Then there are the Hyuga clan and the Hatake clan of Konoha. With Shen Fei's revelations, the top leaders of Konoha must appease these two clans. The Hyuga clan and the Hatake clan are both large clans in Konoha. Don't think that Kakashi has always been the same person. In fact, there are many people in the Hatake clan, just like the Sarutobi, Inoshikacho clan, and the Shimura clan. The Hyuga clan is even a large clan in Konoha. Narashikaku and Yamanaka Inoue are very clear about the importance of the Byakugan to Konoha. The family and the ninja village complement each other. You two are such a nuisance. Even after all this, you're still trying to convince me to go back to Konoha. Naruto, are you an idiot? You don't want to seek revenge for your parents, but I'm going to do it myself. In a dense forest northwest of Konoha, Sasuke stood on a branch, his gaze coldly fixed on Naruto and Sakura on the ground. And Sakura, you're ridiculous. You do anything for me, so how about destroying Konoha? Why did things turn out like this? The third-generation grandfather isn't like the third-generation grandfather, Sasuke isn't like Sasuke, and even the lecherous sage, Naruto, head in his hands, suddenly roared. With his roar, a torrent of red chakra erupted from his body, so powerful that it instantly sent Sakura flying beside him. Why did things turn out like this, Kakashi-sensei, lecherous sage? As Naruto growled, his tail slowly unleashed its third strand. Shen Fei's words had the most profound impact on Naruto, completely shattering his understanding of Konoha. The death of the fourth Hokage and his wife, in particular, left Naruto unsure what to do. On one side stood the kind and amiable third Hokage grandfather, and on the other, the parents he had always admired. The complexities of the situation sent Naruto into rage. Chapter 434 The Fifth Hokage, Part 2. 3 tails now. That seems a bit excessive. Shen Fei couldn't help but sigh softly as he saw the 3 massive red tails waving behind him as he raged through the forest. He'd felt good scolding the third Hokage, but he'd neglected Naruto's feelings. Now that Naruto had 3 tails, one could imagine the complexities within Naruto's mind. Fortunately, Naruto was the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra, immune to the darkness of the world. If it were anyone else, they would have turned evil, like Naruto, the 9 tails Jinchuriki in the limited Tsukuyomi video. That was even with the 4th Hokage and his wife still alive. Are you okay? Shen Fei appeared beside Sasuke, who was hiding nearby. Beside him lay the unconscious Sakura. Sasuke's nonchalance was merely talk, just like his promise of revenge against Konoha, but in the end, he seemed to have done nothing but kill Danzo. It's okay. Just a small-time nemesis, Sasuke said calmly. Are you alright? Shen Fei examined Sasuke's right arm, revealing a subtle wound. Since Sasuke didn't want to discuss the situation, he didn't press the issue. Sasuke was now much stronger after the fusion of the first Hokage's cells, but he still stood a significant disadvantage against the Three Tails Naruto. It seemed Naruto had lost his mind, destructive, or else Sasuke wouldn't have sustained more than just these injuries. Your body is starting to erode. While Naruto's life isn't a concern with the fourth Hokage's spirit, I'll handle it since it's my fault. Shen Fei observed the damage being done to Naruto by the Nine Tails' powerful chakra. With a single movement, Shen Fei formed hand seals, instantly appearing beside him. Just as Naruto was about to make a move, he formed seals with his hands, and four thick green vines instantly emerged from beneath him. They quickly wrapped around Naruto's limbs, which were now on all fours. In the blink of an eye, the four thick vines had tightly bound Naruto's body. Wood release inherently possesses the power to suppress the tailed beasts. Even though Shen Fei was currently using the Manio Hikuryu, it also possessed the properties of wood release. Under these properties, no matter how hard Naruto struggled, it was futile. Naruto, just as Shen Fei was about to restrain Naruto, Jiraiya and Kakashi caught up. Seeing Naruto restrained, they rushed over hastily. Kakashi once again used Raikiri, transforming into a ball of dazzling lightning and charging towards him. Jiraiya, of course, unleashed his Rasengan. What a fortuitous timing. Never mind, it's almost time. Let them handle the rest. Seeing Jiraiya and Kakashi rushing towards him with anxious faces, Shen Fei immediately relinquished his hold on Naruto and appeared beside Sasuke. Let's go. Shen Fei grabbed Sasuke's shoulder and prepared to leave, but at that moment, his gaze suddenly flicked to the left. A moment later, a figure stumbled rapidly towards them. That's truly tragic, Kabuto. It was Kabuto, but his left arm was broken, his body stained almost crimson. Kyune, Senbon, and shurikens remained scattered across his legs and body. He didn't even have time to treat his wounds, so you can imagine how critical Kabuto's condition was. Behind Kabuto stood 10 Konoha Enbu, or rather, followers, wearing animal masks, constantly pursuing him. Looks like he's really going to assassinate Danzo, given Kabuto's current state, and the number of those pursuing him. Shen Fei immediately guessed why Kabuto had disappeared. That's truly tragic, Shen Fei declared, appearing behind Kabuto and swatting away the numerous hidden weapons launched after him. You went to assassinate Danzo, did you succeed? Perhaps sensing reinforcements for Kabuto, the followers who had come after him didn't attack again. Instead, they split into two groups and stood on the branches ahead, looking down at Shen Fei and Kabuto below. Fainted, Shen Fei didn't get a response from Dao. Dao, perhaps relieved by the sight of Shen Fei, immediately passed out. You guys are so annoying. You really think I can't kill? Shen Fei was just about to check on Dao when the followers on the branches, perhaps seeing their opportunity, attacked decisively. A large number of hidden weapons immediately covered the area within several meters around Shen Fei and Dao. Shen Fei, constantly being chased and attacked, was now somewhat annoyed. Facing Danzo's followers, he had no intention of holding back. With another palm strike, he swatted away all the kunai, shurikens, and other hidden weapons. Then, with a clash of hands, the next moment, the green leaves of dozens of surrounding trees detached from the branches and flew into the air. As Shen Fei's hand seals shifted, the leaves formed a giant green dragon in the sky. This dragon then rushed directly towards the 10 followers, moving so fast that they had no time to react before being pierced through by the dragon. Faced with so many blade-like green leaves, even the strongest of the 10 could only block a few with his sword, leaving them riddled with wounds. By the time the giant green dragon passed through their position, the 10 members had become almost as bruised as Kabuto, a bloody mass. This was the heightened power of the many-leaf flying flower style. Shen Fei then carried Kabuto's body and approached Sasuke. With a wave of his right hand, a swarm of green leaves swirled around him. I'm giving you a warning, don't bother me from now on. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, must show mercy this time. As Shen Fei spoke, the surrounding green leaves spun faster and faster, until they completely enveloped Shen Fei and the others. Then, as if with a powerful force, the leaves exploded in the air, dispersing in all directions. By then, Shen Fei, Sasuke, and Kabuto were nowhere to be seen. Okay, Kakashi, let's check on Naruto first. Because of Kakashi and Jiraiya's previous moves, Shen Fei gave up trying to stop Naruto, but Naruto was still trapped. After he gave up, Jiraiya arrived and restrained Naruto with a random lion hair technique. Yes, Jiraiya-sama, Hiashi-sama, father. As soon as Hyuga clan members Hisashi and Niji Hyuga entered the Hyuga clan's residence, Niji Hyuga couldn't help but ask. However, Hyuga Hayashi immediately waved his hand to stop him, and then asked the members of the Hyuga clan who were coming towards him, "Is Hinata okay?" The young lady was just a little frightened, and Miss Hanabi is with her now. Just like in the original story, the ninjas who came to the Kumo village to observe the Chunin exam, after Orochimaru launched the Konoha collapse plan, immediately wanted to take advantage of the chaos in Konoha to attack the Hyuga clan, so they targeted Hinata. When Niji and others chased after Hinata and encountered danger, Hyuga Hayashi appeared directly and beat all the Kumo ninjas to death with his soft fist. "Okay, follow me." After hearing that Hinata was okay, Hyuga Hayashi nodded, and then said to Hyuga Niji who was standing beside him, "I know what you want to say. You have read Hisashi's letter. I can only tell you that what that person said today is not enough to explain the situation back then. What happened back then may have involved some high-level struggles, but it was more about avoiding war. You have also seen today's war. Do you think it is cruel? In fact, today's war is only a small fight compared to the Ninja World War. Although Konoha won at that time, due to years of fighting, the ninjas suffered heavy casualties and were simply unable to continue the war. Then did father die in vain?" Hyuga Niji roared loudly. There was another hidden story behind his father's death, which made Hyuga Niji extremely angry, no less than Sasuke who had just learned the truth about his family's destruction. "I know you harbor resentment, but I want to tell you that the Hyuga clan will never betray Konoha." Hinata Hayashi sighed deeply, then continued, "There are some things I shouldn't be telling you right now, but I have to tell you now. The Hyuga clan and Konoha share a common destiny. Without Konoha, there would be no Hyuga clan today." As he spoke, he told Niji about some of the circumstances of the past. Before the Hyuga clan joined Konoha, they lived a very miserable life, constantly hiding. It was not until they joined Konoha and received its protection that they earned the title of Konoha's strongest clan. Of course, this was just a self-proclaimed title by Hinata Hayashi. I know many in the clan are unhappy with the caged bird seal. Back then, Hisashi and I were the same way. When we were young, we dreamed of abolishing the caged bird seal someday, but in the end, we succumbed to reality. The caged bird seal isn't meant to constrain branch clans, forcing them to desperately protect the main clan and maintain its status. It's meant to protect branch clans. There are too many Byakugans in the ninja world eyeing the Hyuga clan, but with a caged bird seal in place, those will only target members of the main clan and not the branch clans. Hisashi's words silenced Niji. The previous Niji would never have acted this way. Back then, he would have simply dismissed it as a high-sounding excuse from the main clan. However, Hinata's capture and the letter Hisashi left behind significantly changed Niji's perspective. Some things can't be truly changed simply by saying, "I can change it, I'll change it." Reality can be cruel, especially for the Hyuga clan, who possess the Byakugan. Like the caged bird seal, while it severely constrained the Hyuga clan's branch families, it's also true that it protected the lives of the vast majority of the clan. The Byakugan is a very useful Kekkei Genkei. While it seems only the Kumo village is relentlessly targeting the Hyuga clan, that doesn't mean the other ninja villages aren't tempted. The Mist village, for example, possesses the Byakugan, which they painstakingly acquired. The Byakugan holds significant strategic importance. For example, it can be used to detect individuals under Jinjutsu. At the 5-Cage Summit in the original novel, Ao's Byakugan saw through Danzo's Jinjutsu, performed using Shisu's eyes. "Think about this," Hinata Hayashi said, leaving the room. "It seems you're having a hard time," Shen Fei whispered after spotting Orochimaru, his hands swathed in bandages, in the Itagakure's secret base. "It's all your fault." Orochimaru glared at Shen Fei with displeasure. This was supposed to be a good opportunity for him to settle his grudge with his teacher, but in the end, he became a supporting character. "Sorry, I didn't expect him to be so decisive. Since you've said that to the teacher, what else can he do except die?" Staying alive might plunge Konoha into internal strife, while death would clear his name and earn him the reputation of sacrificing for Konoha. "Are those things you said true?" Orochimaru asked after a pause. "I don't know, but we can put aside other things. He has an unshirkable responsibility for the treatment of the nine-tails Jinchuuriki, Shen Fei said with a smile. I heard you speak before, and you seem to admire Minato Namikaze very much? I've probably never met him. Could you tell me why? Perhaps it's because he was born a commoner, without any family bloodline. The ninja world is one where bloodline reigns supreme. Even Orochimaru is no exception. As one of the three ninjas of Konoha, your strength had long reached the level of a kage, yet you were completely defeated when facing Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan. And ultimately, your desire to obtain Sasuke's body and possess the Uchiha clan's Kekkei Genkai is incredibly difficult for ordinary people in the ninja world. Shen Fei sighed deeply at this. He, too, was born a commoner, without any bloodline or connections, so he could empathize. Fortunately, he had unparalleled luck. Your intelligence skills are truly remarkable. May I ask how you acquired so much secret information? Orochimaru asked, after a long silence, a question that had long been on his mind. Do you know the great toad sage of Mount Myaboku, the prophecy? Shen Fei's words immediately made Orochimaru understand. As one of the three ninjas of Konoha, Orochimaru was naturally familiar with Mount Myaboku. After all, his former companions had been searching for the so-called child of prophecy, for the sake of prophecy. Can prophecies predict things so accurately? Orochimaru was extremely curious. The Great Toad Sage's predictions were always vague and shrouded in mystery, otherwise Jiraiya wouldn't have needed to travel so far. My prophecies are different from the Great Toad Sage's. He can predict continuously, while I can only predict once. Under the influence of the butterfly effect, many things should be different. Butterfly effect? What is that? Ninjas didn't have a term for the butterfly effect. That's it. Shen Fei briefly explained what the butterfly effect was. That is to say, because of your participation, the prophecy has caused a lot of changes. Yes, just like you. I used to know what kind of person you would become, but now because of our contact, you have learned knowledge that you shouldn't have learned. Even I don't know what you will be like in the future. This is really interesting, but before that, can you find a way to help me solve this seal first? For Orochimaru, losing both hands is not as simple as not being able to use ninjutsu to fight, but not being able to continue doing those numerous experiments. This is what Orochimaru can't tolerate the most. Chapter 435 The Fifth Hokage, Part 2. I'll try my best. Orochimaru wanted to heal his hands, while Shen Fei wanted to study the Shikifuujin. Their goals were similar. Shen Fei had always been intrigued by the Shikifuujin. This technique, which directly attacked the soul and could seal it, was extremely rare. The sealing of Orochimaru's hands was a godsend for him. It was also a chance to undo the Shikifuujin and release the soul of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. If it weren't for his hands being sealed, Orochimaru would never have been studied for the undoing of the Shikifuujin. He's completely dead, almost conceptually dead. Is this the result of the soul seal? Shen Fei's first step was to see if he could physically recover Orochimaru's hands. The result was exactly as he expected. His twin hands were of no use to Orochimaru. Even using the Operation Fruit to swap hands with Orochimaru's, it had no effect. The Philosopher's Stone doesn't work either. Is this the rule of the Shinigami? It's a shame that most of the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques have been lost. Speaking of this world's hell, the underworld is truly fascinating. It seems I have no choice but to use my last resort, after exhausting every possible means, technological, and mystical, and finding it still ineffective against Orochimaru's restored hands, Shen Fei prepared to use his final move. Don't resist. After allowing Orochimaru to relax, Shen Fei slapped his chest, directly knocking his soul out of his body. This is, Orochimaru, floating in the air, looked at his body and Shen Fei in surprise. Only Kato Dan's reincarnation technique and Pain's six paths, human path, can extract a soul from its body. Kamar-Taj's magic, which can extract the soul from a person's body, is a powerful weapon. Most people lack the means to fight with their souls. With their souls expelled, they lose the power to resist. However, this move was currently somewhat useless for Shen Fei. It was ineffective against the strong. The stronger the strength, the tighter the connection between body and soul, making it difficult to remove. Even with Pain's human path, extracting the soul required strength. It was completely unnecessary against the weak. Of course, it wasn't completely ineffective against someone like Orochimaru, whose soul was suffering from the effects of the unreincarnated corpse. In some ways, Shen Fei was a natural nemesis for Orochimaru. Don't worry, this is the state of your soul. As expected, Your soul is seriously flawed and not pure at all. Orochimaru's soul contains some minor impurities, fragments of soul that had been transferred to another body. Orochimaru lacked the magic of Kamar-Taj to purify his soul, so naturally, he couldn't eliminate those impurities. Is this the soul? Orochimaru, a true research enthusiast, immediately checked his own condition after learning of it. However, no matter how he examined it, he couldn't see the impurities. I'm sorry, it seems that I have no way at the moment. It may be that I haven't studied ninjutsu enough. After all, I have been exposed to it for too short a time. Perhaps Tsunade, known as the Three Ninjas of Konoha, should have a way. I remember that her medical ninjutsu is the best in the ninja world. I just killed my teacher, and you asked me to go find her. Orochimaru, whose soul returned to his body, smiled meaningfully when he heard Shen Fei's words. Then there is only another possibility. Find a way to remove the effect of the Shikigami Fuijin ninjutsu. Since it is a sealing technique, it should be possible to remove it. That damn old guy, there are probably only these two methods now. Think about it carefully. I have something else to do here. Shen Fei ignored Orochimaru's complaints. He couldn't complain after his hands were sealed. If it were him, he would have cursed long ago. The so-called two methods were actually only one. No matter how powerful Tsunade's medical ninjutsu was, there was absolutely no way for her to seal the soul. The only correct solution was to find a way to remove the Shiki Fuijin. However, for Orochimaru, removing the Shiki Fuijin wasn't easy. According to the original story, even Orochimaru spent about 3 years researching a solution. With Shen Fei's assistance, this time, he would likely save a lot of time. However, for Orochimaru, removing the Shiki Fuijin was too far away. Eager to recover, he had to find Tsunade first. This is wood release. Returning to his residence, Shen Fei immediately began copying the ninjutsu from the sealing scroll. Although Konoha's sealing scroll was sealed, preventing ordinary people from seeing its contents even if they obtained it, for Orochimaru, the seal was nothing and was quickly broken. After breaking the seal, Shen Fei immediately copied it, and Orochimaru did the same. As Konoha's sealing scroll, it contained only the lowest A-level ninjutsu. Beyond ninjutsu, it also contained numerous esoteric techniques, such as Sai's super beast fake painting. While treating Orochimaru, Shen Fei had already begun learning the ninjutsu of the sealing scroll. To accelerate his learning, he employed a ninjutsu known in this world as a cheat, the multiple shadow clone jutsu. While shadow clone jutsu provided little assistance in chakra cultivation, it was a powerful tool for developing technique and proficiency. Without so many shadow clone jutsu, how could Naruto have mastered the wind-style Rasenshuriken in just 2 weeks? Normally, the transformation of the Rasengan would take years, but the multiple shadow clone jutsu significantly reduced that time. The ability of the shadow clone technique is something that even the Akine form does not possess. For Shen Fei, the shadow clone technique reduces the time he needs to practice swordsmanship and physical skills. Although it is still a little insufficient compared to practicing with the original body, these can be accumulated by quantity. Wood release technique of the 4 pillars of the family. As Shen Fei formed seals with his hands, 4 two-story villas connected together instantly appeared in front of him. If the chakra of the 4 pillars of the family is sufficient, it is entirely possible to create a large number of identical houses in an instant. Yamato tried his best to release wood release technique, making himself pale, and he could only create a block of houses. However, if Shen Fei were to use it, it might not take a few days for him to create a town. Compared to other wood release techniques, Shen Fei learned this one first. Even when it comes to landscaping, Yamato is not as good as the first generation. The Yamato's wood release can at most beautify a park, but the first Hokage's wood release is different. It can create a forest. In fact, the Sand Village should have spent a lot of money to invite the first Hokage to go to the desert to create a few forests. There are designated tasks in the ninja world. If the money is enough, it is not impossible to ask the Kage of a village to take action. Of course, the amount of money is not something that ordinary people can afford. The Flying Thunder God technique. Compared to wood release, Shen Fei is more interested in Flying Thunder God technique. For other people, Flying Thunder God technique is very difficult to learn, but for Shen Fei, it is very simple to learn. In terms of space, his foundation is even unmatched by the 2nd and 4th Hokage. For Shen Fei, Flying Thunder God technique just makes up for the shortcomings of Free Gate and Apparition. because the speed of Flying Thunder God technique is something that the two do not have. If it can be combined with the space replacement of the Operation Fruit, it can definitely play a stronger role. Namikaze Minato is Namikaze Minato. How on earth did he manage to keep the Flying Thunder God technique from Obito for more than 10 years, and he also used the Rasengan to imprint the technique? As expected, he still has to be resurrected. It was only after he really came into contact with the Flying Thunder God technique that Shen Fei realized how powerful Namikaze Minato was. The second stage of Flying Thunder God technique used by Namikaze Minato against Obito could be said to be one of his amazing performances. However, after learning about the Flying Thunder God technique, Shen Fei felt that what was even more shocking was the use of the Rasengan to leave behind the technique. The Rasengan is a constantly rotating chakra ball. Also, after coming into contact with the Flying Thunder God technique, Shen Fei also discovered that the so-called kunai engraved with the technique of the fourth Hokage were actually just a cover to cover up his ability to leave behind the technique anytime and anywhere. The battle between the fourth Hokage and Minato explained it all. Multiplying detonating tags, water-breaking wave. If the second Hokage were in modern society, he would be a mad scientist. While Shen Fei was silently practicing the ninjutsu of the Book of Sealing, the ninja world was also becoming turbulent due to Orochimaru's plan to collapse Konoha. The first to take action were the two aggressive villages of Kumagakure and Iwagakure. Iwagakure was the fastest. After receiving the news, a large number of Iwagakure ninjas pressed towards the border of the Land of Fire in the name of an exercise. It is said that Iwagakure scouts had fought with Konoha's Anbu many times, and both sides suffered losses. The Land of Rice was closer to the Kusagakure and Iwagakure, so they quickly got the news from the relevant parties. Of course, this was mainly due to Orochimaru's intelligence network, the intelligence network of the 5 major ninja villages established by Orochimaru and Kabuto. In terms of spies, Kabuto can be said to be a figure in the ninja world only inferior to Black Zetsu. None was Kabuto's code name back then, but after the death of Yakashi Nono, this code name has disappeared. He not only lurked within the 5 great ninja villages, but also within the Akatsuki. Kabuto, ostensibly a spy for Sasori, was responsible for leaking Orochimaru's several base breaches, allowing Deidara and Sasori to track him down. Of course, this was actually a plan orchestrated by Orochimaru and Kabuto to paralyze the Akatsuki. While the Iwagakure village sent ninjas to test Konoha's strength, the fourth Hokage of the Kumagakure village was more direct, dispatching a delegation to question why all the Kumagakure elders and accompanying ninja who had traveled to Konoha to observe the Chunin exams had perished, their deaths being attributed to the Gentle Fist. Konoha denied the allegation that Kumagakure had kidnapped the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, claiming it was a frame-up and a retaliatory act by the Hyuga clan. The fourth Hokage declared that if Konoha did not provide an explanation, the Kumagakure could not be blamed for retaliation, as it would be war. Compared with the Iwagakure and Kumagakure, there was no movement from the Mist village, while the Sand village quickly reached a settlement with Konoha. After all, it was Orochimaru who killed the third Hokage, and now facing the threat from the Iwagakure and Kumagakure, Konoha could only reach a settlement agreement with the Sand village as soon as possible to avoid being attacked from 3 sides. Although Konoha wanted compensation from the Sand village, the Sand village stated that their 4th Kazekage was also killed by Orochimaru and refused to pay compensation. Of course, the Sand village was so confident because Konoha was in a somewhat dangerous situation. Tansho Street? As expected, we still have to find Tsunade. We have achieved more than half of our goal. Let's go meet Tsunade. After Orochimaru considered it for a while, he finally decided to go to Tsunade to negotiate and let Tsunade heal his hands. As for the price, of course it was to resurrect the 2 most important people to Tsunade. Shen Fei, who was a little idle, also joined in. As for Sasuke, Shen Fei did not bring him because he was busy practicing. Now Sasuke, under the leadership of Zabuza, is undergoing practical training, and the main targets are the wanted rebel ninjas. Karin also followed Sasuke. Karin's Kagura's mind eyes are very helpful in searching for those rebel ninjas. Sama Tsunade, you really don't go back. The third Hokage, in a small tavern on Tansho Street, Shizune sat opposite Tsunade and said softly, "What are you going back for?" Tsunade shook the wine flask in her hand and said expressionlessly, "Konoha was attacked and the third Hokage died in battle." Such a big thing, even though Tsunade no longer pays much attention to the intelligence of the ninja world, she soon received relevant news. Konoha was attacked and the third Hokage died in battle, but it was the latest and hottest topic in the casino. There are even many wealthy people who are ready to stop doing business in the near future in order to avoid the possible ninja world war. In peacetime, merchants are mainly on guard against bandits, wandering ninjas, and rebel ninjas. Ninjas from major ninja villages generally do not attack merchants. After all, once the matter is exposed, it will cause the merchants to suffer and the village will have no commissions. But in the case of war, it is completely different, because you may not even know which ninja village did it. Those who dare to go out to do business during the war are all big businessmen who are not afraid of encountering such things. But Shizune looked at Tsunade, who had been drinking alone, wanting to say something but not knowing how to start. The only information circulating outside Konoha was that Konoha had been attacked and the third Hokage had died. As for the fact that the sealing scroll had been taken away, that had, of course, been concealed. Itachi Tsunade, long time no see. Just then, a deep voice sounded beside Tsunade and Shizune. Tsunade and Shizune looked up, and their expressions suddenly changed. Lord Orochimaru, Shizune started to cry, then immediately became alert. Orochimaru, how dare you appear before me? Tsunade slammed the wine jug on the table and immediately stood up. Why shouldn't I appear before you, or are you planning to fight me here? Orochimaru whispered to Tsunade, who looked furious. You? Tsunade glanced at the situation in the tavern. The other patrons were curiously watching. Tsunade immediately exerted force with her right hand and crushed the wine jug in her hand. Let's go out and talk. P.S. Regarding some people who review books, please check your fan count before you speak. Kidian.com can see whether people are reading the genuine version. If they are reading the genuine version, just criticize them. If you are reading the pirated version and then criticize them, are you too idle? If it is not good, you can choose not to read it. If you have any opinions, you can raise them. Reasonable ones will be accepted, and unreasonable ones are not worth mentioning. Chapter 436 The Battle of the Three Ninjas. Tsunade said this as she headed straight for the tavern. Given their strength, if a fight broke out in the tavern, not only would Ian's inhabitants suffer, but the entire town would be in jeopardy. To avoid any further impact on the town, Tsunade immediately headed for the outskirts of town after leaving the tavern. Tsunade-sama, Shizune said, watching Orochimaru and Kabuto warily while following closely behind. Tsunade seemed unconcerned about Orochimaru attacking her from behind, but Shizune couldn't help but worry. As someone who had always stayed by Tsunade's side, Shizune knew full well that Tsunade was now completely unable to unleash her full potential as one of the three ninjas of Konoha due to her hemophobia. Besides the deaths of her brother and the person she loved, her hemophobia was also a major factor in Tsunade's departure from Konoha. At the time, Konoha was still at war. If it were revealed that one of the three ninjas, their most powerful medical ninja, was unable to fight or treat due to hemophobia, it would have a significant impact on Konoha's morale. Even though individual ninjas were formidable, morale was crucial in war. Orochimaru, Tsunade said as she clenched her fists and prepared to attack. Tsunade, I didn't come to you to fight you. I came to discuss a deal. I know you've always wanted to see those two people. I can revive them, but the condition is that you help me heal these hands, Orochimaru stated his request directly. He did not hide anything about the condition of his hands. In fact, as a medical ninja, Tsunade had already seen that there was something wrong with Orochimaru's hands the moment she saw him for the first time. Tsunade, who was about to attack, immediately loosened her clenched fists when she heard Orochimaru mention those two people, and she fell silent. The deaths of Naoki and Kato-dan were an eternal pain in Tsunade's heart, and she even cursed the necklace left by the first Hokage with a death curse. Tsunade-sama, beware of his schemes. Seeing Tsunade's silence, Shizune looked at her worriedly. Shizune knew about Orochimaru's two companions, and one of them, Kato-dan, was her uncle. If possible, she wanted to revive Kato-dan and the Divine Tree to spare Tsunade such suffering. However, the condition coming from Orochimaru made Shizune extremely wary. She simply didn't believe Orochimaru would be so kind. To most Konoha ninja, Orochimaru was considered incredibly evil, both in his research and in his personal conduct. Think about it carefully and give me your answer tomorrow. This is your only chance, Orochimaru said, turning and leaving with Kabuto. I thought you would have Tsunade begin healing your hands immediately. As Orochimaru and Kabuto advanced, Shen Fei appeared before them, carrying the sealing scroll. Shen Fei followed, primarily to return the sealing scroll to Tsunade. The jutsu within had already been recorded, so holding onto it was useless. Rather than continue Konoha's struggle over a useless sealing scroll, it would be better to gift it to the future 5th Hokage. In the world of Naruto, death is nothing, even the deepest blood feuds will eventually be resolved. But the sealing scroll is different, it holds the very foundation of Konoha. Many members of Konoha's Anbu have already appeared in a Togakure. Shen Fei isn't afraid of them, but a constant stream of them could be extremely annoying. "She'll agree," Orochimaru said confidently. He knew full well the importance of Naoki and Kato-den in Tsunade's heart, so he wasn't afraid of Tsunade's disapproval. Shen Fei nodded gently at Orochimaru's confidence without further comment. Under normal circumstances, Tsunade would undoubtedly agree, but if someone got involved, it would be a completely different story. Naruto, like Luffy, was highly contagious, and even figures like Uchiha Itachi were later influenced by him. While Orochimaru and Kabuto were looking for Tsunade, he summoned 4 shadow clones and searched the 4 corners of Tancho Street. They discovered Jiraiya and Naruto already there, and Naruto seemed to be getting along very well with Jiraiya. "What do you think? To show you my sincerity, I can resurrect one of you ahead of time." The next day, upon seeing Tsunade again, Orochimaru immediately spoke. "I refuse," Tsunade declared loudly. As she spoke, Jiraiya and Naruto appeared from behind them. "I see." Seeing Jiraiya appear, Orochimaru immediately understood why Tsunade had refused. "Are you sure you want to refuse? You won't have this chance next time." Although he knew Tsunade had probably already made up her mind, Orochimaru still wanted to try to persuade her. "I really want to see them, but I also know that they will never want to meet me under such circumstances. Orochimaru, as the 5th Hokage of Konoha, I will never let you escape today." Under normal circumstances, Tsunade would not want to take over the 5th Hokage. In the original novel, it was Naruto's persuasion that made Tsunade decide to become the 5th Hokage. However, this time, after hearing Jiraiya's words about what happened in Konoha, Tsunade agreed immediately. Because in this situation, only she, the granddaughter of Konoha's 1st Hokage, could become the 5th Hokage to quell the problems caused by Shen Fei's words on the Konoha side. As the granddaughter of Konoha's 1st Hokage, one of Konoha's 3 ninjas, and the founder of Konoha's medical ninja, Tsunade has a very good reputation in Konoha. During the Ninja World War, she saved a large number of ninjas. Both Konoha's ninja families and civilian ninjas have great respect for her. Tsunade didn't want to be Hokage, not because she didn't want to deal with those troubles, but even more so, she didn't want the ninja village her grandfather founded to decline. As a descendant of the Senju clan, she felt a sense of responsibility and obligation to serve Konoha. 5th Hokage, that's such a shame, Tsunade said, and Orochimaru remained silent. Knowing Tsunade well, Orochimaru understood that once Tsunade made a decision, it was unchangeable. With that, Tsunade launched her attack. A powerful burst of chakra erupted from her feet, and she instantly appeared above Orochimaru and Kabuto Yakushi. Her right foot, brimming with concentrated chakra, slammed down upon them with unparalleled momentum. Boom! Orochimaru and Kabuto, who had been on guard, immediately dodged to the sides. Tsunade's kick struck the ground with such force that it created a crater several dozen meters in diameter and several meters deep. Even the ground beyond shook with the force, as if an earthquake had struck. Heavenly kick, such a powerful force. Waving his hand to block the flying dirt, Kabuto looked at Tsunade's feet, shocked. As a medical ninja, Kabuto had long heard of Tsunade's fame, but this was the first time he'd actually seen her in action. With such force, if it struck a person, it wouldn't just break bones and tendons, most would be killed instantly. The Sannin of Konoha coordinated on the battlefield. If they faced a strong enemy, Jiraiya would lead the attack, drawing the enemy's attention, while Orochimaru would assist, looking for an opportunity to bind the enemy with his snakes, and then Tsunade would deliver the finishing blow. This kind of power, not many in the pirate world possess it. Shen Fei, observing the battle, naturally witnessed Tsunade's attack. Originally, Shen Fei had wanted to learn her super strength from Tsunade, but now there was no need. The Book of Sealing contained records of super strength. In fact, super strength wasn't unique to Tsunade. Both the 1st Hokage, Hoshirama Senju, and the 2nd Hokage, Tobirama Senju, possessed super strength. Cultivating supernatural strength isn't complicated, it primarily relies on meticulous control of chakra. In theory, all ninjas possess supernatural strength, as those possessing chakra possess strength far exceeding that of ordinary people. For example, a savage sword, A powerful warrior wouldn't be able to wield it effectively, even struggling to wield it. But for a ninja, wielding a savage sword isn't a problem. The strength of supernatural strength depends primarily on one's chakra control. In this regard, Sakura possesses a greater talent than Sasuke and Naruto. While supernatural strength doesn't require training, Tsunade's Yin Sealing Technique and 100 Healings Technique are still worth learning for Shen Fei. These jutsu aren't found in the Book of Sealing, and it's unclear whether Tsunade created them after leaving Konoha. Knuckle Needle. After Tsunade's attack separated Orochimaru and Kabuto, Shizune immediately rushed towards Kabuto Yakashi, preventing him from interfering with their battle. As Tsunade's constant assistant, Shizune had inherited Tsunade's true skills in medical ninjutsu, and her strength was considered that of a Jonin. However, she was still somewhat inferior to Kabuto, a difference in talent. Despite this disadvantage, Kabuto couldn't defeat Shizune quickly. "This is a perfect target," said Orochimaru, now without both arms. Unable to form hand seals, he could only dodge Tsunade's attacks, occasionally attacking her with his tongue. Then, Tsunade would seize the opportunity, grab his tongue, and pull him in, turning him into a sitting duck. The powerful punches continued to strike Orochimaru. Shen Fei counted them, a total of 42. He would have been injured by this number, but Orochimaru seemed impervious to pain, and no matter how the punches tore his body apart, he would quickly recover. Finally, exhausted, Tsunade was forced to punch Orochimaru away, allowing her to catch her breath. This body transformation is comparable to the gum fruit. Jiraiya's incredible strength punches would have severely injured him, but Orochimaru's ability to withstand so many blows was naturally due to his own body modifications. Similar to boneless cartilage creature, coupled with a powerful force-absorbing effect, this was the reason Orochimaru endured so many blows. All his years of research were not in vain. Of course, it's impossible to say that taking so many punches had no effect at all. After all, Tsunade's incredible strength was no small feat. It was enough to crush even an ordinary Susanoo. "Kabuto," Orochimaru cried out as he was sent flying. Constantly taking a beating wasn't Orochimaru's style. And with Jiraiya about to attack, Orochimaru had no choice but to counterattack. Unlike Tsunade's attacks, which were limited due to her being a medical ninja, Jiraiya possessed a wide range of ninjutsu. Tsunade's incredible strength had little effect on Orochimaru, but that didn't mean Jiraiya's ninjutsu would be ineffective. Orochimaru didn't want to try roasting a large snake with fire. Yes, hearing Orochimaru call him, Kabuto Yakashi immediately forced Shizune back with a single blow and charged towards him. Summoning jutsu, 3 voices echoed through the air, and 3 enormous summoned beasts appeared on the outskirts of Tancho Street. Mana, Gamabunta, and Slug, the summoned beasts of the 3 Konoha ninjas, finally raised their power again after so many years. These 3 summoned beasts have a mutually reinforcing and restraining relationship, similar to the nature of chakra. Raichi Cave, Mayabakuyama, and Shikatsu Forest, besides the mysterious Otsutsuki clan, these 3 sacred places are the most mysterious in the Naruto world. The Great Toad Sage appeared during the era of the Six-Path Sage, and even then, he could wield Senjutsu chakra. Orochimaru possessed the contract scroll for Raichi Cave, so if Shen Fei wanted to sign a contract, it would be very simple. The 3 sacred places don't only sign contracts with Konoha. Someone from the Sands village had also signed a contract with Raichi Cave. Shen Fei planned to put everything behind him before going to inspect the Raichi Cave's magic. He simply planned to visit the cave first. Whether or not to sign the contract would be a matter of time. Firstly, the Raichi Cave was a cannibalistic force, and secondly, he didn't need summoned beasts to enhance his power. Summoned beasts could only be used within the Naruto world and couldn't be taken outside. As for Sasuke, his Raichi Cave was a perfect fit, but he needed to grow stronger. Unlike contracts with Mayaboku-san and the Wetbone Forest, which didn't pose a life-threatening risk, signing with the Raichi Cave meant that if one was too weak, death within the cave was not uncommon. Orochimaru, in some ways, was the protagonist. The white snake skin he received as a child was the shed skin of the Raichi Cave's white snake immortal. "Orochimaru, you need a sacrifice this time." Manze's expression changed immediately as he looked at his 2 old friends. As old friends, Manze was well aware of their strength. He wouldn't be afraid in a one-on-one fight, but a one-on-2 situation wouldn't be a problem. "Let's get out of here first." As the 3 summoned beasts engaged in battle, Shizune immediately led Naruto to a distant retreat. The summoned beasts were so massive that even the slightest movement could be deadly to ordinary people. In the original story, the battle between Naruto's summoned Gamabunta and the one-tailed Shukaku required only a few ninjutsu to cause the Earth's crust to crack. A wind jutsu combined with a water jutsu created a powerful storm. The fame of the Konoha-Sannin rested in part on their summoned beasts. On the battlefield, summoned beasts were incredibly powerful. A single ninjutsu could devastate the entire enemy. Shen Fei did not interfere with the battle, as it was crucial for Tsunade to overcome her fear of blood. We can't continue like this. If we keep going like this, it will affect the town. The battle between the three summoned beasts caused widespread ground shaking, causing some buildings on Tancho Street to collapse. Witnessing this, Jiraiya immediately began to form hand seals. Earth Release, Yellow Spring Swamp Jutsu. Chapter 437 The Fifth Hokage, and the ninja world's enormous summoned beasts play a crucial role on the battlefield. To counter them, the ninja world has developed a number of specialized ninjutsu. Among them, the Earth Release technique, known as the Yellow Spring Swamp, is particularly effective. Their massive bodies make it extremely difficult for summoned beasts to escape. Swamps created using ninjutsu chakra are significantly different from natural swamps. Because of the chakra content, ninjas cannot tread water. The swamp, tens of meters in diameter, instantly trapped Mandra. Despite its desperate struggles, it was powerless to escape. Watching Mandra trapped in the swamp, Gamabunta formed seals with his claws and released a large amount of oil from his mouth. Trapped in the swamp, Mandra had no chance of escape, and was immediately drenched in the oil. Tsunade, Jiraiya shouted immediately after Mandra was drenched in the oil. I understand. Tsunade hurled a kunai with a detonating talisman at the Mandra within. Originally, Gamabunta's oil spray was designed to work in conjunction with Jiraiya's fire style, creating a more powerful fire style, the Gamma Oil Flame Bullet Jutsu. However, Jiraiya was currently maintaining the Yomiuri Swamp, so he couldn't spit fire. Therefore, he had to call on Tsunade to ignite the oil. If it were during the Ninja World War, Jiraiya wouldn't have needed any reminders. Tsunade or Jiraiya would have known how to do it. Back then, the three ninjas of Konoha had mastered a variety of coordinated combat techniques. Boom! The detonating tag exploded, instantly igniting the swamp's flames. Instantly, Mandra's entire massive body was engulfed in a blazing sea of flames. Ah! Mandra cried out in pain before his entire body vanished, fleeing back to the summoning world. For summoned beasts, unless they were determined to fight to the death, they were difficult to kill unless they were killed with a single strike, as they could instantly escape back to the summoning world. Most summoned beasts always say goodbye to their contractors before leaving, but Mandra is a complete exception. If things go wrong, he's the first to flee. After Mandra escaped back to the summoning world, Jiraiya and Tsunade sent Gamabunta and the slug back, respectively. Orochimaru will definitely not let you escape this time. Speaking of the three great sages, it seems only this great slug sage has yet to make a real appearance. Compared to the diverse summoned beasts of Raichi Cave and Maiboku Mountain, the wet-bone forest has only one type, the slug. And there's only one slug in the entire wet-bone forest, the great slug sage. The slugs summoned by the contractors of the wet-bone forest are merely parts of the great slug sage's body, like shadow clones. Upon returning to the wet-bone forest, they return to their original form. Tsunade-sama, while Shen Fei was contemplating the great slug sage, Tsunade's hemophobia finally flared up. Shizune and Naruto immediately rushed over, temporarily halting the fight between Jiraiya and Orochimaru due to this sudden incident. Tsunade's hemophobia was unknown to Shizune, who had previously treated the fourth Raikage, but not even the Sannin of Konoha. Jiraiya and Orochimaru initially assumed Tsunade had left Konoha due to the deaths of Naoki and Kato-den. I never expected that. Orochimaru shook his head slightly. For a medical ninja, hemophobia is a critical issue. How can one treat someone with a fear of blood? Unlike Orochimaru, Kabuto Yakushi was different. Tsunade's previous beatings hadn't drawn any blood from Orochimaru, but Kabuto Yakushi's blows had drawn blood. After discovering Tsunade's hemophobia, Kabuto took a blood-boosting pill and cut open his own arm, leaving it covered in bright red blood. While the ninja world lacks medications like this Henren-dan and Juxin-dan that can increase chakra levels, restorative remedies abound. Blood-boosting pills and show rice pills are essential ninja items in combat. Blood-boosting pills can quickly replenish lost blood, making them incredibly effective for those who have lost excessive blood in battle. Of course, this supplementation doesn't come without side effects. If it truly possessed such an effect, the blood-boosting pills would be incredibly effective. The blood-boosting effect of the blood-boosting pills is only temporary, and the side effect is a significant period of weakness afterward, requiring extensive nourishment to recover. Even so, they can still be life-saving in critical moments. As for S.H.I.E.L.D pills, there are countless variations due to their varying formulations. Despite these differences, their primary function remains largely the same, restoring stamina and chakra. Restoring stamina, in essence, simply means filling the stomach. For ninjas, there are certain situations where proper meals are unavailable, such as during battle, missions, or ambushes. In such situations, S.H.I.E.L.D pills are the only option. Strictly speaking, the Haragen, are similar to the compressed biscuits used by modern armies. Naruto's ability to complete the wind-style Rasenshuriken training so quickly was due in part to his shadow clone jutsu, but also to Sakura's constant supply of high-energy Haragen. While unpleasant, they are beneficial for recovery. Unlike the side effects of the blood-boosting pill, the Haragen, have none, save for the unpleasant taste. Of course, if stimulants were added to the Haragen, that would be another matter. Multiple shadow clone jutsu, Naruto confronted Kabuto, instantly creating dozens of shadow clone jutsu, which rushed towards him from all sides. This scene made Kabuto frown. In his prime, Kabuto would have been overly concerned about so many shadow clone jutsu, but now he was injured. The battle with Tsunade had left Kabuto severely injured. While he appeared unscathed, he had suffered multiple fractures internally. He wasn't as resilient as Orochimaru. You've grown a lot. Naruto's battle with Kabuto surprised Shen Fei. Perhaps it was the butterfly effect he created, which made Naruto now know how to play to his strengths when fighting. He no longer had hundreds or even thousands of shadow clones. Having so many shadow clones was a spectacular sight, but they only began to divide chakra equally. The more clones there were, the weaker they became. Rasengan, using shadow clones in conjunction with various balls, was a tactic Naruto used from beginning to end. With the cover of the shadow clones, Naruto finally hit Kabuto with a Rasengan, but unfortunately, due to the difference in strength between the two, the injury to Kabuto was not serious. Do you really think that you can ignore the difference in strength by relying on willpower and persistence? The Rasengan failed, and what followed was a scene where Kabuto taught Naruto a lesson. It was Kabuto's good impression of Naruto that prevented him from killing him. Naruto's persistence wasn't without effect. It finally helped Tsunade overcome her fear of blood. Naruto's appearance and personality were strikingly similar. Kabuto beating Naruto right in front of Tsunade was like beating Rope Tree, and it was surprising Tsunade didn't explode. Naruto and Rope Tree truly resembled each other, as evidenced by the fact that even Kato Dan, after his impure world resurrection, mistook Naruto for Rope Tree at first sight. Having overcome her fear of blood, Tsunade was no match for Kabuto, forcing her to flee towards Orochimaru. How long are you going to keep fighting? Orochimaru, looking about to be assaulted by Jiraiya and Tsunade, suddenly shouted. I don't want to interrupt your reminiscing. Hello, I've heard a lot about you. Orochimaru had already spoken when Shen Fei appeared beside him, waving to Jiraiya and Tsunade. Is that you? Tsunade looked at the suddenly appearing Shen Fei and questioned Jiraiya. That's him. He's very strong. Be careful. Jiraiya nodded, then closed the distance between him and Tsunade. Tsunade had never seen Shen Fei take action, but Jiraiya had personally experienced it. Give the book of sealing back to you, Tsunade immediately shouted after seeing the book of sealing on Shen Fei's back. Then I'll give it back to you, Shen Fei said as he threw the book of sealing behind him to Tsunade. This was one of the reasons for his coming here. Be careful. When Tsunade reached out to take the book of sealing, Jiraiya immediately stopped her, then used the Chaos Lion hair technique to catch it with his hair from a distance. Who are you and what are your intentions towards Konoha? I have no intentions towards Konoha. I'm just sharing the information I know. Why do all of you think I must have an intention? Shen Fei's words made Tsunade snort coldly, as if she didn't believe Shen Fei at all. Looks like the talks have broken down. Time to leave. Shen Fei naturally understood Tsunade's attitude, but he didn't mind it. He ignored Tsunade and Jiraiya and turned to Orochimaru beside him. Let's go. Orochimaru, knowing the current situation, knew that asking Tsunade to heal his hands was impossible, so he stopped trying to pester her. If you want to leave, stay here. Upon hearing Shen Fei and the other two leave, Tsunade wouldn't let them go so easily. A powerful burst of chakra erupted from her feet, and she instantly appeared in front of Shen Fei, her right fist, radiating with powerful chakra, fiercely slamming into him. Super strength punch. Perfect for a try. Facing Tsunade's attack, Shen Fei clenched his right hand and met it with a punch. Boom. The moment their fists collided, the air resounded with a loud bang, and the powerful shockwave sent a wave of force that instantly crumbled the ground beneath them. Faced with this powerful shockwave, Orochimaru and Kabuto were forced to dodge backwards to avoid the aftermath. Crack. Then there was a cracking sound, and Tsunade let out a muffled groan before her entire body flew backwards. Tsunade's powerful punches were formidable, but even with Shen Fei's low full force, the difference in strength was significant. You're using too much force. Shen Fei shook his head inwardly at Tsunade's twisted right hand. Tsunade, watching Tsunade fly, Jiraiya rushed over, grabbed her body, and leaped far back. Jiraiya was deeply shocked. This was the first time he'd seen Tsunade being directly overpowered. Not even the fourth Raikage could have done it. Are you okay? After landing, Jiraiya looked at Tsunade with concern. I'm fine. Despite her twisted and even broken right hand, Tsunade didn't cry out in pain. Instead, she clasped her hands together, and a powerful burst of chakra erupted from her body as she joined them. The Yin Seal activates, and ninjutsu creates regeneration. With a powerful burst of chakra, Tsunade's right arm and the injuries on her body healed instantly. However, her once youthful face began to age. The three ninjas of Konoha were contemporaries, and their ages were similar. Orochimaru's youth stemmed from his body change, while Tsunade's youth stemmed from the Yin Seal technique. Only Jiraiya maintained his normal appearance. This technique, which stores unused chakra, is truly powerful. When a ninja isn't fighting, their chakra remains naturally full. Most people can't utilize this chakra, much like how an ordinary person wouldn't be able to use energy from yesterday. However, the Yin Seal technique solves this problem, allowing them to store some of the unused chakra, much like an ordinary person uses energy from yesterday. While the amount stored daily isn't much, over time, it adds up to a vast amount of chakra. Under normal circumstances, people naturally thrive. Tsunade's immortality stems from utilizing some of this stored chakra to maintain her youth. This is because Tsunade's chakra isn't stored under the same extreme conditions as Naruto, Tsunade, and Kasame. If Naruto, Sasuke, and the others possessed the Yin Seal, their chakra reserves would undoubtedly be even greater. Of course, this is just a hypothesis. The Yin Seal isn't easy to learn. Shizune, after all these years with Tsunade, hasn't mastered it. Is it because Tsunade refuses to teach? Of course not. The Yin Seal requires an extremely precise level of chakra control. Naruto's chakra control is self-explanatory. He couldn't master the Yin Seal even if he worked himself to death. Sasuke, while stronger than Naruto, also couldn't reach the required level. Among Konoha's younger generation, only Sakura could achieve this level of skill. I'm afraid Tsunade isn't in the mood to discuss this technique right now. I guess we'll have to wait for another opportunity. If Shen Fei had the chance to master the Yin Seal, he wouldn't give it up. But now it was time to leave. Let's go. Tsunade, who had used creation regeneration, saw Shen Fei and the others leaving and was about to continue, but Jiraiya stopped her. How are you? After Shen Fei and the other two disappeared, Jiraiya looked at Tsunade, whose face had become somewhat older, and asked again with concern. It's okay, it's just a side effect of the technique, Tsunade said as she used the Yin Sealing technique again. As the technique was used, Tsunade's appearance slowly returned to its previous youthful appearance. So you're an old woman. Naruto had of course also noticed Tsunade's change. Not knowing how to hide it, he directly said what was in his heart, and then received a punch from Tsunade on the head. Boy, what were you talking about? Tsunade said with a kind smile, staring at Naruto. Old woman. Naruto seemed completely unaware of his mistake and continued. You bastard, Tsunade-sama, calm down, Naruto is injured. Just as Tsunade was about to attack again, Shizune hurried forward to stop her, at the same time giving Naruto an excuse. I'll let you go this time and settle the score with you after your injury is healed. Remember, from now on, I am the fifth Hokage. Let's go back to Konoha. Lady Tsunade is back. The two Chunin, who had been guarding Konoha for thousands of years, immediately shouted excitedly after seeing Tsunade. Chapter 438, Snake Squad and Immortal Arts, Part 1. Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-sama. As news of Tsunade's return spread, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inochi, and the others immediately arrived. Tsunade and Jiraiya's return finally relaxed Shikoku's expression. The situation in Konoha had kept this strategist incredibly busy recently. Pressure from the Kumo and Iwagakures was mounting, and within, many ninja were experiencing low morale due to the revelations of the dark past of Konoha's top brass. This was despite the Hatake and Hyuga clans remaining silent regarding the deaths of Konoha's White Fangs, Hatake Tsukumo and Hizashi. Had they spoken out, Konoha would undoubtedly have faced even greater internal turmoil. Some things, even if known to the public, could never be exposed. However, as long as Tsunade became the fifth Hokage, many problems would be easily resolved. As for the external pressure from the Kumo and Iwagakures, as long as Konoha remained stable, it had never feared external war. Tsunade-sama, Shikoku said, preparing to take Tsunade to the Hokage building. Since the third Hokage had died in battle and the fifth Hokage hadn't yet taken office, many things in Konoha couldn't be carried out, and some required the Hokage's signature. Don't rush that, Tsunade said, walking straight ahead. At the corner of the street, she arrived directly at the Konoha village embassy. Boom! Tsunade punched the villa where the Kumo village envoys lived. The sudden movement immediately alerted the Kumo ninja inside, and the five of them nervously drew their weapons and rushed out. Tsunade, you're back. That's perfect. Konoha should give us an explanation, the Kumo ninja elder shouted arrogantly upon seeing Tsunade. Of the three Konoha ninja, Tsunade was undoubtedly the most famous. The establishment of Konoha's medical ninja system changed the landscape of ninja warfare, forcing the other four major ninja villages to establish their own medical ninja systems. Get lost. Tsunade's response to the Kumo elder's words was a single word, and she was incredibly domineering. You, the Kumo elder, completely taken aback by Tsunade's audacity, was momentarily unable to find a rebuttal. Get out of Konoha today and tell that fourth Raikage that you want war, right? Then bring it on, Tsunade said, turning and heading towards the Hokage building, saying, if they don't leave today, send their bodies back to Kumo village. Tsunade, you, the Kumo elder said, about to catch up and say something, but was immediately stopped by Kakashi. I'm sorry, fifth Hokage, please leave. Actually, I'd rather see you off, okay, Konoha? Remember this. Looking at the Konoha ninja and Anbu surrounding them, the Kumo elder, after a few harsh words, finally left Konoha with his four guards in disgrace. Tsunade-sama, will this anger the Kumo village? Narashikaku whispered after catching up with Tsunade. Don't worry. Do you really think those Kumo village guys are just brains? They're just testing the waters. The fourth Raikage would never actually start a ninja world war, Tsunade said with a smile, looking at Narashikaku. No one who becomes the Kage of a village is reckless. Even someone as impulsive as Naruto changed significantly after becoming the seventh Hokage. Everything the fourth Raikage did was for the benefit of the Kumo village. He coveted the Byakugan precisely for this very reason. From Konoha's perspective, the Kumo village was certainly being excessive, but from the Kumo village's perspective, the situation was different. The fourth Raikage, AI, personally led his men to steal a small ninja village's secret technique for the sake of the village, and even nearly died because of it. If it weren't for Tsunade, the fourth Raikage might have been completely destroyed. The five great ninja villages are powerful, but that doesn't mean the smaller villages are useless. Some of the smaller villages possess secret techniques that could easily overturn even the careless members of the five great ninja villages. The five great ninja villages' strength lies in their collective strength. In the current situation, if Kumo village were to be the first to engage in war with Konoha, victory or defeat would undoubtedly result in heavy losses for Kumo village. A certain old man from Iwagakure would probably die of laughter. The one we really need to worry about is that old, naive old man from Iwagakure. Nantuang Hyena Noki is truly a formidable opponent. You're so old, yet you still don't retire? All you do is cause trouble for others. Don't you know how to make way for the younger generation of Iwagakure? The poor third Tsuchikage had no idea Tsunade was taunting him. If he had known, he would probably have cried foul. The third Tsuchikage wasn't even of Renzen's rank, but the Iwagakure simply lacked a successor capable of shouldering the heavy responsibility. What the four ninja villages envy most about Konoha is its endless stream of talented young people. While the younger generations of the four ninja villages also boast exceptional individuals, the gap between them and Konoha is significant. In fact, Konoha itself was left without a successor after the fourth Hokage's death, otherwise, the third Hokage wouldn't have been able to regain the throne. During that period, Orochimaru betrayed Konoha, Tsunade fled, and Jiraiya traveled extensively. While Uchiha Fugaku of the Uchiha clan was certainly exceptional, it was absolutely impossible for the third Hokage to cede the position to an Uchiha. He would have preferred Danzo to the Uchiha clan. Shen Fei's sarcasm about the third Hokage clinging to the position was strictly out of necessity. Similarly, the other 4 ninja villages weren't without their share of exceptional individuals. It's impossible for all geniuses to be born in Konoha. The so-called lack of successors actually meant a lack of factional successors. The deaths of heroes from their own village weren't limited to Konoha, the other 4 ninja villages suffered as well. The Sand Village's hero, Scorch Release Yekira, was betrayed by the Sand Village to the Mist Village and murdered. By comparison, Konoha was faring much better, simply less ruthlessly. As they spoke, Tsunade and Nara Shikaku entered the Hokage's building. Just as they were about to reach the Hokage's office, a commotion erupted from the front. "What's going on?" Nara Shikaku asked, looking at the Chunin gathered outside the Hokage's office. "It's young Master Konohamaru," a Chunin immediately explained the situation. "Nonsense. Get out of the way." After hearing the Chunin's words, Tsunade signaled the Chunin to move aside and then shattered the door with a single punch. "Take him away." Tsunade, having blasted through the door and entered the Hokage's office, didn't even glance at the trembling Konohamaru. She simply walked over to the chair behind the Hokage's desk and sat down. "Tell us about the current situation facing Konohama," someone said as they dragged Konohamaru out. "I see. Looks like I need to talk to the Hyuga clan leader and the Hatake clan leader." Kakashi was originally supposed to be the clan leader of the Hatake clan, but after he declined, someone else was chosen. "And there's also the matter of Naoki and Kato Dan," Nara Shikaku said hesitantly. "Naoki and Dan, what do they have to do with them?" Tsunade's expression immediately grew serious upon hearing Nara Shikaku mention the 2 people closest to him. "That's right," Nara Shikaku finally told Shen Fei everything he had said. Many people had heard this, and if he concealed it, it would only cause more trouble if Tsunade heard it from others. Surprisingly, Tsunade didn't fly into rage upon hearing Nara Shikaku's words. Instead, she closed her eyes and remained silent. The Uchiha and Senju clans were once 2 of the most powerful clans in the world, but apart from the first and second Hokage, Tsunade and Naoki, no one else from the Senju clan appeared. The reason behind this is thought-provoking. Ninja clans possess a strong sense of cohesion. Even the impoverished Kurama clan in Konoha still boasts a significant number of members. After a long moment, Tsunade finally opened her eyes, now remarkably calm. She looked at Nara Shikaku and said, "The Hokage succession ceremony will be held tomorrow, isn't that too hasty?" Nara Shikaku said. "Tomorrow? Let the news get out soon, so that old man won't give up." "Understood. I'll make preparations immediately." The people of Iwagakure just retreated like that. "I thought Konoha and Iwagakure would fight." Shen Fei shook his head slightly, looking at the latest intelligence in his hand. He then set it aside and looked at the figure floating in the nutrient solution in the glass jar before him, Hazuki Sujetsu. Shen Fei was currently at Orochimaru's southern base. After separating from Tsunade, the group had relocated there to recuperate and research a solution to the Shikigami Fuijin. Orochimaru's southern base is located on a remote island in the ocean. Its location is so remote that it would normally be unnoticed by the 5 great ninja villages. Here, Shen Fei encountered Sujetsu Hazuki of the Kazuki clan, a member of Sasuke's Snake Squad. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, Shen Fei studied the Kazuki clan's water transformation technique, a unique secret technique that allows the body to liquefy, thus evading physical attacks. The water transformation technique isn't a Keki Genkai, but rather a secret technique. Since it's a secret technique, it's naturally learnable. Orochimaru captured Sujetsu Hazuki to study it. Sujetsu Hazuki was a bit apprehensive. His first encounter with the first Hokage had him terrified, leaving him in a cold sweat. The timid Sujetsu cooperated with Orochimaru's research, and thus escaped harm. After Orochimaru had achieved some preliminary results, he seemingly forgot about Sujetsu Hazuki. If it weren't for their arrival at the southern base, Sujetsu might have been in prison for who knows how long. Fortunately, he possessed the water transformation technique, making him invulnerable to drowning. After combining Orochimaru's research data and conducting further research, Shen Fei took Orochimaru's research a step further. The water transformation technique developed by Orochimaru is incomparable to the Hazuki clans and has a time limit. Shen Fei's research based on this has allowed others to be almost as good as the Hazuki clan. However, this water transformation technique is not omnipotent and cannot be compared with the effects of natural devil fruits. Lightning and fire escape techniques can cause damage to it. What do you think? Shen Fei said to Hazuki Sujetsu in the glass jar. Of course I want to come out, Hazuki Sujetsu said in the glass jar. Then come out. Shen Fei controlled a device on the side, opened the glass jar, and let the figure walk out. Change your clothes, I'll take you to meet the others, Shen Fei said as he threw a set of clothes to the man. Let's go. You mean you want him to be my captain? If he wants to be my captain, fine, but he'll have to be able to beat me, Hazuki Sato, after sizing Sasuke up, immediately spoke. I need to see if you're worthy enough to be my partner. Hazuki Sato looked down on Sasuke, and Sasuke, likewise, looked down on Hazuki Sato. You can go fight outside, but remember not to make too much noise. Shen Fei waved his hand, signaling the two to resolve their issues on their own. There was no need to study the water transformation technique anymore. Hazuki Sato was a young prodigy, albeit a bit timid, but more than qualified to be Sasuke's partner. With the addition of Uzumaki Karin, the Snake Squad only needed Jogo Tenbin. Jogo Tenbin's situation would be easy to resolve. As long as Sasuke grew stronger, he'd have the strength to suppress him. Actually, Sasuke could suppress Jogo Tenbin much more easily now that he knew would release. Shen Fei will also take time to research Libra Jugo's body later, to see if there's a way to permanently resolve his issues. Libra Jugo's biggest problem is his involuntary absorption of external natural energy. His chakra is naturally Senjutsu chakra. If it were a Senjutsu from Mount Myaboku, Libra Jugo would undoubtedly be reduced to stone. However, due to Libra Jugo's unique constitution, he won't become stone. Instead, the excessive absorption of natural energy will cause him to go berserk and become a murderous maniac. A berserk is the process by which Libra Jugo releases the excess natural energy within his body. Once this energy is released, he naturally regains his composure, and natural energy accumulates again, leading to another berserk cycle, repeating the cycle. Libra Jugo, while inherently kind, has become a murderous lawyer due to his constitution. Therefore, he spends most of his time locked in a specially constructed steel cage, refusing to harm others. It's over. Sasuke and Hazuki Sujetsu soon entered. Hazuki Sujetsu's white hair was ablaze, a clear sign of the effects of his lightning release technique. He's too weak, Sasuke said coldly. You bastard. Sasuke's words irritated Sujetsu, but there was no way to refute Sasuke's words. The outcome had been decided almost immediately after the two clashed. Sasuke's lightning release was too much of a counter to his water transformation technique, not to mention Sasuke's Sharingan. Having mastered the Rasengan, Sasuke made rapid progress in lightning release. Under Shen Fei's guidance, he had already developed the rudiments of Chidori, and could also use lightning release to increase the power of the Kusanagi sword. The Rasengan was the ultimate in form transformation. Mastering the Rasengan would undoubtedly make practicing other forms much easier. There's no one here for you to choose from. He's the only one of similar age. In truth, Shen Fei had hoped Bai would join the so-called Snake Squad, but unfortunately, that wasn't possible. Bai had his heart set on Zabuza, and Zabuza was no different. Then let's go with him. You wait for me, you bastard. Hey, isn't this Zabuza-senpai? Why are you here? When he saw Karin, he unexpectedly saw Zabuza, and Sujetsu Hazuki immediately went to meet him. To be more precise, he saw Zabuza's beheading sword. As someone who considered himself one of the 7 Mist Ninjas, he didn't even have one of the 7 Mist Ninja swords, which made Sujetsu very upset. Isn't this a brat from the Hazuki clan? Why are you here? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 439, Snake Squad and Immortal Arts, Part 2. As a rebel ninja from the Mist Village, Zabuza was quite knowledgeable about some of the village's affairs. Although Hazuki wasn't as famous as his brother Mainjutsu, he was still considered a rare genius in the village. Moreover, his status as a member of the Hazuki clan alone made him worthy of Zabuza's attention. Mainjutsu Hazuki, Ringo Ayuri, and Chijiro were all young geniuses from the Mist Village. They possessed considerable strength in their teens. Among the 5 major ninja villages, the Mist Village was originally very powerful, with numerous families with Kekkei Genkei, bloodline limits, and a large number of young geniuses. Unfortunately, under the control of Uchiha Madara, a massive civil war broke out, giving rise to the name Blood Mist Village and also costing a large number of families with Kekkei Genkei, bloodline limits, and young geniuses. Given that Obito went to rescue Rin under Madara's arrangement, it can be speculated that Madara's main activities after his resurrection at the Battle of the Valley of the End should have been in the Mist Village. Besides the Blood Mist Village's lack of skilled warriors, another factor is the lack of talent. 2 of the current generation of masters in the Mist Village, Maingetsu Hazuki and Ringo Ayuri, died of illness. It's truly a pity. Had they lived in Konoha, their untimely deaths wouldn't have been so premature. Don't assume ninjas are immune to illness. Even with their chakra training, ninjas are still mortal, and as humans, they can fall prey to illness. This isn't immune even in the world of pirates. While pirates are known for their exceptional physical prowess, they're still mortal, and even Pirate King Roger eventually succumbed to illness. Uncle, your sword is quite good. Lend it to me for a few days, Sujetsu said, reaching for the slashing sword he carried on his back. Sujetsu's actions immediately angered Zabuza. For the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, while there was no rule regarding the possession of their swords, they nonetheless valued their ninja swords immensely and would not allow others to covet them. At least, they would not allow their swords to fall into the hands of others until their deaths. Kid, are you looking for death? Zabuza dodged Sujetsu and struck Sujetsu in the chest, his fist piercing through it with the water transformation jutsu. Why be so stingy? Leveraging the water transformation jutsu, Sujetsu's right hand continued to claw at Zabuza's beheading sword. The Hazuki clan's water transformation jutsu was a nemesis for some in the Mist Village. Most of the Mist Village's ninja used water style, which was ineffective against the Hazuki clan. The same was true for physical attacks. Now, Zabuza was in such a predicament. Thanks to this system, the Hazuki clan made significant contributions to the Kurigakure during the wars of the ninja world. During the 4th Great War of the Mist, the other 6 of the 7 Mist ninjas who were resurrected by the Impure World reincarnation were quickly sealed. Hazuki Maingetsu relied on the water transformation jutsu to persevere until the reincarnation was lifted. Seeing his attacks ineffective against Sujetsu, Zabuza immediately retreated. Just as Sujetsu was about to attack again, he suddenly realized his feet were frozen. Seeing Zabuza in trouble, Haku couldn't help but intervene. Mizunatsuki's ice release was the Hazuki clan's nemesis. The Mizunatsuki clan. Aren't they so unlucky? Sujetsu, shattering the ice on his feet, walked away with a gloomy look on his face. Sasuke's lightning release countered his water transformation jutsu, and now another Mizunatsuki's ice release also countered his water transformation jutsu. I say, don't you have a way to restrain me? Sujetsu, who had been depressed for a while, stared at Karin and asked. Meeting 2 people who restrained her secret technique in a row seemed to have a psychological shadow on Sujetsu. She really has it. Looking at Sujetsu's appearance, Shen Fei couldn't help laughing. Karin did have the ability to deal with Sujetsu's water transformation technique. That was the Uzumaki clan's diamond seal. The water transformation technique must rely on chakra to be realized, and as long as it was chakra, the diamond seal would have a way to deal with it. In the original book, Karin used the diamond seal twice, once to deal with Sujetsu who wanted to escape, and the other time was to deal with White Zetsu and Ifedi. As far as I know, there are quite a few of the 7 swords of the Mist ninja who are wandering around. If you want, you can find others. Looking at Sujetsu's depressed expression, Shen Fei said. You said you must find me one. I can't guarantee that. You figure it out yourself. The 7 swords of the Mist were completely useless to Shen Fei, so he naturally didn't care. But for those born in the Mist Village, it was a completely different story. The 7 swords of the Mist were a symbol of status. Lee Berjugo, come out. After resolving Sujetsu's issue, Shen Fei went to find Lee Berjugo. Don't come in, Lee Berjugo screamed as he opened the heavy steel door. Boom. As the door swung open, Lee Berjugo's massive fist barreled toward Shen Fei's head. Facing the sudden blow, Shen Fei gently placed his left hand on it. With a soft smack, Lee Berjugo's body was instantly sent flying backwards. Taichi, soft power. Where's Kimimaro? Lee Berjugo, pressed against the wall, asked upon seeing Shen Fei enter. He's having a relapse and is now in bed. Come out. I might be able to completely solve your problem, not for the next 2 days. Is it about to flare up? It's okay, you can't hurt me, Shen Fei said, snapping his right finger and shattering the heavy iron ball tied to Li Berjugo's ankle. I said no. Li Berjugo suddenly roared and lunged at Shen Fei again, but the next moment, his body was frozen in midair, completely bound by 2 giant green vines. Shen Fei didn't enjoy playing with snakes, but Orochimaru's shadow snake hands gave him a lot of inspiration. He could use wood release to replace snakes, creating shadow wood hands, vine hands, and so on. There's also the 10,000 snakes formation, which could easily be combined with a vine formation. A similar jutsu can be found in the Book of Sealing, the wood release Mitsunobude Jutsu, where a large number of giant wooden hands emerge from the ground to attack the enemy. The first generation's wood release was extremely powerful, but everyone is different. How to make wood release your own is the most important thing. Let me go, I'm going to kill you. The bound Li Berjugo struggled mightily, but breaking free from Shen Fei's restraints proved impossible. What strange cells? They can heal others. So, what's called a curse seal? So that's it. As expected, Orochimaru possesses core technology, while the curse seal's effects are dangerous. It can allow a Chunin to unleash the power of a Jonin. Even with a time limit, it's still incredibly powerful. Of course, the corresponding side effects are significant. Not everyone can withstand the seal. The Sound Four were forged from hundreds of individuals. The seal is a weakened form of Senjutsu, its unleashed power derived from the weakened natural energy absorbed by the seal. Looks like we have to go to the Raichi cave. Orochimaru's physique isn't suited for practicing Senjutsu, so he doesn't have the techniques. The seal was developed with Jugo's unique physique in mind. If you're going to Raichi cave, I'll go too. After learning that Shen Fei was going to Raichi cave, Sasuke immediately expressed his willingness to go as well. Of course, Sasuke had already learned about the 3 sacred sites from Shen Fei, as well as the contract Naruto had signed with the Mount Myaboku. Facing his first true friend, Sasuke said he didn't care, but in reality, he was very concerned. It seems the new 3 ninjas are inevitable, but Sasuke's strength is almost enough to sign a contract now. During this period, Sasuke's strength had increased again, almost reaching the level of an average Jonin. The Uchiha clan's bloodline combined with the cells of the first generation was like a cheat. No wonder Uchiha Obito, a last-place finisher, had the strength to fight the 4th Hokage in such a short time. The fastest growth in a ninja's strength is roughly between the ages of 12 and 14 or 15. Looking at all young geniuses, almost all of them have achieved Jonin-level strength during this time. Some, even at the tender age of 8 or 9, possess considerable strength. Kakashi reached Chunin at 6, and Minato rescued Kushina from the Kumo ninja while still at ninja school. Naruto, you really need to work harder, or you'll only be left behind. Given Sasuke's current progress, if 3 years pass, as in the original story, he might reach the level of a Super Kage. Okay, after some consideration, Shen Fei agreed to accompany Sasuke to Raichi Cave. The summoning realm where the 3 sacred sites are located is in an alternate dimension. Normally, reaching it requires reverse summoning techniques, but there's another way to find the 3 sacred sites, at the gateway to the 3 sacred sites. The alternate dimension where the 3 sacred sites are located is connected to the ninja world by a portal. For example, the sacred sites of Myaboku-sen and the Wet Bones Forest are located near Konoha village. The portal to Raichi Cave isn't located in the Land of Fire, but rather in a mountain range far to the east. However, even if you can find the entrance to the 3 sacred sites, it doesn't mean you can enter. It depends on whether the owner allows you to enter. Those with destiny don't need to search for it. For example, Jiraiya was directly brought to Myaboku Mountain by reverse summoning in Konoha, and he was brought there without a contract. Those without destiny will be ignored even if they reach the entrance. However, only Myaboku Mountain and the Wetbone Forest treat those seeking the 3 sacred sites in this way. Raichi Cave is different. They welcome anyone who can enter. The reason is simple. Raichi Cave is a snake that eats people. Those without destiny will naturally become its food. What a troublesome fog, walking in the mountains at the entrance to Raichi Cave. Shen Fei looked at the thick fog around him with a bit of frustration. The fog was less than 5 meters thick. This was not normal fog, but a person-made fog. This was the test of Raichi Cave. Those who couldn't pass through this thick fog would basically become its food. It seems I'm not as lucky as Boruto. Boruto and his group headed for Raichi Cave. They were soon greeted by a magnificent Raichi Cave, then forced to reveal a flaw. Then, they advanced, slaughtering countless people like they were playing house. If you thought Raichi Cave was just like that, you'd be mistaken. Boruto and his group received special treatment because they were second-generation warriors, but Shen Fei was no second-generation warrior. The real Raichi Cave was only reached after Orochimaru had braved numerous dangers, and the same was true for Kabuto. We seem to be going in circles, Sasuke finally realized. You just noticed, Shen Fei suddenly shouted. I know you're nearby. I need to see the White Snake Immortal. This person is here to sign a contract at Raichi Cave. You can come out now. It seems you don't want to come out. Excuse me, Shen Fei said, forming hand seals and taking a deep breath that nearly wiped out all the air in front of him. Wind-style breakthrough technique. A hurricane like a tornado blew out of Shen Fei's mouth, instantly blowing away all the thick fog that filled the surroundings. The power of wind style, in addition to the strength of chakra, is also closely related to breathing. In the ninja world, it can be said that no one can breathe better than Shen Fei. The breathing method of Demon Slayer was not learned in vain, it all depends on breathing and concentration. A scream came from the hurricane, as if the hurricane had swept people in. You are so brave. A moment later, a green figure quickly appeared in front of Shen Fei and Sasuke, floating in the air, glaring at the two. If you don't look at her face, she is a girl with a good figure, but if you look at her face, it is completely different, because it is a ferocious snake shape. It seems that a big person has come this time. Just as this person was about to take action, two more people who looked like girls suddenly appeared from the side, also floating in the air. Why are you here? The first girl who appeared looked at the two companions with a hint of surprise. Shen Fei wasn't Boruto, so it wasn't worth it or necessary for the three elders of Raichi Cave to come all together. Of course I have something to say. Please, guest, a young woman with a young Lolita appearance said, gesturing to Shen Fei and Sasuke to follow her. What's going on? Nothing. Grandma just wants to see them. This is Raichi Cave. Following the young woman, Shen Fei and Sasuke soon arrived at a building resembling a shrine, flanked by snake statues. Yes, this is Raichi Cave. Grandma is waiting inside. Foreign guests, please take a seat. In a pavilion in the shrine's courtyard, Shen Fei encountered the White Snake Immortal, a seemingly ordinary old woman without the slightest aura of a powerful figure. However, Shen Fei didn't underestimate her. As one of the three great immortals, her strength was undoubtedly formidable. Even the three young women he had met earlier were equally powerful. In the outside world, any of them would likely be at least cage-level masters. I can't hide it from you guys, the Big Toad Immortal Toad Pill has the ability to predict the future. Shen Fei doesn't think that his appearance can be hidden from him. Chapter 440, Snake Squad and Immortal Arts, Part 2. In that case, I'll be frank. I'm here to witness some celestial arts. This person wants to sign a summoning contract with Raichido. I don't need to explain his situation much. Shen Fei wasn't too concerned about the Great Toad Sage Gamamaru. First of all, his strength and ability were enough to protect himself. Also, judging by the performance of the sages from the three holy places, as long as they didn't want to destroy the ninja world, they wouldn't get involved. At most, they would just give a few vague prophecies. Gamamaru had sought out the six-path sage Otsutsuki Haguramo because Otsutsuki's Kaguya's sacred tree threatened the survival of the ninja world. The energy of the sacred tree devoured all life, including that of the earth. The Otsutsuki clan traveled through the starry sky to find planets with life to cultivate the sacred tree. A single fruit from the sacred tree could almost create a six-path level figure. To gain such power, destroying a planet was nothing. To the self-proclaimed gods, the Otsutsuki clan regarded other life forms as mere inferiors, and contributing to their immortality was an honor. For the Otsutsuki clan, the sacred tree was the device they used to refine chakra dan, much like the king of the nation of Kosilkus in the Full Metal Alchemist universe, who was willing to sacrifice his entire nation for immortality. The Otsutsuki clan searched the stars for life-bearing planets, planted trees, and harvested chakra fruits. Everything had been going smoothly until, unfortunately, they failed miserably on the planet of Ninja World. No problem. Since he's passed the test, I can naturally teach you the Senjutsu, Genie. However, if he wants to sign a contract with Raichi Cave, it'll depend on his own ability. The white snake sage looked at Sasuke and then said, "Ichichi, take him to the snake cave." The contracts at Raichi Cave differed significantly from those at Myaboku Mountain and the Wetbone Forest. The contracts at Raichi Cave only allowed the summoning of the chosen beast. Unlike at Myaboku Mountain, once signed, all toads in Myaboku Mountain could be summoned, even those that couldn't fight, such as Gamakachi and Gamakaya when they were young. This allowed for the summoning of different toads to suit different combat situations. Myaboku Mountain had many different types of toads, including combat, detection, and hiding toads. Take, for example, the Iwajuku giant toad, which Jiraiya summoned during his battle with Kisame and Itachi. It was said to be the largest toad in Myaboku Mountain, and in the entire ninja world, perhaps even smaller than the slug sage of the Wetbone Forest. Jiraiya only needs to summon a portion of its intestines for each battle, and these intestines also possess a powerful barrier effect. If Itachi hadn't had Amaterasu, the outcome of that battle would have been uncertain. In comparison, the summoned beasts of the Raichi Cave are somewhat monotonous. For example, Orochimaru can only summon 10,000 snakes, but not the green snake, Shinga, or the three elders like Chikishima. Of course, this only applies to intelligent snakes. Unintelligent snakes, after signing a contract with a Raichi Cave, can be commanded at will, similar to how Chilean, after consuming the inner elixir of the Chilean snake, carefully refined by the 100 Poison King, could command a large number of snakes. Go, be careful. If you really can't succeed, you can come back another time. This is the real ninja world, not a game. Sasuke doesn't seem to have the same luck as Boruto and his group, who easily defeated Shinga. HMPH, Sasuke snorted, as if feeling slighted by Shen Fei, and left with a Chikishima. As for questions about Senjutsu, just ask Sujin. Also, I hope you'll visit Old Toad when you have time. After saying this, the white snake sage stood up and left. The three great sages are the biggest behind-the-scenes figures in the ninja world, Shen Fei thought as he watched the white snake sage's back. Going out in person to fight was clearly too low level. Just look at Gamamaru, who had the Otsutsuki clan in a fight with just a few words. If you want to see me, you can go if you have the chance. Remember, there are Senjutsu talismans in Myaboku Mountain. Even though Shen Fei already had numerous recovery methods, Senjutsu talismans wouldn't be too much if he had the chance. So-called Senjutsu, Tsujinheim immediately stepped forward after the white snake sage left and began explaining Senjutsu chakra and the methods of cultivating Senjutsu. Senjutsu wasn't something you could cultivate just because you wanted to. If anyone could absorb natural energy, countless people would die from it. Just like why the multiple shadow clone technique is a forbidden technique, it's because some in Konoha, without considering their own strength, recklessly attempted to use it, resulting in severe chakra depletion, serious injury, disability, and even death. It was designated a forbidden technique after numerous incidents. Naruto's chakra reserves are sufficient. Otherwise, as he did in his battle with Mizuki, he wouldn't have fought, let alone been crippled by excessive chakra depletion. So that's how it is. Following Tatsujinheim's explanation, Shen Fei finally gained a clear understanding of Senjutsu, which had previously been far too vague. Senjutsu chakra is formed by absorbing natural energy from a combination of physical and mental energy. To absorb external natural energy, one must open a channel within the body to absorb it. This is difficult to do on one's own and requires assistance. Only the three major spiritual sanctuaries possess this method. Of course, those with a physique like Jugo Tenbins, who are naturally able to absorb external natural energy, are another matter entirely. Such a physique is a once-in-a-century phenomenon. Practicing Senjutsu is incredibly dangerous, as the natural energy between heaven and earth is far too vast for an individual to absorb. Compared to the natural energy between heaven and earth, the energy within the human body is like the ocean in a cup. The process of absorbing natural energy is like creating a channel between the cup and the ocean. If one is not careful, the external natural energy could burst the cup. Therefore, for those who aspire to cultivate Senjutsu, two talents offer the greatest advantage. One is possessing immense chakra, like Naruto or Kisame. With vast chakra reserves, one is no longer a cup, but rather a pond. Connected to the ocean, the impact is much less severe. Another is possessing immense chakra control, precisely controlling every ounce of chakra and instantly closing the channel for absorbing external natural energy upon detecting danger. Examples include Sakura, Tsunade, and Kabuto Yakushi. Of course, Possessing these two talents doesn't guarantee that practicing Senjutsu is risk-free, it remains extremely dangerous. Consider how Naruto was practicing Senjutsu while Fukasaku was constantly on guard, interrupting him if he noticed any disturbance in his absorption of natural energy. However, this privilege only applies to Myabokuzen and the Wetbone Forest, not Raichi Cave. While the methods for cultivating Senjutsu can be explained, and channels connecting to natural energy can be opened for you, whether you ultimately succeed or are absorbed by the natural energy is beyond the control of Raichi Cave. It's fair to say that if Naruto had cultivated in Raichi Cave, he wouldn't have been able to complete the Senjutsu. In this situation, the second talent, superior chakra control, becomes crucial. It's no wonder that Kabuto Yakushi was able to complete his Senjutsu training with such arduous effort. This is Senjutsu chakra. Shen Fei possessed both talents. His inherent immense chakra, combined with his refined chakra control, allowed him to absorb external natural energy and quickly complete his Senjutsu chakra training. His conversation with Suzuki Haim deepened his understanding of Senjutsu chakra. Speaking of Senjutsu, it's natural to mention Sage Mode, Six-Path Sage Mode, and the Sage Body. After cultivating Senjutsu chakra, Shen Fei clearly understood the difference between Sage Mode and the Sage Body. Senjutsu chakra is consumable. Unlike chakra, which is constantly generated by the body's cells, even if consumed in battle, it will naturally regenerate. Senjutsu chakra is difficult to regenerate in combat because absorbing natural energy is extremely dangerous and requires caution. It's difficult to calmly absorb natural energy during combat. Using the body's Senjutsu chakra to fight is known as Sage Mode. Jiraiya's Sage Mode, while seemingly imperfect, is actually much more durable than Naruto's initial Sage Mode because he can use the Toad Sage on his shoulders to absorb natural energy. However, despite its superior endurance, it's still only Sage Mode, with a time limit. The truly powerful Sage Mode is the Sage Mode, which can absorb natural energy at any time and without time limits. This is the reason the first Hokage was so powerful, as he used Senjutsu chakra in battle. Sage modes are rare among humans. Currently, only the first Hokage and the Six-Path Sage exist. Uchiha Madara, after absorbing Wood Release, is practically a Sage mode. Libra Jugo possesses a Sage-like physique, but because he cannot control it at all, he's considered a pseudo-Sage-like physique. While Sage chakra can greatly enhance one's strength, it's not invincible. Even Kabuto Yakushi, in his Sage mode, was defeated by Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi. Libra Jugo has been defeated by even more opponents. Ultimately, it all comes down to individual strength. Naruto, with his vast chakra, still couldn't defeat many in the early stages. The sage-like physique is quite similar to an innate master. If the Sixth Treasury Immortal Thief took it a step further and stole the heavens and the earth, he could also be considered a sage-like physique. Through comparison, Shen Fei discovered many similarities. The Sixth Treasury Immortal Thief's ability to steal the vitality of heaven and earth is actually natural energy. The top figures in Qin's Moon, such as Bei Mingzi, Dong Huangtai, and Guzi, are actually considered semi-innate masters. This innate master isn't just a common sight in novels. In the world of Qin's Moon, even those under 1% are considered top tier. The so-called semi-innate state is actually similar to Sage mode. Bei Mingzi, Dong Huang Prince, and others pursue the complete innate state, also known as the Sage body. Of course, this is just Shen Fei's speculation, but he'll know the answer after talking to them. There's no difference between Senjutsu chakra. Whether cultivating Senjutsu chakra in Raichi Cave, Myaboku Mountain, or the Wetbone Forest, the results are the same. Just like the chakra cultivated by ninjas, there's no essential difference. The differences in Senjutsu stem from the different focuses of Senjutsu chakra application, just like the various attribute ninjutsu of a ninja. Sage body, with the cells of the first generation, it shouldn't be difficult to achieve this. After learning about the Sage body, Shen Fei naturally set his sights on it, absorbing external energy. This was no stranger to him, possessing Kamar-Taj magic, which was all about absorbing dimensional energy. Sasuke, this guy is really slow. After 3 days in Raichi Cave, Shen Fei completed his Senjutsu chakra training. The next step was to slowly cultivate and achieve Sage body status. There was nothing interesting to see in Raichi Cave, it was utterly boring. If Shen Fei hadn't been waiting for Sasuke, he would have left long ago, having learned how to cultivate Senjutsu chakra. While cultivating Senjutsu in Raichi Cave could be more effective due to the surrounding natural energy, it actually increased the risk. White Snake Sage, I wonder if there's a way to address the situation where someone passively absorbs natural energy here. Seeing that Sasuke hadn't returned, Shen Fei went directly to the White Snake Sage to inquire about Libra Jugo. Libra Jugo's physique made it even more difficult for him to approach the three sacred grounds. In the outside world, he might go berserk for months, but within the three sacred grounds, he'd probably go berserk every few days. There's such a person out there, the White Snake Sage said, slightly surprised by Shen Fei's description. Yes, no one knows what kind of physique a person has, just like the first Hokage's physique, he was the only one in the Senju clan to possess it. Let him try cultivating Senjutsu, the White Snake Sage suggested. I'm afraid it's difficult to do. While studying Libra Jugo's physique, Shen Fei also discovered his problems. He was a character similar to S.H.I.E.L.D, he was good at taijutsu, but forget about ninjutsu. He couldn't even use chakra, let alone natural energy. The only way is to seal it. I thought so too, but it's difficult to do. That's not a big deal. As a place with thousands of years of heritage, Raichi Cave certainly possesses more than just Senjutsu. Thank you very much, you've preemptively snatched your future apprentice's summoning beast. The Sharingan is truly powerful. After learning how to seal Libra Jugo's body from the White Snake Sage, Sasuke returned. Although his clothes were tattered, he had gained a great deal. He now possessed two summoning beasts, the Green Snake and the Red Snake Shinga. The Sharingan played an important role in Sasuke's acquisition of these two summoning beasts. Rest today, and start studying Senjutsu tomorrow. Now that he had arrived at Raichi Cave, and the effects of Senjutsu were so obvious, it was impossible not to practice. Don't let your mind wander. Collect your thoughts. When teaching Sasuke magic, Shen Fei did not rely on the three elders of Longdi Cave, but did it himself. He had a green bamboo stick, and whenever Sasuke had problems, he would hide him with it. This was a good opportunity to hit Sasuke blatantly. Indra, would release, plus magic, if you get Itachi's main Gekkai Sharingan, that is to say, the prerequisites for opening the Samsara Eye are gathered. And it's not the one-eyed Sasuke in the original work, but the double-eyed Sasuke. In the Sharingan lineage, the difference between a single eye and a double eye is very large. There shouldn't be another Uchiha hug and throw now. Chapter 441 Blood Dragon Eye. Heavenly Hand Power. I wonder what the heavenly hand power of having both eyes in the Rinnegan is like. Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan ability. The Rinnegan only has one shadow when using one eye, but increases to 4 when using both eyes. Given this, Sasuke's heavenly hand power would surely be significantly enhanced with both eyes. Not bad. Naruto will definitely be surprised the next time he sees me, Shen Fei said with a smile as he watched Sasuke successfully complete a Sage Chakra training. Of course, Sasuke can only use Sage mode now. Achieving Sage body will require a long period of growth. Why bring him up? According to what you said, he and I should be enemies in the future, Sasuke said expressionlessly. That depends on your perspective. Well, I've been here long enough. It's time to leave. If I go find Itachi now, can I defeat him? Sasuke asked immediately after a moment's silence. You seem a little impatient, but unfortunately, although you're powerful now, you're still inferior to Itachi. The power of the main Gekkai Sharingan is far beyond the reach of ordinary Sharingans. You still need some time to cultivate. Of course, given Itachi's character, he won't kill you, so if you really go to him now, it's not impossible. I will defeat him head-on with my own strength. If Sasuke hadn't known the truth, he would have been eager to find Itachi long ago. Now that he knows the truth, he also wants to find Itachi to ask for the truth. Even if he already knows the truth, he desperately wants to confirm it from Itachi. At the same time, using his own strength, without Itachi's concessions, to defeat Itachi, and then let Itachi know that all his choices were wrong. This is Sasuke's revenge on Itachi. We don't have these things yet. Upon hearing the two were leaving, Suzuki Haim immediately floated over, holding up a handheld game console, and said to Shen Fei, I only brought this one. Play with it for now. I'll bring you some other games next time I have the chance. During his time in Longdi Cave, Shen Fei and one of the three elders, Tsujinji, became quite familiar with each other. Perhaps because outsiders rarely appeared in Longdi Cave, Tsujinji was somewhat curious about him and Sasuke. To prevent her from disturbing their training, Shen Fei took out a handheld game console and gave it to her. The result was an unstoppable obsession. Tsujinji fell in love with handheld game consoles. This was not too surprising. After all, Longdi Cave was too boring, and they seemed unable to leave the cave at will. Suddenly there was an entertainment activity, so she was naturally addicted. Finally, after scrapping 3 handheld game consoles, Shen Fei taught her how to use Thunder Release, so that she no longer needed Shen Fei to use Thunder Release to recharge her. Don't forget, don't worry, I won't forget. Even if I can't come here for a while, I'll have him use the reverse summoning jutsu to send it to you, boy. When we get back, use the reverse summoning jutsu to send the things to you immediately. Suzuhime immediately floated in front of Sasuke, staring at him intently as she spoke. It would be really interesting if the Oasis game were brought to this world, like an online battle between the 5 great ninja villages. With this sudden thought, Shen Fei grabbed Sasuke's shoulders and, after leaving the Raichi cave, used the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to appear at Orochimaru's southern base. Leaving a mark for the Flying Thunder God technique behind, it made it very convenient to move. As for the chakra consumption, it was similar to apparition. The longer the distance, the more chakra it consumed. 10 Libra Jugo, go and see how things are going. After returning to the southern base, Shen Fei immediately found 10 Libra Jugo and used the sealing technique he had received from the White Snake Sage on him. This is it. After a special sealing technique was applied to his body, Libra Jugo moved his body excitedly. Because of his physical condition, Libra Jugo faced discrimination and even persecution as a child. My body is fine now. You'll join Sasuke's team and work with him. Is that okay? Okay, Libra Jugo immediately agreed, and Sasuke's snake team was successfully re-established. Orochimaru really fought hard to free his hands. Because his hands were sealed, many experiments could not be performed, forcing Orochimaru to shift his focus to breaking the Shiki Fujin. He also used this opportunity to study the new information on the tablet Shen Fei had given him. With Shen Fei's help, the progress was much faster than in the original novel when Orochimaru was alone. Moreover, Shen Fei also knew the general idea of breaking the Shiki Fujin. In Konokuni, there seemed to be traces of Reitoga. Could it be that black hole Reitoga? Serpent Squad should go there. One of the benefits of collaborating with Orochimaru is that Shen Fei can access intelligence from across the ninja world through his intelligence network, including information on the 5 major ninja villages and unusual events elsewhere. While much of this information, cast as wide a net as possible, has been useless, Orochimaru has also gleaned a fair bit of useful information, such as the hidden tombs of certain ninjas and the location of the 3-tailed Isabu. For example, today, information on Reitoga, one of the 7 swords of the Mist Ninja, has surfaced. You want a ninja sword, don't you? Here's some information on a ninja sword. Shen Fei quickly found Serpent Squad, who were resting. After their formation, Serpent Squad wasn't confined to the southern base. They were sometimes tasked with carrying out missions, such as capturing wanted criminals above level A. This not only earned them money, but also provided practical combat training and strengthened their teamwork. Really? Sujetsu said and immediately put down the handheld game console in his hand, then took the lead in taking the document with an excited look on his face. However, after seeing the content on the document, he immediately handed the document to Sasuke with a look of disappointment. Why is it Reitoga? For Sujetsu, among the 7 swords of the Mist Ninja, only the Thunder Blade has an incompatible attribute with him. Although it is not unusable, it cannot be used with a water transformation technique at all. The attribute of Thunderblade is the same as that of Konoha's Thunder God Sword. It can convert attributeless chakra into Thunder attribute. If it is a Thunder attribute ninja, the power of the Thunder release will increase and the consumption will be reduced. Sujetsu doesn't need this sword. Do we still need to go? Karin said immediately. Of course I know he doesn't need this sword. After seeing the attribute of the Thunder Blade, Shen Fei knew that this was the ninja sword that Sujetsu least wanted. This was not the purpose of his coming to the Snake Squad. I'm not asking you to steal the sword. I need you to recruit him, Shen Fei said, glancing at Zabuza beside him. If he disagrees, you can tell him I can heal the child he's carrying. In the ninja world, companions and subordinates are crucial. Given the opportunity, Shen Fei wouldn't mind recruiting Kuroki Rega. Get ready, we'll leave in 10 minutes. With Sasuke's words, the mission was confirmed. Understood. This Sujetsu is obsessed with games. After the handheld console was revealed, Sujetsu immediately became a loyal user, spending all her time playing games besides her regular training. Thunderbolt Group, Blood Dragon Eye, Looks like I'll have to go there myself. After Sasuke and the Snake Squad set off, Shen Fei immediately produced another piece of intelligence, which reported that the Thunderbolt group had failed to assassinate the daimyo of the Land of Water. The Lightning Den is a relatively well-known organization in the Land of Hot Water and the Land of Water. Because they rob the rich and give to the poor, such organizations are rare in the ninja world. Among the common people, the Lightning Den enjoys an excellent reputation. It's just that sometimes good people don't always get rewarded. Lightning Den, why are you interested in them? Orochimaru looked at Shen Fei with surprise upon hearing that he was going to find the Lightning Den. I don't need to elaborate on that, Shen Fei said with a smile. A prophecy, partly, but more importantly, I don't want good people to go unrewarded. Good people get rewarded? You actually believe that? Shen Fei's words surprised Orochimaru. It's not a question of belief or not. It's that I chose to stand in the light. Given a choice, I believe most people would choose to stand in the light rather than in the darkness. I believe the father of the Lightning Den wouldn't want his daughter to live in darkness. Why did Miyashiro allow Chino to contact Sasuke? A big reason was probably to clear his daughter's name, but Sasuke later sent her to the Mist Village. You know so much? Can I ask, what's your purpose in training Sasuke so diligently? Purpose? I said it's for peace in the ninja world. Do you believe me? Peace in the ninja world? Orochimaru said with a hint of sarcasm. You're actually going after the lightning bolt. Here, you go, Orochimaru said, pulling a scroll from a nearby bookshelf and handing it to Shen Fei. Orochimaru, you're really interested in the lightning bolt. Is it because of Goijoen? That's right. If no one was watching over them, such a ninja organization would probably have been wiped out long ago. Shen Fei shook his head slightly as he reviewed the scroll's information about the lightning bolt. In the ninja world, robbing the rich to help the poor is very dangerous. The rich can afford to hire ninja from the great ninja villages to exact revenge. The lightning bolt, perhaps accustomed to long-term flattery, had the idea of using the name of the water country as their own. As the daimyo of one of the 5 great nations, it wasn't so easy to hijack them. However, the lightning bolt was ambushed by the Anbu of the Mist Village, suffering heavy casualties. This guy, really? After Shen Fei left, a small snake emerged from Orochimaru's arm, then handed a scroll to the snake, which it swallowed. Although Orochimaru's hands were sealed, that didn't mean he was completely unable to use ninjutsu. With some help, he could still accomplish something. Bamboo Village, with intelligence, Shen Fei quickly arrived at the active area of the Thunderbolt. This village, nestled within a bamboo forest near the Land of Hot Springs, was a picturesque setting. However, despite its beauty, the villagers were not particularly kind. Having received a large amount of wealth from the Thunderbolt, which had helped improve their lives, they betrayed the Thunderbolt when they were in trouble. Chino and Fixin had saved the people of Bamboo Village from being bullied by bandits. The village, fearing retaliation from the bandits, kept them. At the time, with nowhere else to go, they stayed, and gradually formed the Thunderbolt. Therefore, while many civilians elsewhere also received aid from the Lightning Group, the Bamboo Village, because of the 2 people living there, received the most support. Later, even to the point of greed. After all, it's difficult to determine what constitutes wealth. Standing on a bamboo stalk, looking at the newly built homes in the Bamboo Village, Shen Fei shook his head slightly, believing these houses were likely built using funds from the Lightning Group. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted from the right, accompanied by screams and shouts. Shen Fei immediately vanished from the bamboo stalk and rushed towards the blast. Be careful, her eyes are strange, don't go near her. In a field, 2 blood-stained figures, one large and one small, were surrounded by 6 Mist Village Anbu. Among them, the smaller figure had blood-red eyes in a line, a sign of the blood dragon eye. The surrounding Mist Village Anbu, perhaps wary of their companion's previous strange explosion, hesitated to attack. But the next moment, the Mist Ninja Anbu immediately drew their kunai and shurikens and hurled them at the 2 in the middle. Great wind explosion. At that moment, the young man beside the smaller figure in the middle formed hand seals and unleashed the wind jutsu. A tornado emanated from him, spreading outward, instantly blowing all the hidden weapons away. However, the tornado soon vanished, and the young man using it groaned as he fell to the ground. Is this the wind jutsu that can stand up to Sasuke's complete Susanoo? It's truly powerful. As the tornado vanished and the 6 surrounding Mist Ninja Anbu were about to attack again, 6 green leaves suddenly appeared from Shen Fei's right hand. Before they could react, the leaves pierced their necks. Are you alright? After dispatching the 6 mist ninja Enbu, Shen Fei appeared in front of the 2 men and whispered softly. Who are you? The girl with bloodshot dragon eyes looked at Shen Fei warily. Don't be nervous. You should know I'm not hunting you down, otherwise I wouldn't have to kill them. Shen Fei pointed at the 6 mist ninja Enbu lying on the ground, spread his hands, and said with a smile. His injuries are serious. If he doesn't get treatment, it might be too late. The same goes for your injuries. I know some medical ninjutsu and can help him. The girl hesitated for a moment, then nodded immediately, still looking at Shen Fei with a wary expression. Huh? No way, he's dead. Shen Fei, who had been unconcerned, couldn't help but frown after examining the young man. The man was already dead. He had powerful medical abilities that could completely revive him, even if he was only breathing. Unfortunately, none of these abilities could bring him back to life. Chapter 442 Angkor Fortress, Part 1. Shen Fei currently possesses only one drug capable of resurrecting the dead, GH235, extracted from the blood of the Korean marvel. However, this substance can only be used in the Marvel universe, it's inoperable elsewhere. Don't assume the Kree can't do anything just because they didn't gain any advantage against Captain Marvel. The truth isn't that the Kree can't, but Captain Marvel is simply too powerful. Of course, in the Naruto universe, due to different rules, there are many ways to resurrect the dead. Especially for Shen Fei, who has mastered the impure world reincarnation technique, resurrection is incredibly simple. Reincarnate the person, extract their soul, clone a body using their cells, and insert the soul into the body, and everything is done. It's even simpler than the reincarnation technique. Because the body is a clone, there's no soul rejection. The only issue is the clone's limited lifespan, which is a problem once the original cells are fused. Clones lack souls, a key difference between them and natural humans. Of course, this isn't absolute, the universe is full of wonders, and the possibility of clones developing souls isn't entirely impossible. Although Shen Fei mastered the resurrection method, he wouldn't abuse it. He might only help resurrect the 4th Hokage and his wife. As for the resurrection of others, such as Sasuke's parents, Sasuke would need to master the Rinnegan and be resurrected himself, which would give Sasuke the motivation to strive. Shen Fei's search for Chino, the Lightning Den, was just a whim, and he didn't want her turned up in the Mist Village again. Konoha was incredibly generous, constantly sending out various Kekkei Genkai, bloodline limits, including Chino, the Lightning Den, to the Mist Village. Many of the Kekkei Genkai from the underground arena were sent to the Kumo village. With Sasuke and Naruto at the helm, Konoha was able to enjoy peace in the ninja world, just as it had been during the first Hokage's lifetime. However, less than a year after the first Hokage's death, the First Shinobi World War erupted. Sorry, Feng Xin. Upon hearing Shen Fei declare the young man on the ground was beyond saving, Kayano immediately threw herself upon him, bursting into tears. She lost consciousness while crying. Her injuries were considerable, and she had only been holding on. Hey, I remember she seemed a little older than Sasuke. With that figure, is she considered a legal lolly? After examining Kayano and finding she was not in danger, Shen Fei immediately began to clean up the area. First, he used earth escape techniques to bury the 6 mist ninja Enbu together. Then, he picked up Kayano and carried Feng Xin's body, leaving the area. Feng Xin, Kayano, having just regained consciousness, rushed out of a dilapidated shrine within the bamboo grove, only to find Shen Fei standing outside. Awake, Shen Fei, sitting on the shrine steps, turned and smiled at Kayano. Where's Feng Xin? Kayano said anxiously. Here, Shen Fei said, standing up and leading Kayano to the back of the shrine. A small, brand new grave appeared before them, with a single stone tablet bearing a name. Feng Xin. Jin Nai stood in front of Feng Xin's tombstone, tears streaming down her eyes again, but this time Jin Nai did not cry out loud, instead her tone was filled with hatred. They are the ones who killed you, I will not let them go. Jin Nai wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and turned away. Where are you going? Revenge. You are no match for the Mist Village now, my enemies are not them, Jin Nai said after a long silence, and then she told Shen Fei about her, Feng Xin, and the Lightning Group. You are going to seek revenge on the people of Takanori village, yes, do you want to stop me? Jin Nai stared at Shen Fei as she spoke. What will you do if I stop you, kill you? Jinnai's eyes immediately turned into blood-red dragon eyes. Is that so? Shen Fei said, turning and leaving. If Naruto were here, he would have absolutely tried his best to stop Chino from seeking revenge against Takemura. Unfortunately, Shen Fei wasn't so chaste. Takemura had benefited so much from the Thunderbolt, so when they were in danger, they wanted to distance themselves from it. It was human nature, and they couldn't be blamed. But Chino's desire for revenge was also human nature. She didn't really harbor much hatred for the Kirigakure. Battles between ninjas were always life or death struggles, and what she couldn't tolerate most was the betrayal of the Takemura's inhabitants. Shen Fei wouldn't repay kindness with evil. He would only repay kindness with kindness, and evil with justice. But he had no interest in watching Chino kill those people. You're hungry? Have some roasted pheasant. Seeing Chino return, with no trace of vengeful pleasure on her face, Shen Fei handed her the roasted pheasant he had captured earlier through his observation haki. Although he didn't follow Chino, he could still see the noise and fire from the shrine, which wasn't far from Takino village. Are you going somewhere else? Although he'd come here for the blood dragon eye, he wouldn't mind if Chino had somewhere else to go. The biggest difference between him and Orochimaru was that he didn't treat these people as pawns. Who are you? Chino quickly finished a roasted pheasant. She had immediately gone off to seek revenge after waking up, and she was already starving. I'm a traveler, Shen Fei said after a moment's pause. Travel? Can I follow you? Chino said after a pause. Follow me, you don't know me, so aren't you afraid I'm a bad guy? Good, bad, what does it matter? Chino said with a mocking smile. The Lightning Group had always robbed the rich and helped the poor, acting as chivalrous warriors, but turned up like this was a huge blow to Chino. Don't make that expression. You're so young, and there are still many beautiful things in this world. Smile more, Shen Fei said, rubbing Chinano's head. It felt quite pleasant to the touch. Then get ready. Let's get out of here. Ever since arriving in the Naruto world, Shen Fei had been busy training. This rare trip to the land of hot springs had given him the opportunity to explore the land while waiting for Chinano. Although the land of hot springs was a small nation, its ninja villages destroyed during the Ninja World War, it was an exceptionally prosperous nation. Its scenery and hot springs were renowned throughout the ninja world, making it a sought-after vacation destination for many wealthy ninjas. Jiraiya's favorite destination was the land of hot springs. The land of hot springs boasted numerous hot springs, each offering a variety of benefits. Whether it was for relaxation, healing, weight loss, or beauty treatments, there was a hot spring to choose from. Shen Fei also has a hot spring here, a beauty hot spring with excellent cosmetic effects. He installed it on an island in his secret base in the pirate world, but he didn't have many opportunities to enjoy it. It was mainly enjoyed by people like Chelsea and Akame. As a man, he had no chance to compete with them. After all, it wasn't a mixed bath. The beauty hot spring was created by Nen. While its main purpose was beauty, it was also very effective for relieving fatigue. It seems that hidden is from the land of hot water. Speaking of that evil god, what is this? Is there a real evil god, or is Hidden's ability just his Keki Genkai, or some kind of secret technique? Now that he was in the land of hot water, Shen Fei thought of Hidden from the Akatsuki organization. His blood-based death ability was quite impressive, but it wouldn't work on some people, such as Orochimaru, who wouldn't die even if his heart was pierced. We should find time to visit the Rain Village. It seems Sasuke is inevitably joining the Akatsuki this time. This time, it's the Akatsuki that's dominating the ninja world. Sasuke couldn't unify the ninja world on his own, but if he joined forces with the Akatsuki, the situation would be different. Shen Fei was confident that Nagato, Konan, and Sasuke would join forces. The worst that could happen was to resurrect Yahiko. Nagato and Obito, those two are both screwed. The Rinnegan could clearly resurrect people. Bringing Yahiko and Rin back would be a simple task, yet neither of them did it. That's like being a child. Smile more when you have time. After a few days of exploring the sights of the land of hot springs during the day, shopping, and soaking in the hot springs at night, Chino finally smiled. I'm not a child, Shen Fei said, causing Chino to push away his hand on her head with a look of dissatisfaction. Got it, you're not a kid anymore. Let's go, let's have a feast today. This time, Shen Fei and Chinano were enjoying the ultimate indulgence in the land of hot springs. They booked a nice hot spring hotel, and even when they went to other hot springs, they booked the entire place. They were rich and carefree. That place again? Let's change it up today. I'll pick the place, okay? Shinano chose a rather ordinary izakaya, choosing it because the tempura was so good. She loved it. Shen Fei didn't mind. Even though he was now incredibly wealthy and could enjoy the best of the best, he could still eat at a food stall. If it weren't for Shinano, he wouldn't have been so extravagant this time. He didn't have the same issues as some wealthy people, like the uncleanliness of street vendors. Stark even bought hamburgers from the street. Did you know, I heard that Dr. Shannon appeared in Mida Village. There's been a plague there lately. Seeing Shinano's renewed vibrancy, Shen Fei smiled and nodded, but the conversation next to him caught his attention. Yes, it's a good thing he's here, otherwise who knows how many people would have died this time. It's a pity there aren't so many people like this. You know, I heard that the lightning group was hunted by the Mist Village because they provoked the daimyo of the Land of Water, and now they've been destroyed. The lightning group mentioned by the two people immediately made Kayano's excitement disappear. Excuse me, both of you, what's the story behind that Dr. Shannon? Shen Fei immediately turned around and asked the two people with a smile. You haven't heard of Dr. Shannon? One of the middle-aged men looked very surprised at Shen Fei's ignorance. My brother and I don't usually go out together, but from what you say, he's a very powerful person. Of course, Dr. Shannon is a savior of ordinary people. He often goes to various places to provide free medical treatment. The two of them talked back and forth, talking about the good deeds done by this so-called Shannon. I never thought such a person existed. I really want to meet him in person. By the way, how do I get to Mida Village? There's a plague there right now, so it's best not to go there. Didn't they say that Dr. Shannon appeared there? I heard you two praise him so much, so with his skills, a mere plague shouldn't be a problem, right? That's right. The two seemed extremely confident in Dr. Shannon. After hearing Shen Fei's words, they nodded in agreement and immediately told him the location of Mida Village. Thank you. Your expenses for today are on me. Shen Fei was in a very good mood after unexpectedly receiving the information about Shannon. Who was Shannon? On the surface, he was a compassionate doctor who treated civilians without asking for payment, but secretly, he was a remnant of the Soren Ninja Village, secretly creating the so-called Zero Tail. He was also the one who developed the cell activation technique. Orochimaru seemed to have had a secret relationship with him long ago. While Orochimaru's mastery of the core technology was impressive, that didn't mean others were inferior. For example, Hiruko's demon spawn technique was no less powerful than Orochimaru's. Shen Fei wasn't interested in Shannon's cell activation technique. Even though Shannon might have originally developed it, Orochimaru had already refined it over the years. Similarly, Shen Fei wasn't interested in Shannon's zero-tail technology. His real interest lay in Shannon's possession of the Angkor Fortress, a war fortress once belonging to the Soren Ninja Village. It was a city in the sky. Soren Ninja Village was once a major ninja village, not as powerful as the 5 great ninja villages, but second only to them in strength. It was very active during the First Shinobi World War. However, during the Second Shinobi World War, perhaps believing its power was already unmatched, the leader of Soren Ninja Village challenged Konoha, the strongest of the 5 great ninja villages, only to be annihilated by Konoha. Because the aerial village focused on developing various combat weapons, its individual strength wasn't particularly strong. While well prepared, the aerial village's destructive power was naturally formidable. However, if their supply base was breached and they lacked sufficient supplies, their weapons would be rendered useless, much like a modern firearm without ammunition. During the Second Shinobi World War, Konoha relied on this very method to annihilate the aerial village. In the Bond, so many aerial ninjas were wiped out by Burei Shino alone, demonstrating just how weak they were. There's something wrong with this Shannon, Chino asked on the way to Mida Village. How did you know? I guessed. Not bad, very clever. Shen Fei nodded in appreciation at Chino's guess, but didn't say anything wrong with Shannon. I see. Shen Fei and Chino didn't enter Mida Village directly, but instead infiltrated. After examining the bodies of the residents who were said to have contracted the plague, Shen Fei immediately understood what was going on. What's wrong? Chino asked from the side. He created this plague himself, staged it himself. Chapter 443 Angkor Fortress, Part 2. He's using villagers for experiments and still making them feel grateful. Is this guy quite capable? At the entrance of Sanshin Village, Shen Fei watched as a group of villagers, filled with gratitude, left Song Shannon. Some even offered Shannon some of the village's limited funds, only to be sternly declined. This scene brought a cold sneer to Shen Fei's face. Judging Shannon by his appearance, one would only mistake him for an affable old man, dressed simply and with a gentle demeanor. No one would have guessed that this so-called miracle doctor's continued practice was actually for his zero-tail project. Speaking of which, this guy is quite impressive. He can actually gather so-called dark forces through negative emotions. Human emotions are also a form of power, the power of belief, but this power is completely inaccessible to ordinary people. The source of the power of the Godhead mask falls into this category. You must be Dr. Shannon, right? On a mountain road about 3 kilometers from Sanshan village, Shen Fei and Kayane stopped Shannon. Who are you? Shannon looked at Shen Fei and Kayane and offered a gentle smile. You don't need to know who we are, but it's really unexpected that Shannon, who has been treating plagues everywhere and has a great reputation in many countries as a miracle doctor, turned out to be the doctor who spread the plague himself and treated it himself. If this news gets out, it must be very interesting. I don't understand what you are talking about. Although Shen Fei exposed his behavior, Shannon's expression did not change at all. Don't you understand? In fact, you know very well in your heart that the remnants of the Sky Ninja Village. I wonder how the people of Konoha will react to you if they know this information. Who are you? As soon as the 3 words Sky Ninja Village were uttered, Shannon's expression changed immediately. The gentle smile before disappeared in an instant, and it became very cold. I've already told you that you don't need to know who we are. You only need to know that I know who you are. You know, what you did had nothing to do with me, but unfortunately, you shouldn't be called that. The name Shannon is not something most people can bear. In the Naruto world, it's just an ordinary name, but for Shen Fei, it carries a different meaning. If you were a true doctor dedicated to saving lives, it would be fine, but to bear that name while committing such heinous acts is something else entirely. Young man, I don't know where you got this information, but unfortunately, you've made a fatal mistake. As he spoke, Shannon's figure instantly appeared in front of Shen Fei. With unstoppable force, his right fist struck Shen Fei's head, performing the instant body technique. Though Shannon looked old, his strength betrayed no trace of age. The speed of his instant body technique was beyond the reach of even a typical Jonin. You made a fatal mistake. As he spoke, Shen Fei's left hand had already grasped Shannon's right fist. The immense force of his fist prevented Shen Fei from even moving. Shannon's expression changed as his powerful blow was easily blocked by Shen Fei. A muffled groan escaped his lips, and he grabbed his right arm with his left hand and quickly retreated backwards. His right arm was now twisted into a pretzel. You're quite patient, aren't you? Is it because you're a medical ninja? Shen Fei was a little surprised when he only snorted coldly, even though his right arm was twisted into a pretzel. No wonder you dared to come up to me alone. It's been a while since I used my full strength. Today, I'll show you, Shannon said, and his twisted right arm suddenly began to twist several times in the opposite direction before returning to normal. Then, with a roar from Shannon, powerful chakra erupted from his body. The powerful chakra caused the ground, approximately 5 meters in diameter, centered on Shannon, to crack and collapse, forming a circular crater. Standing in the center of the crater, Shannon's shirt was completely ripped, revealing his muscular build. Previously white-haired and aged, he now resembled a middle-aged man with long, flowing black hair and a black beard. In an instant, Shannon seemed decades younger. The cell activation technique also had a rejuvenating effect. Is this your ultimate strength? It's impressive, but unfortunately, it's not enough, Shen Fei said, shoving his hands into his pockets. He sneered at the rejuvenated Shannon across from him. Shannon sneered, then vanished from the crater. He used the same instantaneous body flicking technique, but this time it was much faster than before. His speed alone indicated that his opponent's strength had reached that of an elite Jonin. As Shannon vanished, so did Shen Fei. Using the body flickering technique, Shannon, halfway towards Shen Fei, saw a footprint appear before him. It then slammed into his face. With a resounding thud, Shannon was sent flying dozens of meters backward, crashing heavily into the mountain wall, his entire body marred in the process. What's wrong? You're done for, Shen Fei, hands in his pockets, reappeared before Shannon, grinning at him. Shannon roared, his entire body erupting with powerful chakra, shaking the surrounding wall and cracking. Just as Shannon was about to emerge, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, and a mouthful of blood gushed out. The chakra burst dissipated instantly. Keep going, Shen Fei said, returning to his original position after kicking Shen. Shen roared again, and Shen Fei delivered another kick. Your body's resiliency is quite impressive, isn't it? Keep going. I just lack a suitable target. Under overwhelming pressure, Shen, despite his immense reluctance, desperately tried to squeeze every chakra out of every cell in his body, but he still couldn't escape the mountain wall. It's starting to backfire. After kicking Shen a dozen times, watching his body rapidly age from that of middle-aged man, Shen Fei immediately understood that his cell activation technique had exceeded its limits. While cell activation techniques can maintain youth, they don't come without side effects. The cost is one's vitality. Human cells have a certain number of divisions, and excessive divisions at once significantly reduce one's lifespan. Tsunade's creative regeneration also presents this problem. Of course, this consumption can be compensated through external resources. Depending on the resources, there are temporary and non-destructive compensation options. For example, Shen's aging can be alleviated by providing him with abundant medicinal herbs and other supplies. Tsunade's creative regeneration can also be restored afterward, but this recovery doesn't replace the lifespan lost, it's only a temporary fix. Luffy and Kurapika also have this problem. However, if Shen Fei gives them the longevity rice, it can completely replace their lost lifespan, or even significantly increase it, a form of lossless restoration. Besides longevity rice, there's also blood orchids and heart-shaped grass, which can also replace lost roots without damaging them. There's also monkey wine from the Dark Continent, several types of honey, and more, which can also replenish lost roots. Their effectiveness is even greater than that of blood orchids and heart-shaped grass, though still not as great as longevity rice. It's undeniable that the resources of the Dark Continent within the Hunter Continent are truly abundant. Shen Fei currently possesses a wealth of valuable resources. While his dedication to Sasuke's training may seem out of place, Shen Fei has actually not used any of his rare resources. Only Ada, Robin, Akame, and others can now enjoy these resources. Let me see what secrets you're hiding. Looking at the aging Shen Fei placed his left hand on his head and began searching his memories with his dual hands. I'm lucky this time. I didn't encounter any sealed memories. Shen Fei quickly learned Shen's true origins from his mind. He was one of the surviving Jonin of the aerial village. As the saying goes, even a centipede is still alive, and it's not easy for a ninja village to be wiped out. Even in the present-day land of Hot Springs, where the Hot Spring village has long since disappeared, there are still some small ninja clans within. There were actually quite a few surviving aerial ninjas from that time, but after so many years, most have given up on revenge. Only Shen, single-minded in his pursuit of revenge, has a hidden weapon. Of course, his quest for revenge is not simply a spur-of-the-moment decision. That hidden weapon is the aerial village's war fortress, Angkor Fortress. Although this aerial fortress was attacked by Konoha, it luckily escaped fatal destruction and escaped. The surviving aerial ninja used earth escape techniques to hide underground. Although most of the mechanical weapons within Angkor Fortress have been destroyed, the fortress cannon remains intact. Shen intends to use this fortress cannon to destroy Konoha. Unfortunately, the Angkor Fortress, along with its cannons, was powered by chakra. The Sky Village used chakra solely for energy, and with the Sky Village gone, Shen simply couldn't obtain enough chakra to power the cannons. Shen therefore turned his attention to the tailed beasts, intending to use them to power the cannons. However, the tailed beasts were top secret among the 5 great ninja villages. While the Jinchuriki might not be a secret within their own village, it was difficult for outsiders to determine their true identity. Furthermore, the 5 great ninja villages placed such high regard on the tailed beasts that Shen had no chance of obtaining one. Unwilling to resign himself, Shen stumbled upon some secret information from the land of demons, sparking the idea of creating his own tailed beast, the Zero Tails, which wielded dark chakra. Shen initially assumed the title of Doctor to gain access to the 5 great ninja villages without strict surveillance. Later, to create the Zero Tails, he exploited this identity to cause numerous plagues, both to enhance his fame and to facilitate the creation of the Zero Tails. The Land of Demons, the Shrine Maiden. The source of Shen's genes' dark chakra immediately reminded Shen Fei of the Shrine Maiden of the Land of Demons. Let's go. Carrying the unconscious Shen Fei and Kayane immediately headed towards the Angkor Fortress in Shen's memory. This time, to save time, Shen Fei directly carried Kayane and rushed towards the destination at a speed far exceeding that of an ordinary person, Amaru, the carrier of the Zero Tails, the Zero Tails Jinchuriki. I remember that she seemed to like Naruto. You're lucky this time. Arriving at the village of Angkor Fortress, Shen Fei quickly spotted a girl from Shennon's memory, Shennon's disciple and a Zero Tails Jinchuriki she had prepared. Originally, this village would have been massacred by Shennon to drive Amaru to despair, but this time, they would not have to face such a disaster. To become the Zero Tails Jinchuriki, one must have some special physique. With this thought in mind, Shen Fei headed directly to the hidden area of Angkor Fortress. Amaru's physique was unique, or Orochimaru might not have let her go, but Shen Fei didn't want to disturb her peaceful life. After all, he didn't want to create the Zero Tails. Where is this? Upon entering Angkor Fortress, Chino was astonished. She had never imagined such a magnificent structure beneath the ground. For the residents of the aerial village, Angkor Fortress was not just a war fortress, it was also home for most. Indeed, the aerial village didn't have a fixed surface territory. Back then, it was a war fortress in the aerial village, Shen Fei said, heading towards the Zero Tails location as Shennon remembered it. In a pure white room, its floor and walls inscribed with numerous talismans, Shen Fei saw a massive, sealed cylinder in the center. Inside was the Zero Tails. The talismans on the surrounding walls were designed to absorb the Zero Tails chakra, and were used by the Angkor Fortress to power devices like electrical circuits. Hey, wake up! After seeing the Zero Tail, Shen Fei immediately woke Shen Nong. What are you planning to do here? Shen Nong, who had just woken up, quickly realized where he was, and his expression immediately changed. What? Of course, I have to destroy it, Shen Fei said, preparing to destroy the Zero Tail. Stop. Do you know what this is? This is the Zero Tail, a being comparable to a tailed beast. I'm almost there. Don't you want to gain its power? With its power, you can even become equal to the 5 great ninja villages, or even unify the ninja world. Seeing Shen Fei destroy the Zero Tail, Shen Nong immediately cried out. This was his life's work. To become equal to the 5 great ninja villages, to unify the ninja world, just with this Zero Tail, you're really overthinking it. With this level of power, any of the 5 great ninja villages can handle it. Shen Fei ignored Shen Nong, clenched his right fist, and with a single punch, completely destroyed the cylinder. The black Zero Tails within, shattered after the cylinder shattered, also shattered. The Zero Tails were incomplete, making it very easy to kill them. Seeing his life's work destroyed before his eyes, the elderly Shennon pointed at Shen Fei, suddenly gushing out a pool of blood, and then died completely. These guys are really difficult to deal with. It seems we'll have to wait a while before releasing them. Shen Fei didn't care about Shennon's death. What troubled him was the large number of civilians held captive in Angkor Fortress, many of whom were ninjas, including ninjas from the 5 major ninja villages, mostly Jinan. The Zero Tails generated dark chakra by absorbing their negative emotions. Shennon had imprisoned many of his captives in the fortress, partly to create the Zero Tails, and partly to use a special device to absorb their life force to generate chakra to maintain the fortress's energy supply. Shen Fei would, of course, release them, but if they were released, the Angkor Fortress would undoubtedly be exposed. These people might not know the true situation at Angkor Fortress, but once they return to their villages, the 5 great ninja villages will undoubtedly send forces to investigate. To avoid this, Shen Fei decided not to let them leave until the renovation of Angkor Fortress was complete. For the ninja world, making Angkor Fortress fly relies solely on chakra, but for Shen Fei, chakra is unnecessary. To make Angkor Fortress fly, all it needs is sufficient energy. After inspecting the fortress's internal power supply, Shen Fei began the relevant renovations, using a large arc reactor. As long as the fortress cannon isn't used in combat, and the Angkor Fortress is simply flying, a large arc reactor is sufficient to sustain it for years. Fortunately, Shen Fei had plenty of supplies with him, and with the help of the Operation Fruit and the multiple shadow clone jutsu, the renovations proceeded very quickly. The combination of the Operation Fruit and the multiple shadow clone jutsu is truly powerful. Normally, to rewire the circuits, one would have to destroy the walls and then slowly repair them, but with the Operation Fruit, such a hassle was unnecessary. Normally, this would have been a massive renovation project, but with the combined power of the multiple shadow clone technique and the Operation Fruit, the entire project was completed in roughly a day. Mist and clouds. Before launching Angkor Fortress from underground, Shen Fei cast a spell, filling the area several kilometers in a surrounding area with fog to prevent anyone from observing the fortress's ascent. Launch. After using Earth Escape to remove the dirt from the fortress began its slow ascent. Even with the dirt removed, the fortress's departure from the ground still caused a significant commotion, with several surrounding villages feeling the ground shaking. We can send them away now. After the fortress successfully launched, Shen Fei escorted all those imprisoned in the prison away. Even if the 5 major ninja villages came to investigate, Angkor Fortress would have long since departed. This speed is too slow. No wonder the aerial village was destroyed by Konoha. Although the Angkor Fortress took off, the speed of flight was simply unbearable. After all, it was a city in the sky, so of course it couldn't fly too fast. Forget it, I'll do it. Feeling too slow, Shen Fei directly covered the entire fortress with chakra, and then with a flying thunder god technique, he moved the entire fortress to the sky above a small island near the southern base. There was a flying thunder god technique that Shen Fei had left behind. Chapter 444 Zio, Part 1. The Flying Thunder God Jutsu's special teleportation ability not only allows for rapid movement, but can also be used to move other objects, even deflecting attacks. During the Nine Tails Rebellion, the 4th Hokage deflected the Nine Tails tailed beast ball, which was aimed at Hokage Rock. During the 4th Shinobi World War, the resurrected 4th Hokage also deflected the 10 Tails tailed beast ball. Similarly, when Uchiha Madara released the 10 Tails Earthquake Star, had the 4th Hokage been there, he wouldn't have needed to struggle to resist. A single Flying Thunder God Jutsu would have deflected the attack. Let's go, say hello to the others. When the Angkor Fortress reached the skies above the southern base, the base immediately discovered Orochimaru's secret base, which was well defended and equipped with air surveillance. In fact, all 5 major ninja villages maintain air surveillance to prevent enemies from descending from the sky. Ninjas have no shortage of aerial means, such as flying summoning beasts, special ninjutsu, and secret techniques. Without air surveillance, they can easily be caught off guard. The so-called greeting was actually to let Orochimaru know that China is here, and then let him inform Miyashiro-en. After all, the other party is China's father. When Shen Fei took China to see Orochimaru, near the Osamu Golden Mountain in River Country, the Snake Team arrived here and faced Kakashi's Team 7 and Asuma's Team 10, who were on a mission. Kurako Rege was one of the original 7 mist ninjas of Konoha. After Konoha received the mission from this village, it was naturally impossible for Konoha to send only a fusion to do the mission. The team that carried out this mission was Asuma's Team 10. Asuma, who used wind chakra, could restrain the lightning attribute. When a ninja is on a mission, if he can get intelligence about the opponent, he will naturally send a ninja with a restraining attribute to take action. It will not happen that the opponent is a water-style ninja and a fire-style ninja is sent over. Unless there is insufficient intelligence, then it is another matter. As for meeting Team 7, it was purely a coincidence. Team 7 happened to be in River Country completing a mission to cooperate with the Sands Village. After Tsunade became the 5th Hokage, Konoha and the Sands Village immediately signed an alliance treaty. This cooperation mission was very simple. The reason for the cooperation was to strengthen the relationship between the 2 ninja villages. Team 7 came from Konoha, and Gaara came from the Sands Village. This mission cooperation was just to cover. In fact, it was to assassinate Gaara. Konoha should not have intervened, but Naruto was there. As a result, Naruto and Gaara got to know each other through this mission. Later, on the way back, Team 7 met Asuma and others from Team 10 in River Country. After that, the 2 sides joined forces to deal with Kurako Rege. It must be said that Kurako Rege was very unlucky this time. If Sasuke's Snake Squad had not arrived in time, he would probably have been killed. Sasuke, come back with us. Lady Tsunade said that as long as you come back, all bygones will be forgiven. Lady Tsunade will find a way to give you justice for the Uchiha clan. Kakashi looked at Sasuke and said earnestly. Sasuke, come back, Naruto and Sakura also said in unison. Hoha, I never expected that, Kakashi. It's okay that Naruto and the others are clueless. But you're so naive too. I'll go back to Konoha, but not now. I'll take back everything the Uchiha clan lost in Konoha. Do you know what that is, Kakashi? Sasuke said this, and before Kakashi could speak, he continued, the position of Hokage is what the Uchiha clan deserves, and what Konoha owes them. I will do what Uchiha Madara failed to do, Kakashi. He's no longer the Sasuke you knew. There's no point in talking. We'll just have to capture him first and bring him back to Konoha, and then figure out a solution. Asuma approached Kakashi and whispered. Kakashi nodded slightly at Asuma's words, but just as the two decided to attack, Naruto leaped out, summoned a shadow clone, and unleashed the Rasengan. Sasuke, I will definitely bring you back this time, even if it means breaking your arms and legs. You've made some progress with a Rasengan, but that's not how you use it, Sasuke said, spreading his right palm. A Rasengan roughly the same size as Naruto's appeared in his right palm. The Rasengan formed much faster than Naruto's, who used his shadow clones to help him. Rasengan. Naruto immediately jumped up and rushed towards Sasuke after forming the Rasengan. Naruto, stop! Kakashi was about to call out to Naruto, but it was too late. Facing Naruto's Rasengan, Sasuke raised his left hand to stop the others behind him from attacking. He stepped forward and launched a Rasengan from his right hand directly into Naruto's Rasengan. Boom! The two Rasengan collided with a resounding explosion. Powerful chakra emanated from the point of impact, causing the surrounding ground to vibrate. Naruto roared in despair as Sasuke's Rasengan shattered Naruto's, striking him on the shoulder and sending him flying backward. Fortunately, Kakashi intervened and caught Naruto, preventing him from falling. Even though they were both Rasengan, the difference in power meant that Naruto's Rasengan was no match for Sasuke's. Such a huge difference in power couldn't be bridged by mere shouts. Ninjutsu Super Beast fake painting. Just as Sasuke was about to speak, S.H.I.E.L.D, on Kakashi's side, unfurled a scroll. 6 ink-colored lines leaped out and charged towards Sasuke and his group. Kakashi, move! At the same time, Asuma, along with Team 10's Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino, followed by the ink-colored lions, also charged towards Sasuke. Sakura, take care of Naruto, Kakashi said, setting Naruto aside and appearing behind an ink-black lion. Wood release. Tree World arrives, boom. With Sasuke's slow shout, the ground before him heaved and undulated like waves. Several trees rapidly extended from the ground, and the next moment, the 6 ink-black lines were entangled by the numerous tree trunks, transforming into a pool of ink that spilled onto the trunks. Asuma, Kakashi, and the others, realizing something was amiss, quickly retreated. Sasuke didn't actively use wood release to attack them, allowing them to avoid the tree's restraints. Wood release, Kakashi, Asuma, Shikamaru, and the others' expressions immediately darkened. Wood release was legendary in Konoha. Even after Orochimaru had previously demonstrated its power during the Konoha destruction plan, they were still deeply shocked by the sight of it. Yes, wood release, the power of the first Hokage, as the massive trees blocking Kakashi's view parted, forming a circular arch, Sasuke reappeared within Kakashi and his companion's sight. Sasuke, using the tree world descent, actually summoned only 5 trees. The range of this jutsu depends on the amount of chakra used. A single tree is tree world descent, and so is an entire forest. Of course, you can call it something else. Kakashi, I'm tired of you. Don't force me to kill you. Don't think I won't kill. The next time we meet, I won't show mercy. You'd better be prepared for death, Sasuke said, his gaze sternly sweeping across the Konoha ninjas present. The trees before him closed again, blocking their view. Let's go, Sasuke. Sakura was about to charge forward when Ino stopped her. Sakura, Sasuke has changed. He's not the same Sasuke anymore, although both of them had admired Sasuke back in ninja school, even scheming against each other over him. Ino was far more rational than Sakura. Sasuke will definitely come back. If he doesn't, I'll leave with him. Sakura had just finished saying this when her head suddenly tilted and she fainted. It was Shikamaru who had attacked her. Let's calm her down first. Wood release. This is really going to be a big problem. After knocking Sakura unconscious, Shikamaru scratched his head, feeling a headache. Kakashi, you'd better be prepared. His last words weren't just words. You should have sensed the murderous intent in them. Asuma walked over to Kakashi and sighed softly. I know, Kakashi said, sighing deeply. Sasuke. Sakura woke up again, still calling out Sasuke's name. Kakashi-sensei, you said Sasuke was in Atagakure, the land of rice fields, right? Sakura, seeing only Konoha's people around, was silent for a moment before she immediately walked over to Kakashi and asked, what do you want to do? Kakashi looked at Sakura in surprise. I'm going to find him. Yes, Kakashi-sensei, let's go find Sasuke there. He must have been tricked by Orochimaru and the others. We must make it clear this time, Naruto also joined in. "I say, enough is enough," a loud scolding echoed through the air. This time, it was not Kakashi or Asuma who spoke, but Shikamaru. "What are you going to do if Sasuke doesn't come back? Are you going to betray Konoha with him? Are you really ready to betray Konoha?" Shikamaru seemed very upset at the moment, and his words were very rude. "Please think carefully. The Uchiha clan was exterminated by Konoha. For Sasuke, Konoha holds a grudge against him for that extermination. Do you really think a few words from you can resolve that vengeance?" "Shikamaru, calm down." Just as Shikamaru was about to continue, Asuma interrupted him. "Choji, take Shikamaru to rest," Asuma ordered. "I'm sorry." Shikamaru seemed to calm down after the silence. After saying sorry, he and Choji immediately walked away. "Shikamaru, what's wrong?" Choji asked softly, looking at Shikamaru from his seat. As childhood friends, Choji knew Shikamaru intimately. Those words, however, were completely out of place. "Because we're in big trouble this time," Konoha said quietly, looking up at the sky. "How big is it?" Choji pressed. "It's so big that Konoha might be destroyed. As Konoha's think tank, the Nara clan possesses a lot of unknown information, including information on wood release experiments. Orochimaru and Sasuke have successively displayed wood release, and the mysterious man who appeared in Konoha, Shen Fei, has also mastered wood release. The meaning of this is terrifying. Orochimaru may have mastered the method of mass-producing wood release users. For the extremely intelligent Shikamaru, this ability quickly led him to think of the worst-case scenario. "I believe you will find a way to solve it." Choji seemed unconcerned about Shikamaru's mention of Konoha's destruction. "You think too highly of me, Uchiha Sasuke." In the southern base, Chino's expression became very cold after seeing Sasuke, leaving Sasuke somewhat puzzled. Sasuke's current disposition is much better than his original novel counterpart, because he's no longer alone in Orochimaru's base. In the original novel, Sasuke had no real companions within Orochimaru's base, practically surrounded by enemies. There were Karin, Haku, and the others, and Shen Fei. "Calm down." Shen Fei patted Chinano's shoulder with his left hand. Then, looking at Kuroki Reiga, he said, "Reiga, right? Welcome, you can heal Ranmaru." Kuroki Reiga retorted. "Of course, but that'll have to wait. I have some things to take care of here. Zabuza, Sujetsu, please take them to a safe place first," Shen Fei said, looking at Sasuke. "Sasuke, come here," Shen Fei said, placing his right hand on Sasuke's shoulder. The next moment, the three of them appeared inside the Angkor fortress. "This is Chino, the last descendant of the Blood Pond clan. She's of similar status to you, but her family's annihilation is linked to the Uchiha clan." Shen Fei knew the truth about the Blood Pond clan's extinction, but since her father refused to speak out, it was difficult for Shen Fei to reveal the truth. Should he tell Chino that her father was responsible for the genocide? Sasuke alone would have been enough for that matter. Chino didn't need to bear the burden of the truth. Sasuke wasn't even born back then. And technically, the culprit wasn't the Uchiha clan, but the daimyo of the Land of Lightning, their hired Uchiha ninjas. "You two should have a good talk. Remember, no matter what happens, don't resort to violence." After giving them a few words of advice, Shen Fei left Angkor Fortress. "I came to check on him. He's not seriously ill?" After leaving Angkor Fortress, Shen Fei immediately went to find Reiga and Ranmaru. After examining Ranmaru, he found nothing serious. Ranmaru's problem was that his bloodline limit had weakened his body. Now, with age, he's recovered somewhat. Even without special treatment, as long as he maintains an adequate diet, he'll slowly recover. His condition, that's it. Shen Fei told Haichui Reiga truthfully about Ranmaru's condition, without the slightest exaggeration. "Now that you know his condition, do you want to take him away? While that's your business, I have something to say. It's not a good idea for him to continue following you. He's never had any friends his own age. It's certainly not a good idea for a child to follow a murderous maniac. But if you want to stay, you must obey orders and not kill innocent people. Think about it carefully. If you want to leave, no one will stop you." One of the 36 stratagems, playing hard to get. Next, it's time to go see Nagato and Konan. The Rinnegan. Shen Fei quickly stopped caring about Reiga's situation and focused on Kizayo's condition. Chapter 445 Zayo, Part 2. "Suayu, this is your weapon," Shen Fei said, pulling out a weapon resembling a Jininka sword and tossing it to Suayu. Reitao wasn't suitable for Suayu, and since Kurocharege wasn't dead yet, it wouldn't be convenient to deprive him of his weapon. With no other ninja swords available, and considering Suayu's abilities, Shen Fei ultimately chose to craft one in the image of a Jininka sword. "Hey, I want something more than just a replica," Suayu said, disapprovingly, as she took the Jininka sword. If it were just a similarity in appearance, the 7 mist ninja blades could easily be copied, with even figurines of them available on the market. This isn't a replica. I made this specifically based on the original Jininka sword, and it has the same abilities. The Jininka sword's characteristic is that if it breaks or is damaged, only the handle remains intact, which can be slowly restored through the iron contained in the blood. Shen Fei had previously analyzed the composition of the vortex blade. He concluded that it was crafted using the power of the operation fruit, alchemy, and the alchemical plant medallion. This meant that Sujetsu was now Sasuke's companion, otherwise, he wouldn't have crafted this weapon specifically for him. "You're serious?" Sujetsu said, casually waving the new vortex blade in his hand. "Indeed, the weight is exactly the same, you can try it on animal blood now," Shen Fei said, flicking his right finger. A powerful gust of wind shattered the vortex blade's tip. "I'll go now," Sujetsu said, quickly leaving the gate with a new vortex blade. "Shouldn't I also choose a sword as my weapon?" Looking at the somewhat excited Sujetsu, Shen Fei fell silent and began to take stock of his current swords. Shen Fei now possesses quite a few famous swords, the black and white Zhuangjian, the red and white twin swords, and Han Guang, all acquired in Qin's Moon. He even possesses famous swords from One Piece, including the renowned Chu Shui, though it's currently in the possession of Akame. However, despite his wealth of weapons, Shen Fei rarely uses them. Firstly, with his key condensation blade and alchemy, he possesses weapons at all times. Secondly, he doesn't use them in most battles. Previously, Shen Fei didn't care much about these things, his collection was purely a personal hobby, much like someone collecting antiques. However, with a shadow clone, things have changed. While Shen Fei previously practiced swordsmanship, it wasn't a primary focus. Now, with a shadow clone dedicated solely to it, having a dedicated weapon is a valuable asset, primarily because it allows for the cultivation of the sword. Whether it's chakra, ki, or even haki, all can be used to cultivate the sword. For the average person, cultivating a sword is a trivial matter, but for the most elite, it's a different story, just like the black sword in Ryuma's hands. For a shadow clone who only practices swordsmanship, using the same weapon might even allow him to forge a black blade. Although it's just for practice, I might need it in the future. Having made this decision, Shen Fei immediately began crafting, using all his resources to create a single-edged longsword made primarily of vibranium, blended with other rare materials. Shen Fei even added the divine character to it. The value of this sword alone is inestimable, not to mention its unimpeded ability to enhance various energy attributes. While the Thunder Blade and the Thunder God sword can only enhance lightning attribute chakra, the sword Shen Fei crafted can enhance all attributes, somewhat similar to Sasuke's Kusanagi sword. Sasuke's Kusanagi sword's properties enhance all 5 chakra attributes, not just lightning chakra. It's simply because Sasuke prefers to use lightning in combat that his Kusanagi sword consistently displays lightning attribute chakra. I forgot to film the Konoha collapse plan. If I edit it, it might be a good film to be shown in this world or elsewhere. Inside Angkor Fortress, Shen Fei stared at the movie playing on the giant screen at the front of the hall, feeling a flicker of regret. Why hadn't he thought of this before? The Naruto world had its own movies, and even its own numerous stars. The most famous by far was undoubtedly Fujifu Ayuki, the heroine of the film The Adventures of Princess Fangayan, a trilogy. After flying from Angkor Fortress to the skies above the southern base, Shen Fei made several modifications, such as purchasing commercially available film equipment and installing a holographic imaging system. Karin thoroughly enjoyed watching these movies, but the others weren't so keen. After all, the special effects looked a bit fake to them. It wasn't Boruto's time yet, technology wasn't advanced, and true ninjas didn't aspire to be stars. Besides movies, there's the holographic arcade. It's Sujetsu's favorite, and she sometimes even drags Jugo into play. Fortunately, Shen Fei installed an anti-addiction system, otherwise Sujetsu might have gotten stuck inside and refused to come out. The Angkor Fortress isn't very high from the ground, so Shen Fei used wood release to construct a ladder connecting it to the fortress, allowing those above ground to enter. Of course, Shen Fei didn't set this up for fun, but to teach Karin. Even Sasuke sometimes went in to learn. Scientific knowledge isn't useless for ninjutsu, on the contrary, it's extremely useful. Take lightning release, for example. Learning about electromagnetics opens up a wide variety of applications. For example, lightning barrier is as powerful as lightning armor. And electromagnetic fields, if harnessed effectively, can achieve feats similar to those of magnetic release. Then there's the railgun. Without knowledge, you might end up like a thunder god, harnessing the power of lightning, even more devastating than someone who's wasted their devil fruit power, only able to strike with lightning. Just like the development of devil fruits, why do many people in One Piece waste their development of good devil fruits? Isn't it because they don't have enough imagination? The same goes for other fire style, water style, and earth style. For example, how to scientifically construct a more powerful earth flow wall for defense? The same earth flow wall has different effects and appearances when used by different people. For example, Kakashi's earth flow wall can take away the dog's head. For example, Shen Fei, in the field of lightning style, invented a ninjutsu called electromagnetic pulse. It may not be very useful in the Naruto world, but if used in modern society, it can completely paralyze the power facilities of an area in an instant. It's raining again. Is Nagato using the rain tiger free technique again? Shen Fei, who was floating in the air above the lake of Rain Village, looked at the Rain Village covered in rain and shook his head slightly. This jutsu is really hard to hide. No wonder Jiraiya was so careful in sneaking in, yet he was discovered. Even though Shen Fei knew the effects of the Rain Tiger Freedom Jutsu, he had no effective countermeasure. This jutsu, specifically designed for perception, would detect any foreign creature, even a toad. It seems this is the only way. If it were a ninja from this world, even Obito wouldn't have had any effective countermeasure against the Rain Tiger Freedom Jutsu. However, Shen Fei had a way to bypass it, the mirror space. Even Nagato, no matter how powerful he was, couldn't sense the mirror space. The village of steel, Shen Fei, stepping into the sky above the Rain Village through the mirror space, was immediately struck by the sheer variety of steel buildings. Due to the unique environment of the Rain Village, which experiences constant rain, even without the Rain Tiger Freedom Jutsu, most of the buildings are constructed of steel, a structure that can withstand the effects of the rain. Rain Village has only one bridge to the outside world, guarded by a large number of ninjas. Outsiders entering or leaving the village must undergo rigorous inspection. Due to such strict measures, information leaked from the village is extremely rare, making it a remarkably closed-off village. Despite its isolation, Hanzo's fame attracts many clients seeking commissions. However, these individuals are unaware that Hanzo, the legendary Hanzo, has long since perished at the hands of Pain's Six Paths. Despite his immense power, Hanzo is known for his extreme caution. He's guarded 24/7 by numerous Chunin, with no blind spots. Hanzo's residence is a nesting doll, with large rooms within smaller rooms, and smaller rooms within smaller rooms. The innermost room is Hanzo's living quarters. 4 Chunin guard each of the 4 corners. Counting the nesting doll's rooms, Hanzo is constantly guarded by at least 12 Chunin. Combined with Hanzo's own strength, such a lineup made assassinating him incredibly difficult. During the Second Shinobi World War, several major ninja villages attempted to assassinate Hanzo, but all failed. Hanzo's food was meticulously inspected, and his guards were even more extravagant than Qin Shi Huang's. At least Qin Zheng didn't live in a nesting doll-like room surrounded by guards. The cage of the 5 major ninja villages were even more incomparable. Unfortunately, even their tight defenses were utterly useless against sheer force. Pain's 6 Paths, with their sheer might, reached Hanzo and dispatched him without a single agonizing fight. Much of Hanzo's strength lay in the poison sacs of the salamander within his body, and the 6 Paths were mere puppets, immune to poison. Despite Hanzo's death, Nagato and Konan maintained the illusion that Hanzo was still alive, but this was a deception intended to deceive those seeking missions from the Rain Village. Everyone in the village knew that a megacure was now ruled by gods and angels. The change of leader didn't cause much concern. After all, that was the man who could kill Hanzo, and Hanzo's closest associates had been largely killed by Pain's 6 Paths and the angel Konan. Besides the Rain Tiger's freedom technique and Konan's paper doll, the surveillance is truly tight. After taking a quick look at a megacure's situation through the mirror space and checking out the person who had been impersonating Hanzo in the nesting doll room, Shen Fei's sights settled on a megacure's tallest tower. If nothing unexpected happened, Nagato and Konan would prevail there. Although the Akatsuki's headquarters is here, it seems that apart from Nagato and Konan, along with Obito and Black Zetsu, no one else has ever been to Megacure. For Shen Fei, his primary target wasn't Nagato and Konan, but Black Zetsu. Is this Nagato? In a hidden chamber at the top of the tower, Shen Fei saw the emaciated Nagato, and Konan, who was caring for him. Nagato was currently hooked up to an IV drip, likely relying on this to survive all these years. Tendo Pain sat quietly against the wall nearby. Nagato didn't control him when no one was around. He looks worse off than Whitebird. Whitebird was also receiving IV drips, but at least he could still enjoy alcohol and meat. But Nagato, judging by his condition, couldn't do either. It was because he was a member of the Uzumaki clan, anyone else would have died. So, even if Nagato hadn't used the Samsara reincarnation technique, he probably wouldn't have lived long. After briefly examining the fluid Nagato was receiving, Shen Fei suddenly formed hand seals with his hands, and the mirror space suddenly expanded. Accompanied by a dazzling and bizarre scene, the mirror space stretched towards Nagato and Konan. Nagato, the sudden change made Konan's face change immediately. A figure immediately appeared beside Nagato, shielding him behind him. A large amount of paper appeared out of thin air in front of them. At the same time, Tendo Pain, who was leaning against the wall, appeared in front of Konan and shielded her behind him. The relationship between the two was obvious just from their previous actions. Yo, Shen Fei smiled and greeted Nagato and Konan as they appeared before him. However, 2, should it be 3, were looking at him with a wary look. Space-time ninjutsu, I can't sense their presence, Nagato suddenly said after staring at Shen Fei for a moment. What? Konan's face changed again. Although Nagato's words didn't mention anything, Konan immediately understood what he meant. That is, there was no way to activate the other 5 paths. Don't be so nervous. I mean no harm. The reason I brought you here is just to talk with you without interruption. Shen Fei smiled and took 2 steps back to show that he meant no harm. He had a very good impression of Nagato and Konan of Akatsuki. If he had not met Sasuke the first time, he would have most likely come directly to Akatsuki to find these two. What do you want to talk about? Shen Fei's strange appearance, and the strange space-time ninjutsu around him, coupled with the fact that Konan and Nagato's real bodies were here, made Nagato and Konan try their best to avoid fighting. For Konan, Nagato couldn't move at all now. Once he took action, Nagato might be the first to bear the brunt. For Nagato, Konan's safety was undoubtedly more important than his own. Yohiko died in front of him, and he would never let Konan get into trouble in front of him. The two were thinking of each other at this time. There was no love between them, but friendship. Konan liked Yohiko. How about talking about Uchiha Madara? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 446, Zio, Part 2. Uchiha Madara. The utterance of this name caused Nagato and Konan to exchange a glance. Even within Akatsuki, the only ones who truly knew Uchiha Madara's name were Nagato, Konan, Black Zetsu, and Uchiha Madara himself. No one else knew that Uchiha Madara was hiding within Akatsuki. Of course, Uchiha Itachi might know, but Nagato and Konan were unaware of Itachi's knowledge. The Uchiha Madara before you is a fake. The real Uchiha Madara is dead. The one we have now is merely a pawn he left behind before his death. The real Uchiha Madara's goal is to use your Akatsuki to gather the 9-tailed beasts, and then use your Rinnegan Samsara Jutsu to resurrect him. Shen Fei outlined Uchiha Madara's plot. This was indeed Madara's plan, and Uchiha Obito was merely a tool he used to monitor Nagato. However, Madara hadn't anticipated Nagato's defeat at the hands of Naruto. Silence, an endless silence. After listening to Shen Fei's words, Nagato and Konan didn't react at all, as if they hadn't heard a word. This made Shen Fei feel awkward. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. It wasn't Nagato and Konan's lack of reaction, but rather, they had experienced so much over the years that they were no longer as naive as they once were. They wouldn't trust Shen Fei's words alone. Naruto's persuasion was crucial to Nagato's success, but even more importantly, Naruto's status as Jiraiya's disciple had the added bonus of persuading Nagato. Let's try this with someone else. It seems you don't believe me. So, Let me start from the beginning. Nagato, your entire life was under Uchiha Madara's surveillance. Yohiko's death wasn't just the work of Konoha and Hanzo, Uchiha Madara also played a role behind the scenes. What did you say? Nagato finally reacted at the mention of Yohiko's death. Calm down, Konan said, noticing Nagato's agitation. What evidence do you have for that? Konan finally spoke. The evidence is his Rinnegan. Those aren't his eyes at all. They were replaced by Uchiha Madara's own eyes when he was very young. The Uzumaki clan can't develop the Rinnegan. The only clan in the ninja world that possesses the Rinnegan is the Uchiha clan. Don't interrupt me. Wait until I'm done. The six-path sage once had two sons. Just as Zion was about to speak, Shen Fei waved him off and told him about the six-path sage's sons, Indra and Ashura. Because they aren't your own eyes, to unleash the power of your swollen eyes, you must exhaust your life force. Uchiha Madara chose you because you're a member of the Uzumaki clan, with naturally strong life force. Anyone else wouldn't be able to unleash the power of the Rinnegan. If the power of the Rinnegan were given to an ordinary person, they wouldn't be able to use it, and would likely be drained of their chakra. The Naruto world is like a nesting doll, one conspiracy within another. Those who believe they were the mastermind are pawns. After this, Shen Fei fell silent, giving the two people time to think. Nagato and Konan's expressions were filled with complexities. They had never imagined they'd been caught up in a conspiracy from the start. While the plot was primarily aimed at Nagato, Konan, as his companion, was naturally drawn into it as well. So, I was the one who killed Yohiko, Nagato said suddenly after a long silence. No, Nagato, it's none of your business. What he said isn't necessarily true, Konan reassured him. No, he's right. I've actually had doubts about the Rinnegan, but I thought it was due to the sage's eye being too powerful. And, Konan, you actually think he's right, don't you? That, Konan hesitated at Nagato's question. She wanted to say that everything Shen Fei said was false, but some things just couldn't be faked. Nagato and Konan hadn't noticed before, their ignorance due to the situation, but after Shen Fei's reminder, they immediately noticed. Just like Uchiha Obito, he never considered Rin's death to be Madara's plot, only a conspiracy by the Mist Village. This was also a case of the authorities being blindsided. Obito therefore blamed Minato for being late at a crucial moment and Kakashi for failing to protect Rin, but he never blamed Uchiha Madara. Who are you? Nagato and Konan, having regained their composure, looked at Shen Fei in confusion. How did Shen Fei know such top-secret information? I'm a traveler from across the sea, not from the ninja world. I know a lot about you because I possess a kind of prophecy. I'm sure you're all familiar with prophecy. According to your teacher Jiraiya, you, with a Rinnegan, are the so-called child of prophecy. Hearing that, it seems I'm not a child of prophecy. Nagato claimed to be a god, and Jiraiya's words about the child of prophecy played a significant role. Yes, the child of prophecy isn't you. If I hadn't appeared, your future self would have killed Jiraiya. Really? Nagato and Konan weren't too surprised to hear that they would kill Jiraiya. Who is the true child of prophecy? Nagato suddenly asked. You don't need to know that. After I arrived here, the so-called prophecy was broken. What's your purpose in telling us so much? Konan suddenly spoke up. I don't have any particular purpose. I just don't want you to suffer the same tragic fate you did before. In the future, Nagato will die, and so will you, at the hands of the current Madara. Even if you prepared 600 billion detonating tags to deal with him, it would be useless. Although you destroyed his divine power, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan has a secret technique called Izanagi, which can transform all adverse factors suffered by the person into dreams for a certain period of time. Even if they die, they can be resurrected. You were defeated by this technique. Since you know he is a fake Uchiha Madara, what is his true identity? Nagato asked. Uchiha Obito, like you, is a chess piece chosen by Uchiha Madara. He was the one who killed most of your companions when Akatsuki was founded. He was also a disciple of your senior brother, the fourth Hokage, and the one who killed Minato and his wife. Oh, and there's also Black Zetsu. He was a chess piece planted by Uchiha Madara before his death. He created him with a special ninjutsu. He is alive with part of his consciousness. His main function is to supervise Obito and Nagato to see if they are following his plan. Once you deviate from the original plan, Black Zetsu will be responsible for getting the plan back on track. He is the real troublemaker, Uchiha Madara. Nagato and Konan said the name in unison, their voices filled with hatred. Yohiko can be resurrected. Your reincarnation technique should be able to resurrect him, You know so much, but don't you know what the consequences will be after using the reincarnation technique? Xiaonan interrupted Shen Fei hurriedly. After Nagato discovered the reincarnation technique, he had thought about resurrecting Yahiko, but was stopped by Xiaonan. For Xiaonan, although she wanted to resurrect Yahiko, she didn't want to exchange the life of another companion for it. The reincarnation technique, as far as I know, should consume a lot of vitality. If there is a way to replenish his vitality, not only can Yahiko be resurrected, but his body can also be restored to normal. I have a way to treat his body. You told us so much, and you don't have any other purpose. Xiaonan brought up the topic again. To say that I have no purpose at all is not the same. I have two purposes. One is Uchiha-Madara's samsara eye. I hope that you will give it to me after you understand everything. Of course, I will be responsible for restoring his original eyes. The other purpose is that I want to take the nine-tailed beasts away. After hearing Shen Fei's purpose, Xiaonan showed an expression of as expected. I have no ill will towards you. In fact, if I really want to do something, it would be easy to snatch the samsara eye from your hands, Shen Fei said, and his figure disappeared in an instant, and appeared next to Nagato, with two fingers pressing directly on Nagato's eyes. Nagato, seeing this scene, Xiaonan's face immediately changed, and he immediately fired 3 paper shurikens at Shen Fei. If I want to take action, you are no match for me, Shen Fei said, and his figure disappeared from Nagato's side in an instant, and then appeared in the original position. Shinra Tensei. Here, Tendo Pain also started to attack. As he raised his hand, an extremely powerful repulsive force instantly appeared in front of Shen Fei. However, although this repulsive force was powerful, it did not shake Shen Fei's body at all. Dark Shadow Dragon Hand. Shen Fei clapped his hands and swung his right hand forward. A wooden dragon immediately flew out from the palm of his hand, growing longer with the wind. When it rushed to the side of Tendo Pain, it had turned into a 5-meter-long wooden dragon, which directly bound Tendo Pain tightly. Among the many ninjutsu such as Dark Shadow Wooden Hand and Dark Shadow Vine Hand, Shen Fei finally chose Dark Shadow Dragon Hand. It only needs to shrink the wooden dragon. The wooden dragon does not have to be made that big. Yamato actually knows this trick. Yamato's Great Forest technique is similar to Shen Fei's previous Dark Shadow Wooden Hand. One wooden dragon is Dark Shadow Dragon Hand, and multiple wooden dragons are naturally Dark Shadow Multi-Dragon Hand. Paper Rain. Seeing that Tendo Pain was bound, Xiaonan immediately flew into the air, and a pair of huge paper wings appeared behind her. A large number of paper shuriken shot towards Shen Fei below. Shadow Dragon Hand. Looking at the numerous paper shurikens, Shen Fei summoned a wooden dragon again. The hovering wooden dragon stared directly at the paper shurikens and rushed towards Xiaonan in the air, binding her as well. I say, you are too impulsive. If Nagato's body was intact and he went into battle in person, he could almost defeat the entire ninja world by himself. The power of the Rinnegan is so strong that, not counting Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage, and Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto who grew up later, Nagato can be said to be the strongest in the ninja world. The Rinnegan's chakra absorption ability is a natural nemesis for ninjas without senjutsu skills. Even the third Tsuchikage's origin separation technique can absorb it. Even if the Rinnegan wasn't Nagato's. After years of development, he'd already mastered its use. In contrast, when Obito later acquired a Rinnegan, he completely failed to unleash its power. The ninja world was dominated by a single Kai, which would make Nagato feel somewhat daunted. You should get some sleep first. To prevent Nagato from desperately trying, Shen Fei knocked him unconscious. With Nagato's collapse, Tendo Pain also lost consciousness. Only Konan, controlled by the wood dragon, struggled mightily above. Don't be so nervous. I just want you to witness my strength. If I truly have any plans for you, it would be much easier to take action. Let me check his condition now. Don't distract me. Perhaps Shen Fei's words had an effect, and Konan ceased struggling. Chui's injuries are serious, but they're not serious. It's mainly due to his extreme physical exhaustion. The injury is easy to treat, but the overdraft of the body is a bit troublesome. I can only fuse the cells of the first generation, but before that, I'd better heal the leg first. After hesitating for a while, Shen Fei immediately started the treatment. With the surgical fruit, the trouble of taking out the relevant equipment was completely saved. I'm awake, Nagato. How do you feel? Nagato, who woke up here, immediately heard Xiaonan's carrying words, and then Nagato immediately reacted to what happened before. Nagato turned around and saw Xiaonan standing beside him with a concerned face, and Shen Fei was sitting on a wooden chair. "Nagato, how is your body? I've never felt so good." Xiaonan's words made Nagato immediately feel that his body was completely different from before. The previous Nagato was in pain all the time, and it was a pity that he could endure it for so many years. "Of course it will be very good. I let you fuse the cells of the first generation. As long as you want, you can also develop the wood escape of the first generation Hokage, Konan." Nagato looked at Shen Fei, then turned his gaze to Xiaonan. He should have no ill intentions. The previous battle made Xiaonan understand that if Shen Fei really wanted to take action, even if Pain and the Six Paths were on Nagato's side, the result would be the same. "Next, let's have a good talk. Let's talk about your ideals and the purpose of your forming Akatsuki. The saying goes, the dawn before dawn is the darkest time." The Akatsuki's name derives from this, aiming to sweep away the darkest period. When Yahiko was still alive, Akatsuki dedicated itself to achieving world peace through dialogue and human interaction, a philosophy similar to Naruto's. Initially, Akatsuki sought dialogue with Hanzo, hoping to leverage his prestige to negotiate with the 5 great ninja villages. Unfortunately, Hanzo had no interest in dialogue and instead viewed them as the greatest threat. After Yahiko's death, Nagato focused on achieving peace through force. His goal in gathering the 9-tailed beasts was to harness their power to create forbidden techniques capable of instantly destroying an entire nation, akin to nuclear deterrence. If successful, the 5 great ninja villages would undoubtedly choose one to sacrifice, with Konoha being the most likely. This approach proved to be quite effective. If truly achieved, the ninja world would undoubtedly be more peaceful, just as it was during the first Hokage's lifetime. Nagato's methods were polar opposites to Yahiko's. However, neither Yahiko nor Nagato ever considered unifying the ninja world to achieve peace. In this regard, it seemed that the vast majority of the ninja community preferred to maintain the status quo. Even Danzo's ambitions were limited to the 5 great ninja villages, not the 5 great nations. "Your methods are good, but they can only bring temporary peace. Why haven't you ever considered the entire world? Unifying the 5 great nations and completely erasing the barriers between nations." The current 5 great nations were also established during the Warring States period. In the beginning, many people refused to obey the rule. Look at them now, aren't the 5 great ninja villages also submitting to them? So, why not establish a unified nation and eliminate the barriers between villages and nations? Even if many people oppose it at first, after a few decades, as the older generation dies away and a new generation emerges, everything will be simple. Shen Fei once again used the words he had used to persuade Sasuke. Chapter 447 Zio, and Shen Fei's words silenced Nagato and Konan. They had never considered this question. As for Akatsuki's goals, Nagato simply sought to intimidate other nations and villages with the power of the 9-tailed beasts, thereby achieving peace throughout the ninja world. He had never considered ruling them. Whether it was the current 5 major ninja villages, the previous Warring States period, or the distant 6 Paths age, no one ever considered unification. Peace for all was limited to a single region. In terms of power, the Naruto world far surpassed Kin's Moon, but in terms of overall vision, system, and philosophy, it was far inferior. Whether it was Ying Zhang, Han Fei, or even Changping or Yandan, if any of them had come to the ninja world, it might have been a different place. Of course, these were different worlds, and such comparisons were somewhat inappropriate. The biggest problem with the Naruto world was the lack of a complete cultural heritage. While Konoha boasted the best cultural education, ninjas only spent 6 years at ninja school. How much could they have learned in those 6 years? Not to mention that the teachings were primarily focused on ninja-related subjects. It's said that the establishment of the 5 great ninja villages marked the end of the Warring States period in the ninja world. In reality, this is merely self-deception. The 5 great ninja villages, the 5 great nations, also belonged to the Warring States period, and smaller villages were still periodically destroyed. The Kumo village, for its secret arts, annihilated countless smaller villages. The same was true for the ninja clans, and even Konoha, under Danzo's leadership. In reality, the 5 great ninja villages were all comparable in this regard, the difference between 50 and 100 steps. Why do ninjas have to undertake missions to earn money? Haven't you ever thought about this? Can't ninjas do other jobs? Looking at the silent Nagato and Konan, Shen Fei continued. In the ninja world, ninja professions are very restricted. Large ninja villages are relatively easy to deal with, as they are large enough to have jobs requiring ninjas, such as firefighters and police officers. Ninjas are much more efficient than ordinary people. But for smaller ninja villages, the situation was different. Missions were practically their only source of income. To secure them, they had to reduce their rewards. The disproportionate effort and lack of guarantees meant that missions naturally dwindled over time, and the ninjas in the villages either changed careers or became wandering ninjas. The ninja world's numerous wandering ninjas and bounty hunters primarily came from these smaller ninja villages and clans. There were two main reasons for such career restrictions on ninjas. First, most ninja villages and clans were unwilling to abandon their village and clan honor. They desired growth and prosperity, and would do anything to achieve this. Just like the Fuma clan, who sought to expand their power by joining Orochimaru, the appearance of Shen Fei diverted Orochimaru's attention. Otherwise, the Fuma clan's young leader, Fuma Arashi, would likely have been used as a test subject, as in the original novel. Currently, Orochimaru has sent the Fuma clan to the Atagakure village on missions. To achieve revival, ninjas will stop at nothing. The second reason lies with the daimyo. The ninja system tightly restricts ninjas. Even though the 5 major ninja villages are now renowned and ninjas can operate openly, some still see them as despicable assassins, especially among the samurai class, who arguably loathe them the most. Some daimyo of smaller ninja kingdoms lack ninja under their command, largely due to this mentality. If the ninjas weren't so powerful and simply outmatched, the samurai kingdoms of iron and steel would have gone to war with them long ago. For the daimyo, restricting ninjas to missions allows them to maintain control. If ninjas were to break free, the power of the 5 major kingdoms would undoubtedly be shaken up. Under this system, it would be extremely difficult for ninjas to overthrow the daimyo and unify the entire kingdom, even within Konoha. The Fire Nation's ninja strength extends beyond Konoha itself, encompassing the 12 guardian ninjas, the Fire Temple, and a variety of other clans, all of which are essentially aligned with the daimyo. Furthermore, if war breaks out, Konoha will lose a lot of support. Without this support, even Konoha won't be able to hold out for long. This wasn't Shen Fei's nonsense, it was the conclusion he'd reached after thorough investigation. After mastering the shadow clone technique, Shen Fei had more free time, and he devoted all his technical training to his clones. While not as effective as his original form, it did take much longer. Now, he not only had a shadow clone that practiced swordsmanship, but also another that solely punched all day. This clone imitated Nitaro's heart source style. Nitaro's strength wasn't as good as his, but his boxing skills surpassed his. Out of curiosity, Shen Fei sent one of his clones to investigate ninja missions, primarily focusing on the Sound Village. This, combined with Kabuto Yakashi's discussion of the mission systems of the 5 major ninja villages, was a familiar intelligence to Kabuto Yakashi, who had been undercover in all 5. The investigation revealed that food and other daily necessities were largely controlled by the state, with the ninja villages controlling very little. Only the 5 major villages managed to produce some of these, while smaller villages, such as Itagakure, had none at all. Orochimaru naturally didn't mind this, but the lowest-ranking ninja couldn't help but be concerned. The lowest-ranking Genin were truly impoverished. Naruto, the 12 of Konoha, and Gaara couldn't even be considered normal Genin. A true Genin relied solely on chakra to enhance their physical prowess, lacking the ability to unleash ninjutsu. If this continues, the number of ninja will increase, but missions won't keep pace with the ninja's growth. Therefore, the only way to deplete these excess ninja is by launching major ninja wars. This is why the ninja world wars keep happening, and it's also how the daimyo restricts the growth of the ninja population. Shen Fei's resolute words echoed in Nagato and Konan's ears, reiterating the words he had spoken to Sasuke. The technological advancements depicted in Boruto represent the future direction of the ninja world. Ninjas are no longer confined to missions, their roles are becoming more diverse. So that's how it is. Shen Fei's words brought a sudden realization to Nagato and Konan. This kind of thinking was something they had never considered. But it was perfectly natural. The 3 of them were orphaned at a young age and had been struggling to survive. They had no chance to learn. And even if they wanted to, there was nowhere to learn. Didn't Jiraiya seek a way to world peace through travel? Didn't he entrust his hopes to the next generation because he couldn't find it himself? You can consider these things later. I'll give you some books so you can study them carefully. For now, let's focus on dealing with Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu first, and then we can consider the future." Seeing Nagato and Konan lost in thought, Shen Fei immediately brought them back to reality. "What do you have in mind?" Konan asked after Nagato and Konan exchanged a glance. "Do you have a way to contact them?" "The best way would be to lure them here one by one. I'll then bring them into this space-time ninjutsu, and I'll deal with him." "Konan, you're not strong enough to deal with him. Nagato, you're just starting to recover, so it's best not to take action. Getting your health back is the most important thing. Obito is currently here, and Black Zetsu is out there gathering intelligence, trying to learn about what happened in Konoha and the whereabouts of the other Jinchuriki." Konoha's Jinchuriki was no secret to Akatsuki. Both Obito and Itachi knew who they were, but the Jinchuriki of other ninja villages were different. "Then call Obito over," Shen Fei said, unlocking the mirror dimension. The three of them appeared in a steel chamber, and Tendo was immediately free to move. "I'll contact him," Konan said, and she and Tendo Pain left the chamber. Then, their bodies split into paper butterflies and flew outside. "What's the matter with you looking for me at this time?" A moment later, the air behind Tendo Pain and Konan, who were standing side by side on the platform protruding from the steel tower, suddenly distorted like ripples. A voice echoed, and a figure wearing an Akatsuki uniform and a spiral mask appeared behind them. "I just received some new intelligence, and I thought it would be best for Mr. Madara to know about it," Konan and Tendo Pain said calmly, turning to look at Obito. "Oh, what's that intelligence?" Obito's deep voice echoed slowly from beneath the mask. As Madara, Obito would not exhibit the antics of the Akira, likely referring to person or group. "Uchiha Obito and Nahara Rin? I wonder if Mr. Madara has heard of them." Konan's words caused Obito's body to stiffen unnoticeably. At this moment, Shen Fei, who had been hiding in the mirror space, immediately began to attack. The expanding mirror space instantly enveloped Obito, Tendo Pain, and Konan. The next moment, Tendo Pain, because he was in the mirror space, collapsed immediately. However, before he fell, Konan immediately supported him. "It seems that Mr. Madara has heard of them. No, maybe I should call you Uchiha Obito?" Konan immediately lifted Tendo Pain's body and retreated to the back, not stopping until he retreated to Shen Fei's side. "Who are you?" The exposure of his identity made Obito, who only had his right eye exposed, stare at the stranger Shen Fei with his main Gekyo Sharingan. After the dark transformation, Obito was very smart. The appearance of the stranger Shen Fei made Obito guess that it was related to the exposure of his identity. He's always been the last in school, the last in Kakashi's class. But after meeting Uchiha Madara, in just a few years, he's been able to fight his teacher, the fourth Hokage, and even indirectly caused the death of his master and his wife. The Uchiha clan is truly not to be underestimated. Looking at Obito across from him, Shen Fei clapped his hands with some emotion, then continued, "Don't use your Sharingan illusions. They won't work on me. The Sharingan's illusions are incredibly difficult to guard against. As soon as their eyes meet, they can be used. Those fighting against Sharingan wielders must constantly monitor their chakra levels." "It seems you know a lot," Obito said, a chain suddenly appearing from his left hand. He locked it around his wrists and immediately charged at Shen Fei. In the eyes of the darkened Obito, no one is expendable. Shen Fei's appearance disrupted his plans, and of course, he had to capture, interrogate, or kill him immediately. Whoosh! After throwing a kunai, Shen Fei rushed towards Obito. Is this a repeat of that battle? Shen Fei thought as he watched the kunai pierce through Obito's head. At the same time, a Rasengan appeared in the palm of his right hand behind his back. This guy got hurt, but he still hasn't learned his lesson. Seeing Obito's right hand grabbing his left arm, Shen Fei shook his head inwardly. Bang! Shen Fei disappeared from Obito's side in an instant, and the next moment he appeared next to the kunai in Obito's mind. He grabbed the kunai with his left hand and launched a Rasengan in his right hand directly at Obito's back. The powerful force of the Rasengan smashed Obito's body to the ground in the mirror space. In other words, Shen Fei had not yet learned how to use the Rasengan to imprint the Flying Thunder God's magic mark on his opponent, otherwise he would definitely use this trick on Obito. However, he would not leave the Flying Thunder God mark, but he would leave the Magician's mark. I say, are you an idiot? You used the same tactics against the fourth Hokage, and you're actually using them on me. Since I know your identity, don't I know the power of your main Gekyo Sharingan? Shen Fei couldn't help but laugh as he watched Obito, his body trembling as he fled in his hollow form. He hadn't thought he'd hide him, but he had. Flying Thunder God Jutsu, Obito glared at Shen Fei resentfully. His carelessness had left him severely wounded, and his expression beneath his mask was grim. It wasn't Obito's fault, though. Even Konan and Nagato weren't fully aware of his Kamui abilities. The only time he'd suffered a loss was at the hands of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Minato was truly remarkable. Naruto and Kakashi had fought Obito so many times, and Kakashi, who also possessed Obito's eyes, hadn't been able to spot the Kamui's flaw. But Minato, on their first encounter, even in the middle of battle, immediately spotted the flaw and executed the post-surgery technique. Such intelligence and reflexes were truly astonishing. Many people believe that it was the Flying Thunder God technique that earned the Yellow Flash the name, but in fact, it was the opposite. It was Minato who made the Flying Thunder God technique famous. What was so powerful was not the Flying Thunder God technique, but Minato's reaction speed, wisdom, and combat qualities. The second Hokage also knew the Flying Thunder God technique, but he did not make it famous. Without an extraordinary reaction speed, the effectiveness of the Flying Thunder God technique would be greatly reduced. Are you leaving? Don't you want to talk for a while? Don't you want to know the truth about Nahara-Rin's death? Looking at the vortex that began to produce ripples around his body, Shen Fei immediately understood that Obito was ready to escape, so he immediately spoke. Huh? Obito ignored Shen Fei's words, and his figure twisted and disappeared the next moment. The mirror dimension can't stop him, which means the Kamui dimension is a separate dimension from his main Gekkai Sharingan. Kamui requires physical presence to absorb and release. Although Obito was a bit far away, Shen Fei could still have stopped him if he wanted. He didn't intervene because he wanted to see what the Kamui dimension looked like. He had already left a mark on Obito, so Obito couldn't escape. An independent dimension, that's a nice bonus. An independent dimension, like a space ring, can be used in different worlds, unlike a spell like the Traceless Extension spell, which must be used in this world to move to another. He's escaped. Shen Fei didn't care about Obito's escape, but Konan couldn't help but worry. Don't worry, he can't escape, Shen Fei said, forming hand seals and creating a golden, flaming portal in the air. Across from the portal was a space with a large, strange cube, Obito's Kamui dimension. As for the secret gate, Obito has the coordinates on his body, so he can't escape at all. Hey, we meet again. Chapter 448, Tricking Black Zetsu. I won't let you leave this time. Upon seeing Shen Fei and Zionon, Obito paused for a moment before attempting to use Kamui to leave the Kamui dimension. Obito's reaction was quick, but that moment of hesitation cost him the chance to leave. Shen Fei appeared directly in front of him and punched him in the stomach, disrupting his Kamui. For Obito, Kamui was the very foundation of his existence. It was thanks to Kamui that he was able to face the fourth Hokage head-on as a teenager and single-handedly annihilate the entirety of the then current Mist Ninja Anbu. Without Kamui, Obito's power would have dropped by at least 70%. Space-time ninjutsu was, admittedly, absurd. Of course, Shen Fei had no right to call Obito's Kamar-Taj magic a masterful one from the start. Kamui was Obito's ability, and denying it to him was sheer nonsense. Just like how Obito couldn't use Kamui so recklessly without the first generation's cells, even with them, he couldn't. After all, Obito possessed the first generation's cells. Obito, struck by the blow, grunted and involuntarily took several steps back. Then, Obito's body stopped. It wasn't Obito who stopped, but Shen Fei who had grabbed his neck and shattered the spiral mask on his face, revealing the scarred right side of his face. This eye is mine, Shen Fei said, reaching out with his right hand to Obito's right eye and plucked the main Gekkai Sharingan from its socket. This time, Shen Fei didn't use the power of the no, but directly. Obito let out a cry of pain as his eye was forcibly removed. Then, Shen Fei threw him onto the cube. Kakashi once used his Kamui to throw a lot of things into this. I wonder if he hit Obito at that time. With Obito's eye in his hand, Shen Fei suddenly remembered Kakashi's main Gekkai Sharingan. I have to find a way to get Kakashi's eye. If I leave this world with this eye, will Kakashi still be able to use his Kamui? Shen Fei thought to himself as he immediately put away his main Gekkai Sharingan. While Shen Fei didn't want to replace his eyes with a Sharingan or the Rinnegan, he could use them as tools. Does it hurt? After putting away his Sharingan, Shen Fei looked at Obito, who was crouching on the cube, his right hand covering his right eye, leaving only the three-tomo Sharingan in his left exposed. Although Obito had given his left eye to Kakashi, He had collected many 3-tomo Sharingans during the night of the Uchiha clan massacre. Under his whirlpool mask, his left eye also had a Sharingan. This little pain is nothing, as Obito spoke, the bleeding from his right eye had stopped. His right half, composed primarily of the cells of the first Hokage, had a remarkable ability to heal itself. Even without treatment, the injury would heal on its own. It's nothing, isn't it? I wonder how Nahara Rin would react to you if she were alive and knew you killed her master and mistress. Don't mention Rin, sensei. What kind of teacher is he? He's always late at crucial moments, Obito suddenly roared. Rin was indeed Obito's sore spot. Have you ever considered why Minato was late? Why did you just see Rin die at Kakashi's hands? Why did you, who was with Uchiha Madara at the time, just happen to hear White Zetsu's message and arrive at that moment? Most importantly, the Mist Village would use such important things as the tailed beasts as disposable props. Wouldn't it be better to keep them for the Jinchuuriki? When the first Hokage divided the 9-tailed beasts, it wasn't free, they had to be purchased, and at a high price. Sending the 3 tails to Konoha to destroy them would be simple, but if the 3 tails were killed or captured by Konoha, wouldn't that be sending the tailed beasts to Konoha? Even if the Mist Village could later negotiate and reclaim the 3 tails, it would certainly come at a hefty price. What do you mean? Shen Fei's words made Obito's remaining left eye flicker. What do you mean? You can't even guess something so simple. Of course you were tricked. Nahara Rin's death before you was all part of Uchiha Madara's plan. Madara forcibly sealed the 3 tails Jinchuuriki within her, allowing her to encounter Kakashi, dispatch someone to detain Amoke's Minato, and then have White Zetsu control the advance, allowing you to arrive just in time to witness the scene. Nonsense, Obito roared, then immediately rushed towards Shen Fei. Shen Fei's words seemed to have driven him mad. Bang! Shen Fei kicked Obito back, sending him crashing into the wall of another, larger cube. As he fell, Shen Fei waved his hand, and a chain bound Obito, pulling him in front of him. Whether you're talking nonsense or not, you should know exactly. You're truly pathetic. At this point, Shen Fei sighed softly. Several wood needles appeared in his hand and pierced Obito's body at key points. This was a method used to suppress chakra flow, similar to the second one's closed source needle. He then threw Obito to the ground. In the ninja world, similar methods exist, sealing techniques. Ninja villages often use sealing techniques to block the flow of chakra in captured prisoners and spies. However, achieving this level of sealing is beyond the reach of ordinary ninja villages. Only the 5 major ninja villages possess such techniques. While capturing a ninja and simply tying them up might be acceptable for smaller ninja villages, the 5 major ninja villages wouldn't be so careless. Just like Sasuke in the original novel, he was ultimately sealed in a restraint suit. At that time, Sasuke was too powerful for ordinary sealing techniques to work. In fact, even a full-body restraint seal wouldn't have much effect on him. It was simply that Sasuke didn't want to resist. Rin, that's impossible. Rin, what was the point of all this? No, this world is hell. Kill me, Obito, thrown to the ground, looked devastated. He had always believed everything was Kakashi and Minato's fault. Obito knew Rin had asked Kakashi to kill her, but in his heart, no matter what Rin chose, it was Kakashi and Minato who failed to protect her. It turned out that it wasn't their fault, but that of Uchiha Madara, whom he had always considered a kind grandfather. Even though Obito had grown greatly over the years and had his own plans, the infinite Tsukuyomi could be implemented, it wasn't Madara who ultimately carried it out, but him. Yet, Obito never suspected Madara had a hand in Rin's death. Having killed his master and mistress, and then been captured, Obito felt a sense of self-destruction. He wanted to die, to see Rin. But Obito couldn't commit suicide. This was the curse Uchiha Madara had placed inside him, fearing that Obito would one day die and see Rin. I leave him to you. Whether he lives or dies, you decide. Looking at Obito lying on the ground, Shen Fei lost interest in striking him down. He handed him over to Konan. Nagato and Konan would decide Obito's life and death. After all, Obito had killed many of Akatsuki's companions, and Yahiko's death was largely due to Obito. With that, Shen Fei opened the secret door and appeared in the Tower of Rain village. Konan carried Obito to see Nagato. Konan wouldn't make the decision on how to deal with Obito alone. Is this the Kamui? Really impressive. Perhaps we can find a way to forge magical items from the 2 Sharingans. As a mage, he could naturally create magical items. In fact, Most of the magical items in Kamar-Taj were created by the Ancient One, including the Cloak of Levitation, the Suspension Ring, the Staff of the Living Tribunal, and the Boots of Fado. For Shen Fei, avoiding replacing his own eyes with a Mangekyo Sharingan, creating magical items was the easiest solution. Of course, to avoid disrupting the Kamo Eye's power, Shen Fei had to be extremely careful before taking action. Now the pirate world has another mysterious figure. With Shen Fei's current strength, mastering the power of Kamui wouldn't be difficult. S.H.I.E.L.D mastered it instantly. What a world that forgives everything. They didn't kill him. Speaking of which, Nagato and Konan are kind people. When Shen Fei returned to Nagato and Konan, Obito was there. Upon seeing Obito, Shen Fei immediately understood Nagato and Konan's choice, and naturally, he didn't say anything. In fact, before turning evil, Obito was indeed a very kind person, the one who helped old ladies cross the street every day. This shows that kind people are not easy to bully. Kind people who turn evil are even more terrifying than the original villains. Don't mess with honest people. What do you mean? Shen Fei spoke first. I've contacted Black Zetsu. He'll be back soon, Nagato said directly. With Akatsuki rings, contacting members is easy. Leave this guy to me. If he gets away, it'll be troublesome. Dealing with Black Zetsu, the mastermind behind the plot, would make things much easier. Yes, Nagato and Konan didn't object. As for Obito, he had no say at the moment. What's the matter with you rushing to see me? Inside the tower, Black Zetsu slowly emerged from underground, standing beside Tendo Pain and Konan. I found some information, Tendo Pain said. What information? S.H.I.E.L.D's body, impossible, just as he had done with Obito. While Black Zetsu was stunned, Shen Fei immediately trapped the three of them in the mirror space. What do you want to do? Black Zetsu looked at Tendo Pain and Konan in shock. Leave this to me, you two leave first, Shen Fei said, opening a mystical portal and escorting Konan and Tendo Pain out. Hello, Black Zetsu, or should I call you the clone of S.H.I.E.L.D's will? No, to be more precise, the clone of Otsutsuki Kaguya's will. After Konan and the others left, Shen Fei immediately smiled and looked at Black Zetsu in front of him. Within the mirror space, this person was impossible to escape. Who are you? Black Zetsu looked flustered at his true identity being revealed. This was the first time in years that his identity had been revealed. Even the six-path sage hadn't discovered him. Why, Kaguya Otsutsuki didn't tell you where she came from? I, Otsutsuki Shen Fei, and your mother, Kaguya Otsutsuki, are of the same clan. From outer space, Black Zetsu held much of the information Shen Fei needed, such as the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, the location of S.H.I.E.L.D's corpse, and the whereabouts of the Six Paths ninja tools. What did you say? You're of the same clan as your mother, Black Zetsu said, and his white body instantly split into one pure black and one pure white. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, Afeti. It seems you didn't inherit many of Kaguya's memories. Then you should have seen this, Shen Fei said, turning away. Then, turning back again, his eyes transformed into the Rinnegan. This is of course not a real Samsara eye, but a pair of cosmetic contact lenses. In his spare time, Shen Fei made a lot of cosmetic contact lenses, Samsara eye, and various Mangekyo Sharingan. He made all the ones he could remember. Originally, Shen Fei was going to take it out to scare people, but now it is just right to use it to fool Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu has been relying on false information to fool others, such as S.H.I.E.L.D. This time, Shen Fei is going to return the favor. Samsara eye, how is this possible? Isn't it only Madara-sama who has it? Seeing Shen Fei's Samsara eye, White Zetsu Fei immediately shouted. Shut up, Fei wanted to say something, but was immediately scolded by Black Zetsu on the side. It seems that you don't believe me, so let me tell you a story first, Shen Fei said, and with a move of his right hand, 3 chairs immediately appeared on the ground. Sit down, the story is a bit long, I don't know how much memory of Kaguya you have, so I will start from the beginning. The Otsutsuki clan is a race that searches for planets with life to plant sacred trees and harvest chakra fruits. However, to plant the sacred tree, sacrifices are needed. Back then, Kaguya Otsutsuki was chosen as the sacrifice, but what people didn't expect was that Kaguya directly rebelled. Shen Fei sorted out the relevant information in his mind while speaking, and added fuel to the fire from time to time. As for whether it was true or not, it didn't matter at all, as long as he could fool Black Zetsu. After Kaguya rebelled, I was also chosen as a sacrifice. I didn't want to be a sacrifice, so I started to resist, and then wanted to find Kaguya as an ally to fight against the Otsutsuki clan. However, what I didn't expect was that when I arrived on this planet, Kaguya was fighting with his son. Although I wanted to help him, I was already seriously injured at that time and had no way to fight. I could only watch Kaguya being sealed and your birth. After that, I had to sleep to recuperate, and it was not until a few years ago that my injuries were mostly recovered. After I woke up, I found that you were trying to find a way to unseal Kaguya. Your method is not bad, but it is too reckless. You know, you summoned the Outer Path demon statue from the seal, and the location of this planet has been leaked. The Otsutsuki clan's pursuers are probably here. For the Otsutsuki clan, Kaguya's and my life are actually insignificant, but the Divine Tree and the others will never give up. They didn't chase us for all these years because the Divine Tree was sealed and couldn't send out a signal. But now it's different. Although your method can rescue Kaguya Otsutsuki, there is no way to deal with the pursuers from the Otsutsuki clan. Kaguya created White Zetsu just to deal with the pursuers. Shen Fei's words stunned Black Zetsu. The reason why Black Zetsu was able to become the mastermind behind the scenes was not because he was so smart, but because he had enough information. Like Shen Fei. If they were under the same conditions, he really could not compare with some people in the ninja world. Chapter 449, Kingdom of Dawn, Part 1. What do you mean? Black Zetsu remained silent for a long time after hearing Shen Fei's words before speaking. The sheer volume of information contained in Shen Fei's words was so overwhelming that Black Zetsu was almost unable to absorb it. As Kaguya Otsutsuki's clone left behind when she was about to be sealed, Black Zetsu didn't actually possess many of her memories, only a single obsession with saving her. My point is simple, hand over everything you possess to me, and I'll resurrect Kaguya, Shen Fei stated his purpose directly. In reality, whether Black Zetsu handed over the items to him or not, he wouldn't let him go. Whether or not to resurrect Kaguya in the future was still under consideration. Even if Kaguya were to be unsealed one day, it would be because Shen Fei possessed absolute power. To speak with Kaguya, he would need to possess the power to suppress her, much like Naruto's verbal persuasion, only with a stronger fist would they obey. Of all the Akatsuki members, with the exception of Itachi and Kisame, all had to be defeated before joining. What do you want? Black Zetsu remained silent again for a long time before speaking. Control of 100,000 White Zetsu in the corpse of Uchiha Madara, Shen Fei stated his demands directly. To Black Zetsu, he was only worth these 2 points. As for the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, Obito knew all about it and there was no need to ask Black Zetsu. Uchiha Madara's corpse had been in Black Zetsu's hands the entire time. Kabuto Yakushi was able to resurrect Uchiha Madara through the impure world reincarnation later. It was very likely that Black Zetsu deliberately let Kabuto discover Madara's corpse so that he could resurrect Madara through the impure world reincarnation and destroy Obito's plan. Why should I believe you? Black Zetsu spoke again. That's true. The reason is very simple. I'm stronger than you. How about that reason? I said so much before because Kaguya is from the same clan, so we discussed it properly. If a proper discussion doesn't work, then we have no choice but to take action. Shen Fei stood up from the chair as he spoke, and the smile on his face began to fade. That guy was making little moves before. Black Zetsu, don't you think it's a bit ridiculous? In front of these Rinnegan, I can see his little moves clearly. White Zetsu Afei, after being scolded by Black Zetsu, seemed to be standing beside Black Zetsu honestly, but in fact he had been releasing spores secretly. These spores are difficult to detect under normal circumstances. Even with a Byakugan, it is difficult to detect you if you are not careful. In the original work, at the 5-Cage conference, White Zetsu used this trick to temporarily restrain several of the 5-Cage. However, for Shen Fei, this trick was useless. Even though his pair of Rinnegan were just cosmetic lenses, he also discovered White Zetsu's movements. The opponent was Black Zetsu. Even if his strength was at most cage level, he was, after all, the incarnation of Kaguya Otsutsuki's will. Who knows what weird means he has. So Shen Fei was on full alert from the beginning, and he also unleashed the power of the surgery fruit. While the spores were stealthy, they couldn't be concealed within the reach of the operation fruit. In fact, if his Rinnegan were genuine, it would reveal that while the Byakugan was exceptionally powerful in clairvoyance and chakra sensing, it was far inferior to the Sharingan in terms of minute observation. If the Byakugan didn't possess an advanced Samsarigan, it would simply be unworthy of its ranking among the three great Taijutsu. Attack! Upon noticing their subtle movements, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu immediately charged towards Shen Fei. In reality, it wasn't just White Zetsu who had been making subtle moves, Black Zetsu had been attempting to escape as well. Unfortunately, this was a mirror dimension, and his long-standing methods of escaping underground and silently were completely useless. Finally, we'll have to fight. It's the same with Nagato and Konan, with Obito, and here again. It seems I really don't have the ability to persuade them with words. Ultimately, physical persuasion will be the only option. Seeing Black Zetsu and White Zetsu charging towards him, Shen Fei shook his head with a look of frustration. He'd said so much to Black Zetsu earlier, not just for some fun, to see if he could trick him, but also because he had another idea, to try his hand at verbal combat. Would release? Let's try it out. Shadow Dragon Hand. Seeing Black Zetsu controlling several trees to attack, Shen Fei immediately swung his left hand, and 5 wood dragons flew out from his arm, 4 of which attacked Black Zetsu, and 1 attacked White Zetsu and Ifei. Do you know why I said your plan won't work? You don't have the strength to capture the tailed beasts yourself. You need the power of Akatsuki. But I'm different. I can capture all 9 tailed beasts by myself. Shen Fei smiled as he watched Black Zetsu and White Zetsu dodging under his wood dragons. Their dodging and reflexes showed Shen Fei that Black Zetsu excelled at ranged attacks, primarily using wood release. White Zetsu and Ifei specialized in close combat. As the first White Zetsu, he was the strongest among the 100,000 White Zetsu. However, despite his immense chakra, he couldn't fully utilize it. This was the White Zetsu's limitation. Without this restriction, how could the 100,000 White Zetsu, strengthened by Kabuto cells from the first generation, be defeated so easily? Even if they were ultimately defeated, they would have inflicted heavy casualties on the 80,000 allied ninja. White Zetsu and Naruto share some similarities in this regard, but if White Zetsu possessed a suitable body, the situation would be different. One of Konoha's 3 most powerful Junin was White Zetsu Yamato, also known as Uzumaki Yamato, who could wield the true 1,000 hands. It could be argued that Yamato at this time was at his most powerful wood release technique. When Obito appeared at the scene of Rin's death and erupted, annihilating all the mist ninja Enbu, the White Zetsu encased in his body played a crucial role. This is arguably the truest form of White Zetsu. Using White Zetsu directly in combat is the most wasteful. White Zetsu possesses powerful chakra, but since he's not human, he can't use ninjutsu, relying solely on physical attacks. Wearing White Zetsu as a form of biological armor can enhance his chakra. Of course, who controls whom remains a questionable issue, requiring careful adjustment, or simply erasing White Zetsu's will and using him as a mere tool. White Zetsu's potential could be tapped, Shen Fei thought as he controlled the wood dragon to attack Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, pondering White Zetsu's abilities. Got it, he thought. At that moment, Black Zetsu's sneer suddenly reached Shen Fei's ears. Looking at Shen Fei, his feet suddenly transformed into black patterns, which quickly spread to his upper body. Black Zetsu, you're really not smart enough. I told you, Kaguya Otsutsuki and I are companions, and you actually think you can control me? Did you really think I didn't notice you approaching? You used such a complicated wood release technique, but you were just trying to get closer to me with your shadow. Before Black Zetsu's sneer had even faded, Shen Fei's sneer echoed through the air. As he spoke, the black patterns on his legs suddenly shattered from his legs, dissolving into a black liquid. This was Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu's abilities extended beyond wood release. He also excelled in mind control. It was Obito who was controlled by him at the last moment, and then used the reincarnation technique to resurrect Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu might not be strong in terms of pure physical strength, but mentally, as an incarnation of Kaguya Otsutsuki's will, he's inherently formidable. It's safe to say there are few in the entire ninja world he can control, though Shen Fei is a sad exception. Slaughterhouse. As the black liquid attempted to escape, Shen Fei used the power of the Operation Fruit to dismember it. White Zetsu and Ifei followed suit. Now you can agree to my request, right? Shen Fei said with a smile to the dismembered Black Zetsu. You must consider this carefully. You are Kaguya Otsutsuki's last resort to break the seal. Now you're in my hands. If you don't tell me, Kaguya Otsutsuki may never be freed. This means Kaguya Otsutsuki has merged with a sacred tree, becoming, in a sense, immortal. Otherwise, sealed for so long, she would have perished long ago. You really know how to save your mother. With his body torn into pieces, Black Zetsu is powerless to resist. Didn't I tell you before? I need her help against the pursuers. Of course I'll save her. In that case, we can definitely work together. Black Zetsu, after all, had been in the ninja world for over 1,000 years and had always been the mastermind behind the scenes. He wasn't someone to be fooled. I'm sorry, but you don't have the strength to cooperate with me right now. Let me be frank. If Kaguya Otsutsuki hadn't been sealed, she might have been the one to take charge. But now that she's sealed, I'm the one to take charge. How to save her, naturally, falls to me. I'll give you a minute to think about it. Give me those things. I only want them to strengthen myself. In reality, without them, it wouldn't affect my plans much. However, to deal with the pursuers, I must maximize my strength. Uchiha Madara is quite powerful, and though he'll be a little weaker after his impure world reincarnation, he can still handle weaker pursuers. As Shen Fei spoke, a chair appeared behind him again. He sat quietly there, waiting for a minute to pass. It seems you don't want to talk anymore, so forget it, Shen Fei said as he took out a sealing scroll and prepared to seal Black Zetsu inside. It would be much easier to seal Black Zetsu after he was torn into pieces, and with Black Zetsu's physique, there was no need to worry about him starving to death. As he spoke, Shen Fei began to seal Black Zetsu's body parts piece by piece. Okay, I'll tell you, Black Zetsu immediately agreed after seeing that only his consciousness was left. As Shen Fei said, once he was sealed, no one would rescue his Otsutsuki Kaguya, and now he could only believe what Shen Fei said before. You're smart, Shen Fei smiled and nodded. Is that all? I hope you don't lie to me, otherwise I won't rescue Kaguya. At worst, the pursuers will arrive at a good time, and I'll escape from this planet and let the sealed Kaguya face them, Shen Fei said as he grabbed Black Zetsu's consciousness with his right hand and activated the double hand. It won't work, as expected. Black Zetsu is a clone of Kaguya Otsutsuki's will, meaning he has no soul. In this situation, the double hand is useless. As for illusions and hypnosis, they have no effect on Black Zetsu, whose body is liquid. A human could use the surgery fruit to cut open his brain and directly manipulate the organs, much like the Chimera and Catwoman in Hunter, but Black Zetsu obviously can't do that. Next is White Zetsu. Unlike Black Zetsu, White Zetsu is once human, assimilated by the sacred tree. Since they can be used as sacrifices for the impure world reincarnation, they naturally possess souls. The impure world reincarnation rules are soul for soul, similar to the soul gem. Any attempt to manipulate this requires fighting against the 10 holy laws of this world, making it a difficult task. It's become a plant. White Zetsu's body components have completely transformed into plants, no longer resembling a human. So they are all here. After dealing with Black Zetsu and White Zetsu, Shen Fei did not immediately return to the Tower of Rain Village, but came to the place where Black Zetsu hid the bodies of White Zetsu and Uchiha Madara. At this time, 100,000 White Zetsu were still sleeping, and they only needed to be awakened with a special seal. As for Uchiha Madara's old body, it was frozen here. You are lucky this time, but you can't reincarnate him for the time being. Uchiha Madara, the first Hokage, Senju Tobirama, the third Hokage, the fourth Hokage. These people cannot be reincarnated by the impure world reincarnation because they all know how to release the seal of the impure world reincarnation. As the Hokage of Konoha, it is impossible not to read the Book of Seals. Although the impure world reincarnation is powerful, the consequences can be very serious if it is used without authorization. The first time Orochimaru resurrected the first and second Hokage, the sacrifices were too weak, and Orochimaru controlled them in time, preventing them from being released from their resurrection. The second time, with the White Zetsu as the sacrifice, Orochimaru was nervous and tried to control them. Even then, it seemed he could only control the second, third, and fourth Hokages. The first Hokage was likely uncontrollable. This time, you can finally conquer the entire ninja world with your good friend, the first Hokage. If Uchiha Madara were explained, he would surely be delighted to unify the ninja world in his resurrected body. It would surely be fascinating to see Uchiha, along with the former Hokages of the 5 great ninja villages, attack their own countries and villages together. Let's study the White Zetsu biochemical armor first. After taking parts of Uchiha Madara's body for the reincarnation, Shen Fei took 10 more White Zetsu. The existence of Uzumaki Yamato gave Shen Fei a sudden inspiration. If successful, this idea could be used to arm the ninjas of the Rain Village. Shen Fei, possessing a vast collection of biological viruses, possessed considerable knowledge regarding biomodification. He had long considered bioarmor, but had made limited progress. Umbrella Corporation's bioviruses were all designed to modify the body. Next, it's time to do something, Shen Fei said, secretly returning to the secret base within Angkor Fortress. With the help of Red Queen, he created some images. Solved, Shen Fei said, returning to the tower through the secret portal and immediately seeing Nagato and Konan. Well, now we can proceed with the next plan, but first, there's something I need you to see, Shen Fei said, pulling out a holographic imaging device. Here's some relevant information for you to study. While Nagato and Konan were studying, Shen Fei went directly to the dungeon to meet Uchiha Obito. While Nagato and Konan hadn't killed him, they hadn't released him either. Obito was now imprisoned in a secret cell in the tower, his body sealed. Here, I think you should take a look, Shen Fei said, pulling out a small projection device and playing a video. That idiot Obito actually believed it. How adorable. In the video, Black Zetsu constantly mocked Obito. This video had been processed by Red Queen. Of course, he had come to see Obito this time for more than just this purpose. He also had another purpose, Uchiha Madara's weapon. Chapter 450, Kingdom of Dawn, Part 2. The Uchiha fan, a weapon passed down through generations of the Uchiha clan, is said to have possibly been passed down from the time of Indra. Made from a portion of the sacred tree, it possesses the power to deflect certain ninjutsu. Countless people in the ninja world have died from its effects, unaware of its properties. Shen Fei originally thought the weapon was hidden within Obito's Kamui space, but upon inspecting the contents, he found nothing. Besides a few kunai and shurikens, Obito's Kamui space contained no other supplies. Later, during a conversation with Konan, Shen Fei understood why the two hadn't killed Obito. They intended to keep him alive for Yohiko's future resurrection. Shen Fei was speechless at Nagato and Konan's thoughts. Given Yohiko's personality, even if he knew what had happened, he clearly wouldn't kill Obito. You're here to mock me. Perhaps due to his chakra being sealed, Obito seemed much calmer. Even upon seeing the image of Black Zetsu, he didn't show any excessive anger, only a self-deprecating smile. I'm not that idle. I came to ask you where you hide Uchiha Madara's weapon. What do you want to do? The Uchiha Madara identity is quite useful, isn't it? Shen Fei asked for the Uchiha fan. The weapon was made by the sacred tree, for one thing, but also to impersonate Uchiha Madara. Honestly, if one wanted to stir up trouble in the ninja world, the Uchiha Madara identity was quite useful. Don't be silent, come to think of it. I'm still very curious about you. Someone actually believes in something as unreliable as the infinite Tsukuyomi. Not only you, but that idiot Uchiha Madara also believes in it. If you want to be with Nahara-rin, why not just resurrect her? Are you afraid to resurrect her? Are you afraid to see her? If she knew you killed Minato and his wife, she'd probably never forgive you. Looking at the silent Obito, Shen Fei continued. You're afraid to face reality. You're only thinking about getting Rin to like you through the fake infinite Tsukuyomi. If Nahara-rin knew you were this kind of person, she'd probably be very disappointed. Shut up. Shen Fei's words seemed to touch Obito's nerves, and he immediately roared. Okay, then, if you don't want to tell me, just tell me where it is and I'll leave. It's there, go find it yourself, Obito said, naming her location. The Uchiha fan wasn't very useful to Obito, and it didn't complement his Kamui ability. So, aside from the final battle, when he carried it with him to allow the allied shinobi forces to confirm his identity, he didn't want to see the weapon at all, not even to keep it within his Kamui space. By the way, I have a way to resurrect Rin and the Minato couple. Do you want to resurrect them? Shen Fei said at the last moment as he left the cell, then left without waiting for Obito's response. Since Obito wouldn't die, keeping him in the cell seemed a waste. Even without his main Gekyo Sharingan, Obito was still quite powerful. Sharingan, is that Obito's spare eye? At the place Obito mentioned, Shen Fei found the Uchiha fan in a considerable number of Sharingans with various Magatama. Using Eye's energy comes at the cost of blinding one eye, a significant loss for the Uchiha clan, so they found a way to circumvent this cost, much like Danzo's right arm. However, Danzo wasn't an Uchiha after all, and his Eye's energy wasn't as effective as the Uchiha's. Much like the difference between Yamato's wood release and the first Hokage's. It's a bit disgusting to think about it, so let's just forget it. What Danzo could do, Shen Fei could certainly do too. However, the thought of one or more eyes appearing somewhere on his body immediately pushed the thought out of his mind. The thought of having one or more eyes on his body while with Ada or Robin made Shen Fei even more reluctant to do so. In the Tower of Rain Village, after several days of watching documentaries and learning about modern concepts of war, peace, and equality, Nagato and Conan found Shen Fei. Now you should understand where your problem lies. You can't just consider world peace from a ninja's perspective, you have to consider it from everyone's perspective. You've ruled a megacure for so many years, and all you've done is close off the village, with no development at all. You've completely neglected non-ninja talent. The ninja world hasn't been without development over the years. For example, televisions, air conditioners, and computers have all been invented, but their utilization rates are low. In Konoha, computers are primarily used by medical ninja and code-breaking teams, with no other applications. In this respect, Konoha's superiority over other ninja villages makes sense. At least Konoha prioritizes this aspect, while the other ninja villages, including the 4 major ones, simply don't. Throughout the ninja world, several of the world's leading figures in technological research are based in Konoha. Ninja technology is largely invented by ordinary people or less powerful ninja, since powerful ninjas are always pursuing personal strength. For time travelers from China, anyone who isn't a fool or an idiot would be someone who finds governing a country as difficult as cooking a small delicacy and passing the imperial examination as difficult as ascending to heaven. You've ruled Rain Village for so many years, have you ever cared about the annual spring plowing? Do you even know how much grain an acre of land can produce? You only think of achieving peace by gathering the power of the tailed beasts. Is that really peace? Qin Shi Huangdi, during the annual spring plowing season, led the way in offering sacrifices to the heavens and even personally tilled the royal fields. While it was a show, it also demonstrated his genuine concern for plowing and agriculture. Agriculture is the foundation of everything. Regardless of commercial development, in modern society, farmers are looked down upon by the so-called elite. These people simply don't consider that without adequate food, commerce can't flourish. To put it bluntly, who cares about commerce when they can't even get enough to eat? As the saying goes, only when you're well-fed can you think about lust. Let him think about it while he's hungry. Nagato and Conan involuntarily lowered their heads at the words of the master. After the fusion of the first generation's cells and Shen Fei's treatment, Nagato could now walk. Besides the food issue, there's also education. For years, Rain Village hasn't even had a ninja school, while all 5 major ninja villages have them. The ninja school founded by the second generation was quickly copied by the other 4 villages. While its scale and organization weren't as large as Konoha's, it was still a school after all, and the other ninja villages' systems remained unchanged. These 2 issues must be resolved first. Gather those who are knowledgeable about agriculture. Also, since you can create rain, start by preventing it from raining in Rain Village. Rain Village's unique environment means it's always rainy, even without Nagato using the Rain Tiger Jutsu. Fortunately, this is the ninja world, with its many magical jutsu. A simple matter of rain is easily solved. For example, the Rain Tiger Jutsu can control the rain, which can also prevent it. Previously, Nagato had used the Rain Tiger Jutsu to create rain to prevent spies from entering Rain Village. Now, there was no need for that. Even if someone discovered the Akatsuki's presence in Rain Village, what would happen? Which of the 5 great ninja villages dared to attack Akatsuki alone? Akatsuki's strength might not be enough to defeat the 5 combined, but it would be more than enough to defeat even one, even the strongest Konoha. If Nagato fought tooth and nail, he could single-handedly take down an entire ninja village. With the Uzumaki clan's physique, combined with the fusion of the first generation's cells, believe it or not, a bag of rice can withstand several buildings. The environment surrounding the Rain Village would be extremely difficult to resolve in any other world, but in the ninja world, there are solutions if needed. The worst that can be done is to recruit a few more powerful Iwagakure ninja to complete the land reclamation. I'll arrange it right away, Conan said, and left. The Rain Village might not have much money, as there aren't many missions, but Akatsuki is different, especially Conan, who is arguably the wealthiest woman in the ninja world, with 600 billion detonating tags. After a discussion with Nagato, Conan's responsibilities shifted primarily to internal affairs. This was especially true as Nagato didn't want Conan risking her life outside. Previously, Nagato's health had prevented him from directly participating, but now that his injuries had healed, he could act on his own. When will the Akatsuki members arrive? Shen Fei asked Nagato after Konan left. After sealing Zetsu, Shen Fei inherited Zetsu's Akatsuki ring, the Zuanzi ring. Because Nagato possessed the phantom body Zetsu, Akatsuki normally communicated with a group, even sealing the tailed beasts. However, this time, at Shen Fei's request, Nagato ordered all Akatsuki members to depart for Rain Village in their true form. This was also Akatsuki's headquarters, revealing its entirety to the public for the first time. Since Akatsuki's goals had changed, their plans naturally had to adapt as well. Akatsuki would no longer rely primarily on completing missions for revenue. They should be arriving soon. I didn't expect the headquarters to be in Omega-Cure. I heard this is Hanzo's territory. Could he be a member of Akatsuki too? West of Omega-Cure, by the lake, Hashigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itachi stood on the shore, gazing across at Omega-Cure. The news of Hanzo's death was extremely secretive, even within Akatsuki. We'll know once we get there, Itachi said, treading on the water towards Omega-Cure. That's right, Brother Scorpion, why did the leader summon us? I'm about to find that Orochimaru, atop a giant clay bird in the sky. Scorpion and Deidara also flew towards Omega-Cure. What a hassle. I haven't sacrificed to the evil god in ages. Hidden, on the side of the immortal duo, spoke with dissatisfaction. Shut up. I was so close to catching that guy with a 10 million bounty. Kakuzu's face was grim. As Akatsuki's finance minister, Kakuzu was highly qualified, constantly working to earn money. He played a significant role in Konan purchasing so many detonating tags. But while Kakuzu loved making money, he was also the one who listened to his leader the most. Of all the Akatsuki members, Kakuzu was arguably the best. Looking at the others, they were either spies or went their own way. Warmly congratulate the successful convening of Akatsuki's first roundtable meeting. Looking at the decorated steel hall, Shen Fei smiled and nodded. With a hint of mischief, he hung a large red banner in front. Besides Shen Fei, Uchiha Itachi and Hashigaki Kisame were the first group to arrive. Upon seeing the large red banner and its contents, their lips twitched. It's you. Where's Zetsu? Itachi walked to the spot marked for his ring and stared at Shen Fei for a long moment before asking. Shen Fei, Itachi, and Kisame all knew each other. Having previously been unable to fight, they were both stunned upon seeing Shen Fei, but didn't immediately engage. There was a sign in front of Shen Fei's seat with the word Zhuan written on it. Itachi immediately noticed the ring on his exposed right hand, which gave Itachi a prime opportunity to gather intelligence on the Akatsuki. Need you to ask? You'll know it at a glance. I've replaced him, Shen Fei said, smiling and waving his hand at Itachi. Of the 10 official Akatsuki members, aside from Nagato and Konan, all the others could theoretically be replaced at any time. All they had to do was defeat the current Akatsuki member and obtain their ring. For example, Fei later obtained Sasori's ring. The Akatsuki consisted of more than just 10 official members. They maintained numerous secret bases throughout the ninja world to gather intelligence and provide support to Akatsuki members on their missions. Intelligence was a priority for both the 5 great ninja villages and the Akatsuki itself. That guy was killed? What a surprise. At this moment, an arrogant voice came from outside. It was Deidara, and Scorpion, who was hiding in the scarlet flow amber. It was Deidara who spoke, and it seemed that he was a little unhappy with Zetsu. Mr. Scorpion, the leader said that everyone must attend this meeting in person, and mechanical puppets are not allowed. Looking at Scorpion, Shen Fei said softly. Scorpion's choice was completely wrong for Shen Fei. It certainly allowed him to control a large number of puppets and not worry about getting hurt, but there was a fatal problem: his chakra could not be increased. He could only increase the power of the puppets to increase his own strength. In the normal ninja world, Scorpion's choice was not wrong. The cage level in the ninja world was the upper limit. Scorpion's strength had already reached cage level, and it would be difficult to improve it. However, that was the normal ninja world. The problem was that the ninja world was not normal in the later stages. HMPH, Scorpion snorted coldly before opening the Higurashi and outstepped a handsome young man. Deidara was unsurprised, but Itachi and Kisame were a bit taken aback. It was the first time they had seen Scorpion's true face. That's exactly what's happening. After saying this, Scorpion sat back down in his seat and closed his eyes. Why is there a different person? Kakuzu and Hidden arrived shortly afterward. There are only 9 people, Isn't that one less? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.